Last March, Community Shares of Wisconsin hosted one of the last events before the COVID crisis hit. We didn't know then what was about to happen to our world. 2020 was a year unlike anything any of us had ever known. We shared pain, fear, and anger. And for those of us who are familiar with oppression, our struggles were finally seen and felt. We demanded change and continue to demand change. 2020 was a wake-up call to do something real for justice and equality. This work is happening now. You can join us. On March 2nd, you can join us for the Big Share. It's a day where there are many ways to donate and support efforts that focus on a just and equitable recovery. Join nonprofits that work to protect our rights to housing, to free and fair elections, to clean water and air, to affordable health care, and to be free of police violence and domestic violence. Join us in taking action for justice. Visit thebigshare.org to learn more.
Yep.
Okay. Good morning. Hi, it's Big Share Day. Yay, welcome. My name is Sherry Dubio. I am the Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin, and I'm joined with my lovely colleagues today. First of all, Miss Judy Young, our Membership and Operations Manager.
Hi, everybody.
And
nice to see you this morning.
Yay, thanks, Judy. And Mr. Justin Williams.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Big Share Live. We are so happy to have you joining us this morning.
Justin is our Community Partnerships Director, and he is the one who is organizing all of this amazingness. So we have Justin to thank for the amazing.
And we're pulling it off.
And we're pulling it off. So this is our first live stream Big Share, and this is Big Share Live, and we are super excited to be with you today and telling you more about all of the fantastic nonprofits that are part of Community Shares and the Big Share. So the Big Share is an online giving day, just for a little bit of context. This is our 7th year now, and we've been in partnership with Madison Community Foundation since the beginning. And this is another opportunity for Community Shares of Wisconsin to provide the community with connections to social and environmental justice nonprofits, and also to put our values into action. We have a strong community of activism and commitment to social justice, and we feel like the Big Share is a great way for the community to come together to have a great fun day and to make the biggest impact we can for the local community. So let's start with Justin, if you don't mind. So last night we kicked off with Drag Bingo. Can you tell us a little bit about how that went and how?
Yeah. So this was our first event ever working with Drag Bingo. If any of you ever attended Drag Bingo, it's been sort of a staple in the Madison community. Several nonprofits have been doing it, but it was our first attempt at doing it virtually. We had Bianca Lynn Breeze and Cass Marie. If anyone's familiar with the drag community, they'll know who they definitely are. And they did a fantastic job. We ended up raising tens of thousands of dollars during that event, which is, helping us get closer and closer to our goal of $500,000. We have a goal of $500,000, 4,000 donors. We're actually quite a bit ahead of where we have been in the past years. So we're super pumped about where we are, and we're launching our live today. We have a whole lot of events planned throughout the day. We're going to be kicking off at 6, but right after we're done here, we're going to be joined by Katie Meaves from Badger Fitness, where she's going to be doing a morning workout with us. Maybe I can get Sherry and Judy to join behind the scenes while that's happening. We'll see.
I wore my sneakers.
There we go. So
yeah, we're ready.
we have a lot of other great things. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of the other events that we have going on?
Yeah, we decided this year, because of the pandemic, to use it as an opportunity to build on the great skills and the expertise that our nonprofits have. And so what we've done is we've pulled together a number of videos featuring the work of our member groups over the past year especially. The nonprofits that are part of Community Shares of Wisconsin are on the cutting edge of advocacy and other work here in the state area and in local Madison. And we felt like it was important for the community to really get a good taste of what kinds of work they are doing. So we have videos from a number of different nonprofits reviewing their work from over the year. And then we have some really fun special events during the power hours. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to be kicking off with a workout from Badger Fitness. Then we will be, then what comes up at 8 o'clock?
Now you're challenging
Oh,
me.
no, I know. It's our interview with Freedom Inc.
Yes, that's right.
Freedom Inc. is just one of our member nonprofits, and they are one of the local leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement. And so we are very, very fortunate that they sat down with us to share a little bit more about the work that they did over the summer and the work that they've been doing for many, many years to bring police out of schools and to make safer schools for all kids. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to have an interview with Esty Deneur, who is a very long time talk show host for A Public Affair on WORT. And then over the noon hour,
I think we have an interview with Rob Dees.
Rob Dees. Justin has interviewed Rob Dees, who's a local activist and musician and works at Madison Public Library and the Bubbler. And then at 2 o'clock, we have, what do we have, Justin? Oh, more great things.
Yeah, if you go to Community Shares' Facebook page, we have it all listed out there. We've had a lot on our minds, so we don't have it all memorized yet, but we will maybe by the next time we go live.
We'll try to print it all out so we have it available.
Yeah, but a few of the other things that we have going on are that I think are really exciting. Is we're joined by Brennan Nardi from the Harmony Bar and Grill that's at 5 p.m. where we're going to just talk about the challenges that they've faced as a local business during the pandemic, and they had a bartender on hand, so you can join Victoria and learn how to make an old-fashioned
Sweet.
brandy sweet, and then a margarita up, which I actually got to taste, and it was fantastic.
Yay.
So, yeah, and then at 6 p.m., Sherry,
Then
you
at
want to share?
6 p.m., we will have a cooking demonstration from Huma Siddiqui from White Jasmine Everyday Cooking. Huma is a longtime past board member at Community Shares of Wisconsin, and she is a former board rep from End Domestic Abuse Wisconsin. She now works in a different capacity, but she has her own business with spices, and she has some awesome cheeses that she makes and sells as well. And she's going to be demonstrating some great Pakistani dishes. And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to be having our celebration, and that is going to include a dance demonstration from Judy. Judy, what dance are you going to be teaching us?
I will be coming on at 7 o'clock, and I will be teaching you the Ooh Wee line dance. So if y'all want to come and get your boogie on and party with us, then you got to get on our live. You got to go to thebigshare.com or to our Facebook group page and come and join us, because we're going to have a great time. We're going to get some energy going and get you guys up and moving. So come along and join us as we learn how to do the Ooh Wee line dance. And it's very easy. So if you want to get your body moving and all warmed up, come and see us at the Big Share.
Awesome. Thanks, Judy. Judy is our local dance expert and videographer.
Does all our editing behind the scenes.
Singer.
Yeah, she's definitely saved us many times
Yes,
with
yes.
her expertise. The other thing that we haven't announced, Sherry, that is, I think, really important is that we are right now in our very first power hour for the day. So what that means is that the nonprofit organizations that are fundraising right now, if your favorite nonprofit has the most dollars or the most donors, they'll win a gift of $750 on top of what they're already fundraising.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's an exciting time. We have power hours happening throughout the day. Again, there's a schedule on the Community Shares Facebook page, or if you go to the Big Share 2021 event, you can find more information there as well.
Yeah. So it sounds like we're going to be kicking off with some exercise. And Justin, it's Katie from Badger
Yes,
Fitness,
yep.
and this is a trainer that you have been working out with
Yeah.
at Badger Fitness. Tell us a little bit more about Badger Fitness.
Yeah, so Badger Fitness is a locally owned business over on Stoughton Road. I've been going there, actually I just joined them right before the start of the pandemic. So I got a few good months in last year, and I was doing quite well, and then the pandemic hit, so obviously a lot of local businesses were suffering from that. But I have to, give them props for the amount of work that they've done as far as maintaining safety for people. I've been going, probably since this past fall, and everyone's masked. They have hand sanitizer out. Their trainers are constantly coming around and cleaning. They have a bunch of staff that are working, cleaning all the time. So I definitely would highly recommend, if you're looking for somebody to help you reach your new goals, that Katie, Cade, and Tony at Badger Fitness are a really good team to get involved with, and I would highly suggest them. And they have a location over on Stone Road, which is convenient for me because it's just around the corner from my house. So,
Perfect.
So whenever I'm like, I don't feel like going, I'm like, I could literally walk there. So, so I have to go now.
Exactly. And so what kind of workout is Katie going to do for us?
So Katie's doing an at-home workout. So this is something that you don't need any equipment to do. This is something that you can just do at your home. It's going to be doing some squats, I think, and stretches, and Katie is very high energy. So if you haven't had your coffee yet, you might want to start sipping that now because you're in for a real treat.
Awesome. And as a reminder, we are in our first power hour of the day. Last night we kicked off with a super power hour that was sponsored by our great friends MG&E. And this morning we are kicking off our 6 a.m. power hour. We are already in it. And so if you are giving right now at thebigshare.org, you are helping the nonprofit that you are donating to try to win a prize. And so we, I believe, are about to go into our video with Katie. And
yeah, so we'll go into our video with Katie. We'll have some videos from some members to view after that. And then we will be coming back live probably around 7:15, where we're actually going to be on this live stream, announce who has won that power hour. And then we're going to bring in the winning nonprofits, and this is our first time doing this for the day, so we're going to do our best to bring them to you live. And then they're going to have the opportunity to say a few words, and we'll give congratulations to them. So It's an exciting time.
yeah, so I believe we're about to kick off to the video here, and our good friends at Hinckley Productions are going to send us off into a great workout. Are you warmed up?
Yep, kick your feet.
Here.
All right, we'll see you back soon, everyone.
Thank you, Sherry. We are turning it over to me, Katie, a trainer here at Badger Fitness at 2040 South Stoughton Road. I am going to give you all a good body weight workout for about 45 minutes here to start the Big Share fundraiser. I am so honored to be a part of this today. For one, I love giving back to our community. That's actually number one of what our Badger Fitness here location is part of. And I also love nonprofits. I was actually saved by a nonprofit at one point in my life. I am a recovering addict, and I really give them all the props and love and every bit of support that they gave me. I am so proud to be giving that back today. So, if you're wondering what we're doing here, we're trying to raise $1 million today. If you cannot give, please share, hashtag CSW Big Share. I am so happy to be doing this. Let's get us started here. If you cannot read that, it's hashtag C as in cat, S as in Sam, W Big Share. If you're liking the workout today and you cannot give, please just share this video, spread it around. Our hours here at Badger Fitness are 24/7 once you're a member. Office is open 11 to 7, Monday through Thursday. Fridays 11 to 2, and by appointment only. So if you love what I do here, please feel free to come check us out. So, first thing we're going to do here is we're going to get warmed up with a nice, good 4x10 body weight squat. Good thing about the workout today is no equipment necessary. So whoever you are, you can get up and join me on this lovely workout here. So, a squat, you're going to keep the weight on those heels, and you're going to just go down as far as you can, getting it right into those glutes. So here, let's do a nice set of 10. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Stretch out those legs between each set here. I love working with body weight. It helps get those muscles woken up. It helps get that heart rate up. We're going to go right into set 2. We're going to do 4 total sets of these. So here we go. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10. Gorgeous. 20 spots in, 20 to go. Always remember, keep your water next to you. Have a nice drink between. Always good to stay hydrated during these workouts. We ready for set 3? Let's do it. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 2 more, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Stretch those glutes out, stretch those legs out. We got 1 more set of those. Hope everybody's feeling the burn already. Remember, we're trying to raise $1 million. Hopefully we'll get there today. Let's do it. Last set of squats here. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, 7, almost there, 8, 9, and 10. Awesome job, everybody. Hopefully that body's getting nice and warm here. So because I like to make my workouts easy, not easy, but workable for everybody, no matter what level you're at, we're gonna go into a push-up. If you need, please go from those knees. Just make sure that butt is down. So we're gonna go right into a 4x10 push-up here. So 4 sets of 10. I'm gonna show the real version, then I'm gonna show the modified right after. Here we go. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Awesome job, everybody. Stretch that chest out. We're going to try and tap a little bit of everything on that body today. And I'm already getting warm. Here we go. We're going to go right into set 2. And remember, I'm going to show the modified version. So I'm going to put my toes pointing down. I'm going to go from my knees, but I'm not keeping my butt up. I'm going right nice and straight here. Here we go. Set 2. And 1. And 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. Awesome job, everybody. Stretch that chest out. Hope everybody's feeling the burn. Perfect workout to do nice and early today. Take a nice drink of water. Gorgeous. All right. Everybody doing good? Let's go right into set 3. Here we go. And 1. And 2. And 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. Awesome job, everybody. Stretch it out. I don't know if everybody's seen, but I do have a little puppy here walking around with me. We at Badger here like to make everybody welcome, so every once in a while the gym pups in and visit with everybody. They love it. All right, we ready for set 4? Let's do it. Last set of the push-ups. Then we're going to go right back into some more legs. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Awesome job, everybody. Stretch that chest out. Hoping between the modified version, those push-ups are doable for everybody. Sometimes not everybody can get that weight up, so please do modified for any of these if you need to. Right after this, we're gonna go right into a lunge. So alternating legs just like that. Modified version for these. If you need to, you can just do pumps. 10 on one side, and then 10 on the other side. So I'm gonna show the modified version first, and then we'll go into alternating. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Switch right to that other side here. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Stretch those legs out. Doing good, doing good. Hopefully people are calling in, raising money for those nonprofits for that big share. We're gonna go right into set 2. This time I'm gonna alternate. Here we go. And 1, and 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Stretch those legs out. Beautiful. Hopefully the legs are feeling good. Between the squats and the lunges, you do hit some major parts in those legs. Why I love to start with them. All right. Stretch it out a little. We're going to go right back into set 3, doing the pumps. So here we go. One leg in front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Switch right to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous, everybody. Stretch those legs out. We're going to do one more set, and then we're going to go right into some core, just with some nice, simple leg ups. Gonna try and hit this whole body today. All right, are you ready for some lunges? Last set of these. Hang tight with me. And 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, almost there, 8, 9, and 10. Awesome job, everybody. Stretch those legs out. Hope everybody's doing good. Remember, we are right here at Badger, raising money, hoping to get $1 million. If you can't donate, share this video. Hope everybody's doing good. We're gonna go right down to the ground here and get right into some core. So, you're gonna put the hands under the glutes, put the feet in front, and we're gonna do some nice simple leg raisers. Just like that. Modified version. If you can't get the legs up, I just want you to hold. Just like that. While I'm getting the reps of 10 in, just put the hands under the glutes and hold. It'll still get nice into that core. So here we go. Hands under the glutes. And 1. And 2. and 3, and 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, almost there, 9, and 10. Gorgeous, everybody. Flip it around. Stretch that core out. Woo! I'm woken up and getting warm here. How about you all? Hope you're doing good. Here we go. So this time, instead of doing the leg ups, I'm going to count to 10 nice and slow, and we're just going to hold. So I'm going to show the modified. If that modified is too easy for anybody, keep going with those leg ups, just like I did before. So here we go. And hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Hopefully everybody that's going to do the leg up, hopefully that was slow enough counting for you. I'm going to go right into the leg up again. Nice set of 10 onto our third set here. We are killing it so far. You feeling good? I am. I love it. All right. Right into our third set here. Hands under those glutes. Here we go. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Awesome job, everybody. We are killing it. Stretch that core out. We got one more set of those. Awesome job. All right, everybody doing good? It is sunny, it is early. We're getting our workout in. This is doing fabulous. We got one more for that core, and then we're gonna work on some glute bridges. Here we go. All the way down, hands under those glutes, and 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Awesome job, everybody. We are killing it. We're gonna go right into a glute bridge. So why I really love these again is you can either do both legs down at the same time, and as long as you squeeze those glutes nice and hard and control it on the way down, you can really rip up those glutes. For anybody where that's a little too easy, what you're gonna do is you're gonna stick one leg up in the air, and we're gonna do 10 on one side, and then you're gonna switch, and we're gonna do 10 on the other side. So for anyone where those one legs at a time is a little too hard, please feel free to just do one full set of 20 with both legs down. Here we go. One leg up, and 1, and 2, 3, squeezing those glutes every time, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Lower that leg that was up in the air, bring the other one up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Stretch those glutes out. Beautiful work. So the second set, what I'm going to do to help show the modified people is I'm just going to do one full set of 20 with both feet down. If you're loving the one leg at a time, keep doing that. Here we go. Set 2. All the way down. Keep the weight on those heels. Here we go. 1, and 2, and 3, 4, 5, gorgeous, 6, 7, 7. This is one of my favorites. 8, 9, 10, halfway. Let's keep going. 11. Squeeze those glutes at the top each time. 13 and 14, 15, 16, almost there. 17, 18, 19, and 20. Awesome job. Awesome job. For anybody at home going, why is she counting so slow? Because when it comes to any exercise, it's about feeling the motion, not just doing it. Even with the weights, it's about feeling that weight, not just getting it up. Nice, good control really helps you connect to the muscle that we're working on. So that's why I'm all about slowing everything down, feeling that muscle, and controlling that workout. All right, are we ready for set 3? I'm gonna go right back into the one at a time. So 10 on one, 10 on the other. For anybody that wants to do the doubles, just keep doing those sets of 20. Here we go. All the way down. One leg up. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Gorgeous. Bring that leg up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Awesome job, everybody. Awesome job. We got one more set of those. Take the time to get some water. We are killing it. We're over halfway through already. How's everybody feeling? Good? Me too. All right. Except my hair's falling down. 2 seconds, everybody. Keep drinking that water, relaxing those glutes. We're going to do one more set as soon as I get this all up here. Here we go. Everybody down back on the ground for our last set here. And 1, and 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looking good, everybody. 8, 9, 10. 10 more, and we're done with these. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Awesome job, everybody. Gorgeous. Slowly stand up. Stretch those glutes. You are doing so phenomenal. I'm sweating here and feeling the burn. I hope everybody's liking this. So, we're gonna go right into something that's gonna get the heart rate up here a little. We're gonna do 4 sets of 20 jumping jacks. So, modified. If anybody cannot do a jumping jack, please feel free to just keep those legs going or keep the uppers going. So, we're gonna do 4 sets. I am going to show the real ones, the actual jumping jacks for the first set. The second and the third one, I'm going to show you how you can modify with just the legs. Then I'm going to show you how you can modify with just the arms. Last set, I'm going to do side to side. If the modified is a little too easy for anybody, please keep doing the regular jumping jacks. Are we ready for the first set? Here we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, halfway, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome job. We're going to let that heart rate come back down. At this time again, I'm going to remind everybody, we're trying to raise $1 million for the nonprofits in our community today. Please help out as much as you can. If you cannot donate, hashtag CSW, big share, share the video, tell everybody in the community we're trying to support here today. All right, take a nice drink of water. All right, so I'm going to show one modified version. If anybody wants to keep doing the jumping jacks, please keep doing it. So this time, just the legs. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome job. Woo! I'm needing that water more and more the deeper we get into this workout. Gorgeous. Let that heart rate come back down. Burning a lot of calories. Button it up again, then bringing it back down. Heart rate up, then heart rate down. If anybody's heard of HIIT, awesome way to burn calories. Kind of like what we're doing right now. So, modified version 2. Anybody that wants to keep doing the regular jumping jacks, please keep doing them. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, halfway, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome job, awesome job. Hopefully our modified people are getting some good modifications here to keep going with us. I know about 20 minutes in, that body can start feeling warm and worn down. So any way to keep moving is good. Just keep it moving. That's all that matters, right? So, 4th set. Anybody that wants to keep doing the regular jumping jacks, please do. I'm going to show another modified version where we're going to go one side to another. Just like that. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, halfway, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome job. We've got one more workout here. I am loving this. Really helping with Big Share this year is really helping us give back. It's been a wild and crazy year for a lot of our nonprofits here in Madison, and we cannot explain how much this is helping each one of them. Again, my name is Katie. I'm located at Badger Fitness, right on Stoughton Road. BadgerFitness.com if you're interested in us. We would love to see anybody here. Otherwise, keep donating, everybody. So, we're going to go right into 4 sets of Supermans. I love this because it's an endurance hold. So what you're going to do is you're just going to go belly flat on the ground, and simply, you're just going to hold your feet and your arms up just like this. See the difference? Just like that. We're going to do 4 30-second Supermans. This is some good endurance hold for the glutes, the back, and again, we're getting that heart rate up again. All right, are we ready? Here we go. All the way down onto the ground. Hands and feet out. And up. 30 seconds. We can do it. Always keep breathing. everybody starts doing stuff hard and they want to stop breathing, always keep breathing. Get that oxygen through those muscles. About halfway. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and relax. Awesome job, everybody. Doing a perfect full body workout today to start this. Loving it. Take some water. Let that heart rate come back down. We are burning it out today. All right. We ready for the second one? Yes? Modified version for these, you can just do the upper part or just do the legs. So second one, I'm going to show the modified version with just raising up the upper part, my torso. If that's a little too easy, feel free to keep going with both, everybody. Here we go. And up. Halfway. Keep it strong. You got it. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and relax. Ooh, I love it. Get those good stretches in between. My body is feeling good. We have worked almost from the neck down today. Some core, some upper, legs. We are smoking it. All right, we got 2 more of those. How's everybody doing? You hanging in there with me? All right, let's do it. So, all the way down onto the ground. This time, I'm going to show the modified version where you just lift the legs up, okay? And go. Ten seconds in. Keep it strong. Keep it strong. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and relax. Ooh, that feels good after those glute bridges. I can tell my booty's already working out. Awesome. Take a nice drink of water. We are getting so close to the end here. I'm hoping everybody's loving it. Stay strong. We got 1 more. And then you have killed this workout today. All right, so last one here. We're gonna make it a little longer to top this off here. We're gonna try and go for 40 seconds. Are you ready? Let's do it. All the way down and go. Last workout here. Give me everything you got. Yes, stay strong. Keep it going, keep it going. Always keep breathing. Here we go. We're almost there. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Woo! We did it. Awesome job, everybody. Before I hand you back over to Sherry here, we're going to do some stretches because it's really good to stretch that body out after such a good workout. So, first thing, we're just going to stretch those shoulders by bringing one arm in the front, holding it with the other, and just giving it a nice good stretch in that back delt. Nice. Get the blood flow back in there. Stretch those muscles that we just worked. Gorgeous. Ooh, that feels good after those push-ups. All right, so let go of that arm. Bring the other one in front. Awesome job, everybody. Gorgeous. We killed it. I'm hoping we raised some good money here. I'm hoping some shares were shared. All right. So, another one for the arms. You're going to bring one right over the top there. You're just going to carefully grab that elbow and just give it a nice good stretch there. If you cannot grab it, just some good pulls right there. Keeping that elbow up to give it a nice good stretch. Let's switch to the other side. Gorgeous. All right, so let's stretch some legs. We're gonna go down. And first we're just gonna bring our feet right in the center there. And you're just gonna bend forward. And you don't have to go all the way down. Just give it a nice good stretch on that inner muscle right there. Gonna hold for about 10 seconds here. Gorgeous. Ooh, that feels good after a nice good workout. We're gonna keep one of those legs in, put one out, and we're just gonna reach towards that toe as much as you can. I kind of like to bring that arm up and around sometimes just to also give it a nice good stretch in that lat. Good, just stretching these legs out and that upper body out. Always good to do after a nice good full body. So bring that leg in, switch to the other side, and reach. Gorgeous, everybody. Beautiful. All right, so now, hey buddy, we're gonna go right towards standing up here again, and we're just gonna dangle. So everybody always tries to force themselves onto the ground. Don't do that. I just want you to kind of just hang here. Stretch out the backs of those legs. Just a nice good hang. Sometimes you can go side to side. Just give it a nice good stretch in those hammies. Gorgeous. So now we're gonna slowly come up, kind of bring those arms up, and we're gonna go right back down, stretching those back hammies again. Gorgeous, everybody. Beautiful. One last thing here. We're gonna stretch our legs after those nice good lunges. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna kick one leg back, grab onto the floor if you can, and just really give that quad and those legs a nice good stretch with that leg going back. I'm gonna turn to the side here to show. If you cannot go all the way down, just kind of stay propped up on that knee. We're gonna hold this for about 15 seconds. Gorgeous. Nice good stretches here. So let's switch. Go to that one other side. Awesome. Nice good stretches. Nice good stretches. If you really feel like going nice and deep, remember you can kind of just go down to that ground. Give it a nice good stretch. Beautiful. And I lied about one more stretch. We're gonna do actually one more thing for the calves here, and we're just gonna bring those legs, and we're gonna do some nice good calf raisers. See how I'm just raising up my heels there and letting them back down? So we're just gonna keep doing these. Just gonna give a little pump in those calves. Nice and controlled.
My vision literally was to change the culture of wellness in the Black community. I completed my first Ironman with diabetes, and looking at what diabetes was doing in the community, that's why I started this. That really opened the doors to a lot of different conversations about other chronic health conditions. I wanted to open my men's center in a barbershop. Barbershops, it's where black men go. They trust, they respect, and they feel safe. We needed to get our African American men comfortable with not only talking about health, but comfortable investing in their own health. So we help these men get sleep studies. We help them get diabetes testing. We do daily blood pressure screenings. But then we got to the point where we were having all of this success with our preventative health screenings. And so guys said, well, we want more. Well, what is it that you want? The survey said they want a place where they can come, get on a computer, maybe apply for a job, maybe learn to read. And so this is how this place was born. 7 years writing grants, not getting funded, and all of a sudden SSM Health comes and said, we're going to take a chance on you guys. They saw our vision. No others did. They wanted to support what we were doing, and the rest has been history.
There is a segment of the population that just because of where they live, the zip code in which they reside in, the disparities in health outcomes are just far too great. We saw somebody who had passion to really want to make a difference. And I looked at his passion and I said, this could really work and this could make a difference. We're only as good as our community is at the end of the day.
4,400 men have come through the doors. And when you're getting 4,400 men, whether you're getting them diabetes tested, you're helping them lose weight, you're getting them involved with a counselor, whether it's substance abuse or mental health, we know that we're making a difference in the lives of these men.
Hi, I'm Sherry Dubiel again, back with you from Community Shares of Wisconsin, and we are here for the Big Share Live. We're so excited to be with you this year remotely, virtually, and streaming some amazing content for you all day long. And our first big announcement we have to make is our 6 a.m. Power Hour winners. And I'm so excited to be joined by Angela West Blank, who is one of my favorite Madison people, and I get to interview you today. Hi, Angela.
Hi, how are you?
Great. And so Angela's organization, Wisconsin Conservation Voices, just won the Power Hour Award for Most Raised. And then we'll be joined in a minute by Becky Abel from Madison Audubon Society, who will be receiving the prize for Most Donors. So Angela, Wisconsin Conservation Voices has won this Power Hour many years in a row. Do you have any secrets that you can share with us, or are you going to keep those hidden?
I'm always, well, this is the Big Share, so I'm all about sharing. I guess it's just organize your people and text them at 6 a.m. in the morning and make sure that they get up and make their donations. That's our secret.
Well, it sounds like the foundation of that is a good relationship with your donors so that you can text them at 6 a.m.
True.
So, Angela, can you give us a quick overview of what's going on at Wisconsin Conservation Voices these days? How are you all focusing your work in 2021?
Well, I mean, in 2021, we're dreaming big. It's the Big Share, and it's a big year, and there's a big window of opportunity, I think, for environmental groups and social change groups. And basically, what we're doing, and what I want to thank everyone for who helped us today is, we're fighting for our dream of a clean energy future, for fair maps and fair representation for all, clean and healthy drinking water for everyone who calls Wisconsin home, and then racial and economic justice for the communities that have been excluded from our democracy for much too long.
Awesome. Well, it's great to hear that. And it's great to hear, to see two of our strong environmental groups winning the first Power Hour. Thank you so much, Angela. And thanks to all the folks who donated and answered Angela's text message at 6 a.m. to make your donations. And so thanks, Angela. Congratulations to Wisconsin Conservation Voices. Now I'm going to bring on Becky Abel from Madison Audubon. Becky?
Hi, Sherry. How are you this morning?
Good. Well, I can't see your face on my screen, but I'm going to believe that you're there.
I am here.
So, Becky, it's so great to have you back in the Community Shares family, and now you're at Madison Audubon. Tell us what you do at Madison Audubon.
I'm the director of philanthropy, and I'm really happy in this position. It's a great organization, and birds are my passion, and they really cover all of the ways that bird conservation should happen, and how people should have an understanding of birds. And it's really been a great fit. So.
Yeah, I think that some folks don't understand that connection about the health of birds and the environment for birds. How does that connect to the climate and the environment?
The health of birds. Well, I mean, I think birds are an important part of any biodiversity conversation that you might have, but birds are so inspiring for people. They've been really critical to people, I think, throughout the pandemic. And we are a land trust an accredited land trust, and people have been able to get out to our sanctuaries and hike around, and a whole lot of people have become interested in birds as sort of an inspiration and therapy during the pandemic. And so we've really had an opportunity to reach people in that way.
Awesome. Well, you've been doing some inspiring programming at Madison Audubon, and so it's been fun to watch you over the years and see the excellent work that you're doing. Congratulations to Becky Abel and to Madison Audubon Society for winning this hour's Power Hour for Most Donors. Congratulations. Yay.
Thank you.
Good job. All right. Well, thanks so much, Becky. It's been great talking with you. And we're going to be coming back pretty soon to do our first Match Minute of the day, which is sponsored by First Business Bank. And that will take place at 7:45 a.m. And so if you haven't had a chance yet to make your donations and you want to have your donations matched, we will be doing that at 7:45. Wait a minute. We have the big check presentation. Just a second. as is our tradition, first, let's take Becky's still on the screen, so. As is our tradition, here is your giant check. Whoops. Yay, Madison Audubon. And here is the giant check for Wisconsin Conservation Voices. Yay. All right, join us back where we'll be introducing you to Melissa Fellows from First Business Bank, and we'll be announcing our first Match Minute. And the Match Minute is at 7:45. Between now and then, you'll get to see some great content of interviews with donors to Community Shares of Wisconsin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madison Sustaining Fund was organized in 1971. Came out of the anti-war movement. The initial money was from leftover bail bonds money, and we had this chunk of change. And a group of us came together to try to decide what we were going to do with it, and we thought, well, we should start supporting the organizations that help support the students and other community members who had demonstrated against the Vietnam War. So that's where it started. I think that's where I felt our power was. I think there was a lot of sense of powerlessness, which I think is being felt again today. And we saw what we could do on a local level to make things change. So the notion of raising money locally and supporting local organizations who were progressive and looking for social justice and social change made a lot of sense. It just made a lot of sense. It still makes a lot of sense to me. Not that I think people shouldn't be doing national work and national organizing, but from my perspective, I feel most powerful when the money I give goes to organizations whose names I know, whose work I know. I may know some of their staff. I certainly know some of their volunteers. So all of that is very important to me. Well, I think as an adult, so back in the day when we were just kind of feeling our way through and not really knowing how we were going to keep it all together, there were many, many long meetings. There were lots of internal arguments. There were many staff changes. We had very limited staff. In fact, I was one of the first staff people for Madison Sustaining Fund. I think we got paid $100 a month and split it 3 ways. We could live on a lot less back then. But I think that we went through a lot of our adolescence and finally came out the other end as an adult organization, which takes seriously the notion that you have to do the work to get the results. So what I like about where Community Shares has gone is that it has not given up on this whole notion of each organization participating fully and representing their staff, their volunteers, their members fully with their full vote. And also being able to set for the future what the goals are going to be. I think that that's critical, and I think that that's one of the things that for me makes it very easy to continue to want to put my money there. That's always a tricky question, right? Because everybody's values are a little bit different. But I think primarily we recognize that every organization is working towards social justice in some fashion. So people have a different take on what that means or what the important issue is to them. But I think everybody understands that each little brick of an organization helps build the house. And so if you don't have each brick representing who they are, and you don't give them equal opportunity to be strong within the organization, then you've built a house of cards. And I think that that has been really what's so critical about bringing new organizations in, giving the new organizations the mentorship that they require, helping support them financially. All of those things are really important, and it builds for a better community. I think we want a house that's got a lot of good, solid strength, that was built from the ground up, that continues to allow people to participate fully, that encourages everybody to walk in the door, and that offers a window into a way of life which might be better, more sustainable, and more egalitarian.
Getting involved with Community Shares was fairly life-changing for me. I've been able to be a part of a group that I think is doing great good for so many people. We're approaching the 50th birthday, and I've been involved for 28 years. I became more and more impressed and started out probably donating smaller, and it grew over time. When I first got involved with Community Shares, so much emphasis was on social justice. They provide funding and a certain amount of guidance for their member organizations so that those organizations who have the talent and the skills to do that can help make this a better world.
I think it's important to give during the Big Share because it really shows a mobilization of support. Supporting Community Shares, we realized we can have an impact on a really broad scale because there's so many different types of member organizations that are addressing issues that we're passionate about. By giving to Community Shares, it allows us to kind of support it all with, one donation. I think giving during the Big Share is important because of the collective impact that we can all have.
You get to be part of this group effort. You get to see the dollar amount combined with what the donations that other folks in the community are giving. Remember to donate. Go ahead and do it right now. It'll be fun, and if it's the Big Share, today is a great day to do it.
about to kick off our first Match Minute of the day. And joining me again is Judy Young, our Membership and Operations Manager. We'll be chatting with her in a bit. But before that, we're going to introduce you to Melissa Fellows from First Business Bank. Hi, Melissa.
Good morning. Hello.
Hi. Thanks for being here with us. So, Melissa, you are with First Business Bank, and your business, I would assume, has been affected by the pandemic and PPP loans. How has your work changed over the past year since the COVID-19?
Yeah, well, I mean, like any business or organization, we were all, surprised in mid-March with working remote, and then how that's impacted businesses, impacted our clients. And then, through all of that, we're, quickly getting up to the speed with the SBA program and PPP. And, while having a remote workforce, we were able to serve a number of our business clients, our not-for-profit clients through assistance with the Paycheck Protection Program.
Great. All right. Well, we are about to do the Match Minute starting at 7:45. Until then, can you give, we have about a minute. Can you give us a quick little summary of what makes First Business Bank so special?
Yeah. So First Business Bank, we are headquartered in Madison, Wisconsin, but our footprint really covers the state of Wisconsin. We also have a location in our Kansas City market, but we are a boutique bank that really focuses on business and how we've grown and everything that we've added on over the course of our 30 years in business is really around supporting businesses. Nonprofits, of course, make up a big part of that, but we are really focused on businesses, private banking, private
Melissa,
wealth.
we're about to start the Match Minute. I'm going to jump in here. And we're off. We have 1 minute to raise money. Woo! Okay, Melissa, do you have any friends that are participating in the Match Minute today? Send out
I
an
do,
email to
yes.
your
We have a
business.
number of colleagues that are participating as well, and we're so excited to be a sponsor. And I love this minute, 100% return on your
great.
investment. So,
well, what's really
let's make
fun?
it count.
What's really fun, Melissa, I don't know if you can see on your screen, but as the dollars start coming in, and it's a lot of fun to watch from this perspective. So we're almost at $185,000. The numbers are starting to scroll. And so folks who are watching, give now for this next, probably 30 seconds or so. And First Business Bank is matching all donations up to a certain amount that we have designated. So we have, what do we have left? About 10, how many? 10 seconds. Okay, get your donations in. Hurry, hurry, hurry if you want First Business.
100% match. It's a good investment.
3, 2, 1. Okay, so, all right. We're going to find out a little bit more detail about that. Looks like the numbers keep spinning. So, yeah, Melissa, so First Business Bank, you're a local Madison-based. Tell us a little bit more while we get some details figured out about the Match Minute. What is your role at First Business Bank?
Yeah, so my role, I am the market leader for our treasury management group, and within treasury management, we work with businesses to really understand their cash management, their cash flow cycles. So from making their interaction with the bank as efficient as possible through collection of receivables, payables, electronic payments, international banking, and fraud mitigation tools.
Awesome. Well, it's really great to have you here. We're still waiting to get some update on the numbers. So Melissa, you were talking about how your bank has had to adapt to the COVID-19 pandemic. Community Shares is grateful to First Business Bank for being our business banker as well. And we received some excellent customer service as we were working on applying for a PPP loan, and so we were so grateful to the excellent service that was provided at First Business Bank. Do you have an estimate of how many PPP loans you processed? Do you have any idea, or is that something being tracked?
We processed over 300, I want to say 380-ish of PPP loans that we were able to provide, and really through the first round in a rather short period of time, in that that March to April timeframe, and so it was important for us to make it an easy and seamless experience for our clients, because there was certainly a lot of emotion and a lot of uncertainty, and we were really thrilled to be able to bring that program to our clients and have the information that we needed, and to bring an online portal to provide clients with liquidity that they needed to survive during the uncertainty of the pandemic.
All right. Well, I just got word that we raised about $1,500 over that last minute, and we're so grateful to First Business Bank for matching a certain amount of that. And we are also excited to announce that coming up at 8 o'clock is our next Power Hour. And that Power Hour is sponsored by Madison Community Foundation. And we're also going to be enjoying a video coming up during the 8 o'clock hour with Freedom Inc. to talk about the Black Lives Matter movement. Melissa, as we are signing off, do you have any final words to share with us today?
Just want to say thank you to Community Shares and all of the wonderful organizations that make up Community Shares of Wisconsin. We're thrilled to be a partner and thrilled to be your bank partner. We'll continue to watch, and I know that we have our colleagues that are going to be tuned in, and we'll continue to support throughout the day. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Melissa. That is Melissa Fellows from First Business Bank. And now our total is $187,114. We want to thank a few folks: Carol Weedell, Jake, who just gave a donation to River Alliance, Holly Meyer, who just gave a donation to Chrysalis, Gemma Ryan, Conservation Voices. Lots of folks giving right now, and we'll be on live stream all day until this evening at about 9 o'clock. We're now at $188,044, and we now will be signing off until the next, in about 10-15 minutes, we'll be back. And thank you again to Melissa Fellows from First Business Bank, and thanks so much for your sponsorship.
Thank you.
Hi there, welcome back to the Big Share Live. My name is Sherry Dubio, the Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin. And for this segment, I'm being joined again by Judy Young, our Membership and Operations Manager. Hi. And we're about to announce this hour's sponsor. Before that, we're going to give you a quick update. We're up to $192,339. Maybe by the end of this power hour, we'll have broken 200,000. Let's thank a few donors while we're at it. Let's thank Bonnie, who just made a donation to housing initiatives. Teresa made a donation to Kids Forward. Thank you so much. Jill's donation to G-Safe and to Kids Forward. Thanks so much to Jill. All right, we now are going to introduce you to Tom Linfield, and he is a great friend of Community Shares, is also what is your title at Madison Community Foundation, Tom?
I'm the Vice President of Community Impact.
Oh, I'm not hearing Tom. Can somebody turn on the... Hello, Tom?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. What is your title?
I'm the Vice President of Community Impact. Good morning, Sherry.
Good morning. It's so great to see you.
Good to see you.
Yay. So this is our 7th Big Share, and Madison Community Foundation has been with us the whole time. And before we go into more about the Power Hour, which we're currently in, it is a Power Hour. So folks who are watching and participating at home, you have through this next hour to make donations. And either your nonprofit can win either a prize for most raised or most donors. And this hour's Power Hour is sponsored by Madison Community Foundation.
Yay!
So, yay, thank you. Your participation in the Big Share over the years has been instrumental to our success, and so we're so very grateful. Can you tell us, Tom, a little bit about how the pandemic and COVID-19 has been affecting the work at Madison Community Foundation? How has it changed what you all do?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and we've been thrilled to be part of the Big Share since its inception. I'm just amazed. It just keeps going and it keeps growing, and it's raised millions of dollars so far. So bravo. And this challenging year, as you allude, I'm so impressed that you're already almost $200,000 into the day. And so it's wonderful to see that happening. I would say for the Madison Community Foundation, we exist to inspire philanthropy, really. And what we've seen on a positive sense this year is the extraordinary energy and ingenuity and ability to cope with these circumstances on behalf of the nonprofits with whom we work, and the generosity of the donors with whom we work. So we've just finished, this has been the biggest year we've ever had in terms of contributions coming in and going out the door, over $25 million to nonprofits, most of those in Dane County. So certainly I think that people have a sense of how difficult this is, how challenging this is, and have stepped up and really tried to help nonprofits. I've talked to 300 to 400 nonprofits over this year, offering advice, offering an ear, often listening, learning. We've done a lot of work trying to help nonprofits apply for the federal stimulus funding, the PPP-1 and now the PPP-2. And we've heard a lot of good things about people managing to get those dollars. I think the word of the year from the nonprofit side has been pivot. I'm sure many of the agencies you're working with have found themselves faced with this challenge of really trying to do the work they do and not do it face-to-face, live. And I've just been so impressed by many who have switched to online learning, who have amped up their social media, who are calling and talking to people with whom they work, with clients, with participants. I've seen arts agencies move to online music classes and art classes and bring in guest artists from around the country, even around the world. I've seen some organizations decide we're going to just stay in contact. We work with 300 people. We're going to regularly call them and not only be teaching them in the way we normally do, but seeing, do they need gas cards? Do they need grocery cards? Do they need referrals to jobs? So we've really seen just people go above and beyond this year.
Yeah, that has been my impression as well. First, all the nonprofits going above and beyond and pivoting, as you mentioned, and doing what they can to continue their important services. And then also the amazing generosity of the community. Madison is an incredibly generous community, and we are so lucky to be here. Another thing I wanted to point out that I've been really grateful for from Madison Community Foundation is your connection to external experts helping with all of these issues that you talked about, with like keeping track of the rules with PPP loans and how this is impacting. I've been appreciating a lot of the information that you all have had available to local nonprofits, and I really applaud the way that you all have come together around the nonprofits that you work with.
Well, thank you. That's, part of the beauty of the electronic age is that we can make all that information available, I shouldn't say forever, but for a long time through the website. So anything we've done to help nonprofits, we've put in our nonprofit resource page. We've recorded every single webinar. So if people are watching today and want to learn more or want to help a nonprofit, now we're working on materials for small businesses, and even everything is in Spanish, so it's all translated. So one of the things that we exist to do is to really help our nonprofits thrive, and anything we can do to help, we really want to do so.
Yeah, and I really see that and I appreciate it. So thanks so much, Tom. And I think too the shift to everything being virtual, I've been pleasantly surprised by how people have continued to come together, and as you mentioned, things being virtual, it gives you an opportunity to invite speakers from outside the area because they can join remotely. And I know that participation in events that we've held, it certainly hasn't been necessarily negatively impacted, it's just been different. And like, for example, Community Shares has a huge board. We have 75 people on our board, and our board meeting participation is the highest it's ever been. And clearly it's a lot easier to just turn on your computer than to drive in your car and go to the church basement that we meet in quarterly. And so I've been really impressed and feel like that is a great indication of how today is going to go as well. We're already over $50,000 ahead of where we were last year at this time, and we're feeling very, very positively. And we're very close to hitting the 200,000 mark. I see the numbers spinning as we go, so that's pretty exciting.
It's like a telethon. We're like
exactly,
the telethon here.
Exactly, and that's what's really fun about this day. Justin, can you scroll so I can shout out a few more donors? We want to thank Peter and Susan. We have an anonymous gift. Cindy Poole, who just donated to WICA. Kevin just gave a donation to Wisconsin Alliance for Women's Health. And so if folks are interested in, we just passed 200,000.
Hey!
Yay! Just 10 minutes into our conversation, Tom. You are a good luck charm for us.
That's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful.
Yay! We're almost at 201,000, as a matter of fact. So thebigshare.org is where you can go to make your contribution. In addition to making a contribution, one of the really fun things that we've worked on expanding this year is individuals' opportunity to create their own fundraising campaigns for their favorite groups. So if you go to thebigshare.org and click on the fundraise button, you can set up your own fundraising campaign for one of your favorite groups, or more than one of your favorite groups. And that's a really great way for us to engage more with individuals in the community and to, like we said, leverage the amazing energy and support that we're feeling in the community. And as a reminder, this is a power hour, and Madison Community Foundation is the sponsor of this 8 o'clock power hour. And during power hours, our nonprofits are competing to win 2 different prizes. One is a prize for the most dollars raised, and the second is a prize for the highest number of donors during that hour. And so until 9 o'clock, we are in this power hour, and we are joined with Tom Linfield from Madison Community Foundation. Thanks again. So, Tom, I know that Madison Community Foundation has been around for a long time. We are celebrating our 50th anniversary. You all just celebrated 75 years, is that accurate?
75 years, yes. We started in 1942, so you guys are babies compared to us, but congratulations on your
We're boomers, and you're the
anniversary. It's very, very
greatest
exciting
generation.
and quite extraordinary if you think back to who began the organization. Would they have thought, 50 years from now, where will we be? And there'll be this many agencies, and we'll be doing live, telethons online. They wouldn't have imagined what you're doing today. But yeah, it was very exciting for us. The 75th anniversary was really an opportunity to just amplify our message, do more work with organizations. It was really an extraordinary anniversary.
And so are you now, is this your 77th year then, or 70?
42, yes. It's our...
We're going to put you on the spot to do math
guess.
at 8 o'clock in the morning to the general public, Tom.
It goes fast. I had to take the 75th logo off of all of my stuff because I kept realizing, we're further along.
Right,
Can't use that anymore.
So every year, Madison Community Foundation does a great event in May. How are you all? That's one of the themes of the Big Share and talking to our nonprofits is how we've had to pivot and adapt to the pandemic and how we do events and how we raise money. What is coming up for Madison Community Foundation this year?
Well, I mean, we have a date in May for our annual event. We did, of course, like so many, have to postpone that last year. And so we're looking very carefully at the vaccination rollout, hoping to get back to normal sooner than later. But that's still to be determined, I think, whether we'll do something online, virtual. Of course, we'd love to have a live event, but our event normally is in May, and I don't know if we'll be ready. But, I keep looking for silver linings during this pandemic. And, as you alluded, you had this great board participation. We encountered the same thing. We could really have people join us. We're in the process of hiring somebody new. That's all been done virtually. We've had new board members come on, and they're really excited to jump in and help. I would say one of the things I've seen, and I'm sure your agencies have experienced this, is that as I talked throughout the year with many people, they would talk about the fact that they were doing things that they had in their long-term strategic plan, like online education or enhancing their social media, to having to be basically forced to do that. And I think are excited about how that's worked. And many have said some of the things we had to put into place this year because of the pandemic, we will absolutely continue to do post-pandemic. So to me, again, always looking for that. What's the sunny spot? What can we take from this challenging year? And I think there will be some real positives in terms of programming, in terms of donor relations, and in terms of just kind of the creativity that nonprofits have to embrace to do their work.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the pandemic at Community Shares of Wisconsin has pushed us to go forward with new initiatives sooner, as you mentioned, than we possibly would have before. And I think what's also exciting is the opportunity we have as employers. Nonprofits employ a large number of people, and for Community Shares of Wisconsin, we have learned that it's definitely possible to work from home and be very productive. And so one of the changes that we're making moving forward is making working from home a normal thing, and coming into the office when we have meetings, or people can work in the office if they want, but also just making sure that all folks have an opportunity to take advantage of being able to work from home. And that's a more equitable workplace practice, because there's a lot of folks who have kids at home right now going to school, and so that definitely makes things complicated, like myself, or aging parents or other family issues that make the flexibility of working from home a lot more attractive and makes the workplace more accessible for a lot more people. So that's pretty great. Okay, Tom, we are going to be signing off here, and I want to remind folks that we are in a Power Hour sponsored by Madison Community Foundation. We have already jumped up to $207,434. Yay! It's that magic touch from Madison Community Foundation. We want to thank Karen Martin, who has made a couple of donations, Fiona and Ophelia Jepson, thank you so much. Robin and Jed Downs have just made a donation to Kids Forward. And so we will be coming back with Tom a little after 9 to announce the Power Hour winners. Before that, we have a couple of really great videos to show. The first is an interview that Community Share's Associate Director Victoria Bushy conducted with Freedom Inc. to discuss their role in this past summer's Black Lives Matter movement, as well as their long-term efforts to remove police from schools. And then following that, we have a great 20-minute video compilation produced by Disability Rights Wisconsin celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And that was one of the great advocacy celebrations we had back in 2020, is celebrating the 30th anniversary of the American with Disabilities Act. So please stay tuned, enjoy some of this great content, and we'll be back live with Tom in about an hour. And remember, giving between now and 9 o'clock will increase the chances of your favorite nonprofit receiving an extra prize. Thanks so much. We'll be back in about an hour.
Everybody, and happy Big Share Day. Thank you for tuning in and for being with us as we attempt to raise $500,000 in a day for our incredible 70 member nonprofits. I'm excited to bring to you here today Bianca Gomez from Freedom Inc. To talk more about their work around the Police Free Schools campaign and the work that they're doing in our community, knowing that so many of us were really tuned in with the Black Lives Matter movement last year, and we want to continue to see it succeed, accomplish its goals, and folks might not know what's happening with it right now. So we have Bianca here to talk more about what Freedom Inc. is up to and to make sure that we can all stay informed and stay engaged and keep moving their important work forward. So Bianca, I'll kick it over to you. Do you mind starting off just with telling us about yourself and giving a brief overview of all the incredible things that Freedom Inc. does?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. So again, my name is Bianca Gomez. I use she, her pronouns. I'm one of the youth justice directors at Freedom Inc. And at Freedom Inc., we focus on ending violence in our communities, and that violence includes a large spectrum of harm and violence, including domestic violence and sexual assault, including issues around housing, issues around food, issues around police violence, issues around all of the things that really impact our people and prevent them from living a healthy and quality life and receiving life-affirming services. And we work with mainly women, girls, and LGBTQ folks to do that work in our communities. And we really focus on leadership development, giving people the resources that they need, direct services, and also community organizing. And we are Black and Southeast Asian liberation organization. So we're Black, Hmong, and Khmer. And we do all of our work really culturally specifically. So the Black folks have their own space to gather, to learn, to build, to be in community with each other. And the Hmong and Khmer folks have their own space as well to be with each other and build and address the specific needs of their community.
I'm so impressed with the incredible intentionality in the way that Freedom Inc. approaches your work and all the different issue areas and areas of service and need that you all are able to address in such an effective manner. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I'm interested today to have you dig in a little bit further on the Police Free Schools campaign. Do you mind bringing us back to where it all started and talking a little bit about the origins of that campaign, where it began and from who and why?
Yes, thank you. So a lot of people may not have heard this story, even folks that are familiar with the campaign. But when Michael Brown was murdered by Officer Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri, a lot of folks from Freedom Inc. went to support organizers there on the ground. And one of the asks, they were like, thank you for coming. Thank you for helping us sustain this momentum for safety and accountability for the people that are harming, and taking away our Black children. Thank you for, supporting us and being here. But the ask is that you go back into your own community and talk to elders, talk to young people, talk to, the working folks about what is affecting them. And at that time, we had a group of kids that were, of course, in MMSD schools, and they really talked about officers in schools and the impact that has on them, right? So they may not have known the term like school to prison pipeline or disproportionately, like all of those very academic terms, but they did have experience about what was happening to them. And then after the murder of Tony Robinson, our young people became even more involved in ending police violence. And that's something that Freedom Inc. has engaged in for almost 20 years at this point. But this was really the impetus of the campaign, the start of the campaign. And then, so our young people started to go to school board meetings. They started to go to city council meetings. They started to do a lot of political education around police and schools and how that impacts the safety and wellness of Black and Brown children. There had already been numerous studies around the school to prison pipeline and police violence against young Black and Brown people. But during that time, there was just like an explosion across the country where multiple groups, even groups that have been fighting for 10 or 20 years, really gained some spotlight, and we were able to connect and build with them. So our young people started doing, again, intense political education, intense learning, intense development, intense policy analysis, and really challenging the people who are supposed to be holding accountability around their safety and wellness, holding them accountable for allowing this harm to happen and being blind to the harm that's happening to young Black and Brown people in schools, and LGBTQ students and students with disability, and all of those intersections were really important for us to highlight. So our campaign officially launched in 2017, but even before that, we had been working on addressing police and schools and all of the other types of harm that young people deal with on the daily. And then it really, like, our young people have just been like relentless and resilient in not backing down, even when people were telling them that they were wrong, even when people were telling them that they were thugs and criminals and all these awful things that they were saying to Black and Brown children. They did not back down, even when they were frustrated. I remember when the school board renewed the contract, they were devastated because they were like, we worked so hard for this. How could they hear the story of our trauma and still vote in favor of police and schools? How could they listen to us speak for 3 years at that point and see the violence that's happening all over the country and ignore police in schools, they felt like I read this book, I read that book, I read that article, I read this policy, I presented it to you. We did direct action, which they was not always favorable. We went to hundreds of conferences around the country and presented the information like we did everything right. Why can't they get it right? So they were really devastated. And that day still makes me sad, but in the end, they still kept pushing, they still kept fighting, they still kept learning, they still kept building. They educated an entire city around police violence. Like at one point, it was the thing to talk about, right? Good or bad, right? So everyone who was elected to the school board that year talked about police in schools. It was one of the main topics, right? The mayor had to talk about police in schools. So they really shifted an entire community around what safety could and should look like for young people. So I'm just so proud of all of their work. And again, a lot of that work was led by Black girls and our queer youth, who are not always in the in the mainstream narrative around organizing. So I'm very proud of them, and I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity and continue to have the opportunity to work with Freedom Inc. that way. Sorry, I know that was long-winded.
That was great. No, I think it's helpful, I think, for people who are involved in organizing and for people who aren't involved in organizing to get to hear all the different tactics that you all utilized and were thoughtful about in the ways that we try to reach people when we're organizing issues we care about, because no one strategy is going to work on every single person. It takes a multi-layered effort and people trying different things to get attention and be heard. And I am so impressed with the youth that are connected with Freedom Inc. and your team that helps to support them, because they are putting in so much energy and passion and commitment into knowing what their goal is and working tirelessly, like you said, relentlessly to see it come to fruition, even in the face of so much negativity towards them. I'm curious if there's anything further that you would add, recognizing that we are talking primarily and a lot about youth here, and just any of the ways that you all work to support them in particular as they both develop these skills and engage in actions that some adults don't do in terms of interacting with their local government and policymakers.
Yes. So for us, it was really important to, again, remove police from schools, remove the thing that was had the biggest connection to the prison pipeline, right? That had the biggest connection to criminalization. But we also recognize, first of all, most of us have been in school. I used to be a teacher before I moved to Madison. And we know that the physical police officer in the school is only a small part of the problem when we're talking about dismantling anti-Blackness and dismantling racism and homophobia and all of those systems of oppression, right? So we also said removing police is not enough. One, because people can still teachers can still call the police, security can still do whatever. And we also need to be able to hold people accountable who use police to harm children. So we've all seen the Karen videos, right? The hashtag Karen videos where like people are getting police called on them for bird watching. A little boy was selling water on the sidewalk to raise money. Police called on him, right? Black girls at a swimming pool, police called on them. So we are like, those are not valid reasons to call the police on children, right? So we also know that that's happening in our schools. So we said we actually need to be able to hold adults accountable who use police to harm children through a transformative process. And that's something that parents and young people don't currently have the ability to do. So we also said that, again, removing police from schools is great, but we also need to invest in the leadership, wellness, and creativity of Black youth and youth of color. The issues that the schools are talking about, and why they feel like they need police, that's actually the solution. The solution is investing in young people, investing in their creativity, investing in their academic fulfillment, as opposed to just standardized tests that are, like white history that they're forced to learn with. They actually deserve schools that teach them what they want to know to become successful in life. And then we also said, we understand that harm happens. Freedom Inc., again, we do a lot of work around ending violence in our community, including domestic violence and sexual assault. But punitive measures against young people is not effective. There has been so many studies. I've even written about it myself in my own, work. So many studies around how punitive policies and practices, how zero tolerance policies, how broken windows theory, how all of those things that have been created as a way to keep children in line don't work. And people think it sounds so fluffy when you say it, but love works, support works, and guidance works when it comes to young people. It just does. And I know it's not always easy, right? I work with young people every day. I go home like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. That was a long day. But they're worth it and they deserve it. They deserve me to be in that space as a caring, loving adult, not somebody who is causing harm to them, right? So we push transformative justice instead of punishment, right? That's really the only way. And the outcomes, I'm not going to go into all the research, but the outcomes of restorative justice and transformative justice and what it does for a young person and what it does for the school, what it does for the environment is so much better on that young person's, has a bigger positive impact on that young person's life than suspension, expulsion, police, detention, in-school suspension, all of those things. It doesn't work. We've tried it at this point for hundreds of years, and we have enough research to know that it doesn't work. And then the very last thing is community control. And this is something that Freedom Inc. has been fighting for a long time. We want our youth, their parents, and community members that are most impacted by the harm to actually have decision-making powers over schools, decision-making power over schools. So Freedom Inc. actually developed a community control proposal, which we presented to MMSD. And I would highly encourage folks to go look at it, to see what we mean, to see how we can truly transform disciplinary policies and accountability policies and safety in our school. What can safety actually look like and mean? To keep our young people whole, to keep them safe, to keep them loved, to keep them engaged, and all of those things that we want for our kids in our schools and outside and in our community. So I encourage people to go to the Freedom Youth Squad's Facebook page and check out our community control proposal. We also encourage folks to follow us on social media and stay up to date on all of the work that we're doing and find out how you can get involved. And of course, donate to us. Every dollar that comes into Freedom Inc. really goes out to the community. We have a food pantry, we have wellness grants, we have a lot of things that we provide to our community, and we invest in our young people. So all of those young people that I talked about that we're leading, they get paid a monthly stipend because we really want to show what it means to invest in them. And they put in a lot of work. So we invest those resources back into them as well.
That's huge. And I wholeheartedly am grateful and supportive of the work that you all are doing. And I know you touched on trying not to get too academic with it, but touching on these pieces of the ways that we're all operating within these white supremacist structures that and these kids are operating within it at school. Mm-hmm. And it's going to take all of us speaking up and learning and advocating to dismantle them and to have things be improved and be better. And I appreciate the role that you and the youth at Freedom Inc. have taken to challenge folks to think differently and just to reimagine the way that things can be and stop accepting that things can need to look a certain way, whether that's police in schools, or whether that's the way that our local government is structured, or the way that we're offering services around domestic violence and a number of other issue areas that Freedom Inc. touches on. I know you just laid out a couple of them, but are there any more ways that folks can plug into the work that Freedom Inc. is doing right now around police-free schools or other areas of your work?
Yes, so we have a Safe Schools Coalition, which is made up of mostly white allies who have a stake and who have an interest in participating in following the young people's leadership and what they're asking to be done around the Police Free Schools campaign. We are always accepting members for that. And we also really want people to really dig into what community control means and supporting that. So we encourage people to read the community control proposal. We encourage them to email the school board. We encourage them to talk to their friends and family about what community control means and what safety means for Black young people from the community, from Freedom Inc. and from our young people. And we also always are posting things on our social media about like volunteer opportunities and community engagement opportunities. So please make sure you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at About Freedom Inc. And also, again, a reminder to donate today for the Big Share. That's why we're all here.
Yes, and Bianca touched on this earlier, and I'll repeat it again, that donations that go to organizations through the Big Share, through Community Share's fundraising efforts, they're unrestricted dollars that go to these nonprofits, Freedom Inc. and the 70 other nonprofits. So that allows them the flexibility to spend these funds in ways that they need to. And that for folks who are making donations to nonprofits today and throughout the year is such an incredible flexibility to give a nonprofit. It shows that you believe in their work, you trust them, you want them to use your donations where they need it most. That flexibility goes a long way in being able to sustain our local social justice movement. Thank you so much, Bianca, for giving us an update on where Freedom Inc. is at, on the great work that you and the team and the youth and all the folks connected to Freedom Inc., all the progress that's been made and where things are at. We appreciate all the work that you've done and hope that folks will continue to connect with you, continue to stay engaged and stay informed. I know we talked a little bit about local school board engagement. There's plenty happening there for folks to follow along with and keep their eyes on and speak up about. So thank you. And thank you everybody for tuning in. We are so excited that we are in our 7th annual Big Share and appreciate all that everybody's doing today and hope that you'll consider giving. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome everyone to our panel.
everyone should have a meaningful life. The ADA started me on the path, and I'm very grateful.
The ADA has helped the deaf community to be more closer to equally functioning amongst the rest of us.
And today's legislation brings us closer to that day when no Americans will ever again be deprived of their basic guarantee of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I'm Pete Sainer, the president of the Board of Disability Rights Wisconsin, and I'm so pleased that we're marking this important anniversary. 30 years ago, the Americans with Disabilities Act was enacted, making it possible for people with disabilities to participate fully in all aspects of American life. The ADA created a ban on discrimination on the basis of disability in transportation, telecommunications, public accommodation, and in public services. It banned discriminatory practices and segregation and institutionalization of people with disabilities. As a board member of Disability Rights Wisconsin, I'm proud to hear how our staff uses the ADA to protect and enhance the rights of people with disabilities in the state of Wisconsin. Thank you and congratulations on 30 years of the ADA.
And on your behalf, as well as the behalf of this entire country, I now lift my pen to sign this Americans with Disability Act and say, let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down. God bless you all.
I'm Leah Kitts, the Executive Director of Disability Rights Wisconsin. The Federal DD Act of the 1970s created the protection and advocacy system, and DRW has been providing individual and systems advocacy since 1977. We are dedicated to protecting the personal and civil rights of people with disabilities. DRW serves Wisconsin's critical role in the nationwide effort to make sure that everyone can live a life free of discrimination. While the DD Act gives DRW our mandate, the Americans with Disabilities Act gives us a vital tool to carry it out. We're fighting for a life where each person can get around, enter buildings, enjoy the fun things in life, work to support themselves, have relationships that are meaningful, and just, have a great life. We're so glad you could join us in the celebration of the signing of the ADA 30 years ago.
My name's Lynn Breedlove. I was the Executive Director of Disability Rights Wisconsin from 1980 to 2011. And I'm going to talk a little bit about DRW's work with institutions. And that's always been a high priority for our agency, preventing people going into institutions, helping people get out of institutions, and when possible, even trying to close institutions. So one of the best examples of this was the closing of Northern Wisconsin Center, which is one of the big 3 state institutions for people with developmental disabilities in Wisconsin until it closed in 2006. So Northern Center started in 1897. It was around a long time before DRW existed. Thousands of people with disabilities lived there before we started doing advocacy for anyone who lived there. And for the first 15 years of our agency, we tried really hard to figure out a way to close one of the state institutions. We did a variety of advocacy strategies, and we did help some individual people get out, but we were never successful in closing one until 2002. And that's when Governor Jim Doyle was elected, and we persuaded him and his staff that he should propose to close Northern Wisconsin Center. And he did put that in his first state budget in early 2003. And not surprisingly, there was lots of backlash. We had opposition from unions representing the workers, opposition from some parents, opposition from local legislators. There was even a lawsuit to stop the governor from moving forward on this plan. But ultimately, we were able to persuade a majority of the legislature that this was a good idea, and we were able to team up with the governor's attorneys to win that lawsuit. And in the summer of 2003, the closing process began. It took 3 whole years to do it, but at the end of the day, over 90% of the residents moved into community settings. And a survey of families after the closing showed that 85% of the families who had originally opposed the idea now said they thought their family members were much better off than being in the institution. So this was a big ADA victory for DRW.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bentley. I'm the Executive Director of People First of Wisconsin. I'm here to talk to you about the ADA. The ADA helped me to get out of the state institution, and I'm a big fan of Justin Dart that signed the ADA bill with President Bush, and the ADA has been a very important thing for people with disabilities. It helped me not only get out of the institution, but it also helped me to become the director of People First of Wisconsin, which I enjoy being the director of People First of Wisconsin, and I have my voice, and other people with disabilities have a voice too. Everyone should have a meaningful life. The ADA started me on the path, and I'm very grateful. We can't change who we are, but we can be the change.
I was working with an organization, and we were not getting the answers or having the questions answered that they wanted, meaning my social worker and the insurance. I then contacted the ADA, and they got the answers that they needed, and it was a quick process. And I'm happily now in my own home living an independent life. I want to make it say they really are a great thing to have for us that need that extra help.
Hi, my name is Monica Murphy. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Wisconsin. Thanks to the Americans with Disabilities Act, I've been able to help many people with disabilities protect their employment rights over the years. However, by far the most memorable was Don Perkle. Don is a man with a developmental disability who is nonverbal. Don landed his dream job working as a cleaner at Chuck E. Cheese. He was happy in his new job, and his immediate boss was pleased with his work. One day, the regional manager came into the restaurant and saw Don working. He told Don's boss to fire him because we don't want those kind of people working for us. His manager, however, did not fire him, and instead, she reached out to the corporate office Human Resources Department in Texas asking, "Aren't we an equal opportunity employer?" She got no response. Instead, the next time the regional manager came to town, he fired Don himself. Don was heartbroken. According to his caregiver, he withdrew from social activities and stayed in his room. Folks who had helped Don find his job and provided his job coaching were outraged. The job coach provider talked to the CEO of Chuck E. Cheese's about the situation. Still, nothing changed. So he called our agency. We helped Don file a disability discrimination complaint under the Americans with Disabilities Act with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Despite several efforts to resolve the matter, Chuck E. Cheese would not make amends for the wrongs they had done to Don. Eventually, attorneys from the EOC and I took the matter to federal court in Madison. Here in this photo, standing outside the federal courthouse, is Don surrounded by his team. His Chuck E. Cheese manager, 2 attorneys from the EEOC, Don, myself, and his job coaching provider. We had a jury trial over 5 days. While the trial was going on, it got some publicity, and people picketed the Madison Chuck E. Cheese demanding an apology for Don. When the jury came back, they found that Chuck E. Cheese discriminated against Don and awarded him approximately $10,000 in back pay, $70,000 in compensatory damages, and $13 million in punitive damages. Although Don could not talk after the verdict, he pointed to his smiley face communication card, and it told me all I needed to know. Don's actual award was reduced later to the damages caps under the ADA, but he did get that apology letter from the CEO as well. Now, 20 years later, that $13 million verdict remains one of the highest, if not the highest, ADA verdict for a single plaintiff in an employment case. Thank you, Don. Thank you, ADA.
This is Jim Powell, a Deaf Disability Rights of Wisconsin board member and representative of the deaf community here in Wisconsin. ADA has helped increase and improve the communications between deaf and hearing people. ADA has enabled the deaf community to have access to functionally equivalent telecommunications such as video relay service, access to interpreters, such as doctors' offices and seminars, and as well has allowed us to go to things such as movies and watch TV through the services of closed captioning. The deaf community here in Wisconsin is very grateful for the ADA. But understand, there are some areas where we do see there is room for improvement to better have access of communication for all.
Hi, I'm Denise Jeffs, the CEO and Executive Director of the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired, and a member of the Wisconsin Disability Vote Coalition. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I've been reflecting a lot about the impact of that act on voters with disabilities. Voting is such a cornerstone of our democracy. It's one of the tools that we have for shaping our communities, our states, and our nation, and everybody's voice makes a difference. For far too long, voters with disabilities faced so many barriers that it diminished our voices being heard in those important decisions. The Americans with Disabilities Act and other voter-specific legislation has helped to remove some of those significant barriers. For example, we now have easier access to polling places. Every polling place should have accessible voting equipment. And we're able to also register to vote online. But despite the ADA being around for 30 years, our work of establishing full inclusion is not yet done. As a voter with a disability and someone who is legally blind, for example, I cannot yet cast a private and independent absentee ballot. In the state of Wisconsin, we don't have an ADA online accessible balloting option, so I require assistance in order to be able to complete my ballot. Voters who wish to use the polls still face access barriers for getting into the building and to the polling site, and for many, curbside voting may not be an option. Both curbside voting and accessible absentee balloting at home are just vital to being able to safely vote during this time of pandemic. So I really want to invite you to join me in celebrating our successes with the ADA and at the same time striving to work towards full equity for people with disabilities so that together we can fulfill the promise of the ADA.
As we celebrate the ADA 30th,
DRW honors the life and legacy of a Wisconsin champion for disability rights, Cheryl Sensenbrenner, who passed away in June. I had the pleasure to know Cheryl and have tremendous gratitude for her leadership. As a Wisconsinite with a disability, Cheryl was a national leader advocating for disability rights. She served as chair of the American Association of People with Disabilities and testified before Congress many times. She took a leadership role in advocating for the ADA Restoration Act of 2007. I remember meeting with then Representative Tammy Baldwin on the Hill, asking her to sign on as a co-sponsor of the bill. Representative Baldwin told me she had already been lobbied by Cheryl, who would not take no for an answer and was working tirelessly to ensure the bill was passed. In her testimony to Congress, Cheryl spoke about her pride in her husband, Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner, and Majority Leader Steny Hoyer for their bipartisan work introducing this legislation. She stated, "Given that all kinds of disability can enter any person's life at any time, the more accessible the society we can create and the more intact our system of legal protections, the greater benefit we can all reap. The ADA then is a law for all people. It was meant to ensure that whatever the circumstances may be that surround a person's life and encounter with disability, Americans are never to be treated unfairly, excluded unnecessarily, or relegated to second-class citizenship on the basis of disability." Despite all the progress since the passage of the ADA, sadly, we still have a long way to go before the ADA's inclusive vision becomes a reality for America. Cheryl's words still ring true today. In our work at DRW, we see how the ADA has expanded opportunity, accessibility, and inclusion. We also see that the promise of the ADA is a work in progress. In my work as an advocate for voting rights, this year has seen significant barriers, including absentee ballots that are not ADA compliant, polling places that are not accessible, and non-drivers who cannot register to vote because they can't obtain the required photo ID. As DRW celebrates the 30th anniversary of the ADA, we recommit ourselves to advocating for a society in which people with disabilities are valued equally and are empowered to exercise and enjoy the full extent of their rights and to pursue the greatest quality of life. Our nation is stronger when all Americans have the opportunity to succeed.
Hello, Wisconsin. Governor Tony Evers here. On July 26, 1990, Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, impacting millions of lives by ensuring civil rights and improving access to employment and services for folks with disabilities across our country. For decades, Wisconsinites with disabilities and their partners have taken on hard-fought battles and have had to work tirelessly to overcome interpersonal and institutional barriers. Thanks to their hard work and the passage of the ADA 30 years ago, millions of folks from all corners of our state and the nation and all different abilities are able to better connect with their communities and spaces that are built to be inclusive and accessible for all. But as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the ADA, we recognize that much work still needs to be done to ensure equity and equality for folks with disabilities across our state and our nation. And we reaffirm our commitment to the principles of equality and inclusion for people with disabilities and to partner with the numerous organizations and agencies throughout our state, such as Disability Rights Wisconsin and Wisconsin Disability Vote Coalition, to realize the full promise of hope, freedom, and equality envisioned by the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act 30 years ago. So here's the 30 years of progress and inclusion, and to many more as we work together to move our state forward. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to Big Share Live. I'm Sherry Dubiel, Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin. I'm really excited because we've just raised a lot of money over the past hour. We're almost halfway to our overall goal for the day, and we have until midnight tonight to reach our goal. And so we are so happy to be welcoming back Tom Linfield from Madison Community Foundation, and he is going to announce the Power Hour winners for this hour.
I need a little bit of a drum roll.
Drum roll.
Kids Forward, congratulations for being the Power Hour winner. Fantastic news.
Okay, they're one of the Power Hour winners, and then the other one is Wisconsin Early Childhood Association.
Oh,
There's
great.
two.
Well, I love the Community Foundation has worked with both of those agencies, and they are absolutely wonderful. So I'm thrilled that they are the winners for this hour.
All right. Judy's going to bring in the giant checks, and then we're going to welcome a couple of folks. First of all, we have Kids Forward. Nicole Hoffman, are you with us on Zoom? Oops, I keep going the wrong direction.
I am here on Zoom. Thank you so much. Thank you to Madison Community Foundation. We're so grateful for your partnership and your sponsorship and support. And thanks to Community Shares, you're amazing.
Yay, thank you, Nicole. Do you have any secrets to share for how you were able to win the Power Hour this hour?
We were really lucky to have a great level of support from both the Board of Directors of Kids Forward and the Kids Forward Foundation. And they know how hard we've been working on the Big Share, and they wanted to match donations during that Power Hour. And so we're just really grateful for all of their support.
All right, congratulations to Kids Forward for winning the prize of most raised during the last hour, and the prize being sponsored by Madison Community Foundation. Nikki, if you can stay on for another second. Now we're going to welcome, let's get Judy in the shot here too. Now we're going to welcome Jennifer Hilgendorf from Wisconsin Early Childhood Association.
Hi, yeah.
Yay!
Thank you.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, we are too. It was totally unexpected. I mean, we prepared, and it just blows my mind that we received the most donors during this Power Hour, and we want to thank Tom Linfield and Madison Community Foundation for their generous support for the early care and education workforce in Wisconsin. We're ecstatic. So this is amazing. This is the most we've raised so far. Our goal is $10,000, and we've achieved that. So now we have to strategize and see about increasing our goals. So thank you.
Increase that goal and raise even more. Jennifer, you have been working hard on the Big Share for many years. It's been such a pleasure working with you, and I'm so happy to see all your hard work pay off in winning this Power Hour.
Likewise. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that's so exciting to me about this Power Hour, the first Power Hour, we had 2 conservation environmental groups winning, and this Power Hour, we have 2 statewide advocacy groups working on kids issues, Kids Forward and Wisconsin Early Childhood Association. So we're just automatically, magically developing themes for our Power Hour winners throughout the day. So congratulations again to WICA and to Kids Forward, and thanks again to Tom Linfield. Tom, are you still there?
I am.
Yay. So we are going to continue chatting a bit with Tom, if you don't mind.
Love to.
Okay, great.
I'm so excited because we get to, I know these organizations, and we've had grant relationships with them, and we've worked with them in various ways. And I think for the both of you, Jennifer and Nicole, I mean, what a year you've had, and to do the work that you're doing and to do it virtually is really extraordinary. So just congratulations on the last hour, but frankly, congratulations on the last year. That's pretty amazing. And I always say it's I don't know who's happier. Is it the donor or the recipient with the philanthropy you've seen this year? And I hope you've had very generous, committed donors this past year, if the last hour is any indication you have. So congratulations.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about the Big Share, is just the joy and celebration people experience being part of this. Nikki, are you still there?
I am.
So you all have been undergoing some organizational transformation for a few years now and leading the way for a lot of the rest of the nonprofits locally here in Madison. Can you just give us a little summary of what Kids Forward is working on right now in 2021?
Yeah, we have new leadership. Michelle Mackey is our new CEO. We're very excited to have her on board. And we are very specifically focused on systemic racism and policies and making sure that we're directly addressing that racism that is happening in policies throughout the state. And so we're excited to keep moving forward with that towards becoming an anti-racist organization.
Awesome. And one of the great things about Kids Forward, I always use your organization as an example when I go out and speak about Community Shares, because you are a statewide organization similar to WICA, same as WICA, working on statewide level policy changes and addressing systemic issues at the policy level statewide. Mm-hmm. One of the big projects that Kids Forward always does, and sorry for not prepping you ahead of time that I was going to ask you all these questions, but one of the things Kids Forward always works on is a budget analysis and a focus on evaluating the impact of budget proposals at the state level. And how are things looking for kids and families right now? Or can we feel positively about the future in Wisconsin right now, or are we kind of hanging in there?
We are hopeful about the future. The budget that Governor Evers put forward addresses a lot of the issues, including juvenile justice and early childhood education and healthcare, and a lot of the issues that we are focused on. And so we're very hopeful with that budget that he's put forward. And we've been working really hard at taking a deeper dive, and we're releasing in the next number of weeks some blogs and some information on our analysis of that budget and the research that we've been doing on how this budget that the governor has proposed is going to improve the lives of kids and families in the state.
Well, I really appreciate you, Nikki, and I appreciate Kids Forward. I look forward to the statements and the blog posts that you release. It always helps me get a better sense of what's going on at the statewide level related to kids. And so thank you again, Nikki. And Jennifer, if you're still there, I'll say one more thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I don't think we gave you a chance to say exactly what Wisconsin Early Childhood Association does in the state. Can you give us a quick overview of WICA?
Yeah, so WICA is the state affiliate of the National Association for the Education of Young Children. So we have a membership program. We have a few umbrella programs that we provide to Wisconsin early child care educators. We have a Teach Scholarship program, which provides higher education opportunities at a really small or cost-effective level. We have a reward stipend program, which provides stipends to early care and education educators who stay in the field. We reward them for doing the work that they do because they often are paid so little. We have the food program, which provides reimbursements for providers, family child care providers who serve healthy meals for their kids, and we're the only sponsoring program for the food program that serves all 72 counties and all tribes. We also have WESN, which is a group that provides support to family and group centers across the southwest Wisconsin, and it's expanding. I could go into details, but I know we have a video going live around 4:30 today that probably better explains it than I could, but it's great.
Yay. Well, it's so great to see you, and I know we just got you your Big Share t-shirt a couple days ago, so it's so great to see you wearing it. Yay! All righty. Well, congratulations again to you, Jennifer, and all your excellent work that you've put into the Big Share, and we're so happy for you that you've won one of the Power Hour prizes. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we're excited too. Thank you.
All right. And now I'm going to be welcomed back by Tom Linfield. Are you still there, Tom?
I sure am.
All righty. Well, so Tom, if I know I'm putting you on the spot too, you said that you have supported both of these organizations through Madison Community Foundation. How does Madison Community Foundation determine their priorities for grant making?
So we fund in 5 areas: learning and community development would be the areas that these 2 would fit into. We also fund in the arts and the environment, and then we do a lot of capacity building for nonprofits. But increasing the capability of children and families to thrive not only in the educational system but in a more holistic way is a key part of what we do, and both of these agencies have fit that role. So we've worked with them
awesome.
in that way. So those are our 5 priorities. And then we give about $2 to $3 million in competitive grant making each year, and then our donors give an additional this past year about $23 million. So I think about $26 million went out in 2020.
Wow.
So the competitive grant making, some of that support, that's the part that I'm involved in, and we're funding. We've got about 70 grant programs going on at any time, but our donors are giving out their funding throughout the year, again, millions and millions of independently directed funding. And then we have 200 agencies who hold their endowments with us. And a variety of the community shares partners actually have endowments with us. So we work with community shares and organizations and donors in a variety of ways, all of which there's a connectivity. As any of you know, there are only 2 degrees of separation in Madison, not 6. And so we're pretty interconnected, from the donor network to the agency network to the funder network.
Awesome. And one of the ways that you mentioned that donors are able to support local nonprofits is through their donor advised funds at Madison Community Foundation. And
Yes.
2021 is the 2nd year that Community Shares has partnered with Madison Community Foundation to connect donor advised fund holders at Madison Community Foundation directly with the Big Share. And so we have a way, so if you are donor through Madison Community Foundation, you have a donor advised fund, you can make express your intention for making a gift through the Big Share portal. You can find that on the checkout page for making your donation. So we definitely encourage folks. We have a number of donors at Community Shares who have donor advised funds at Madison Community Foundation, and we are very, very grateful for you all providing that service to donors, because I know a lot of folks really value the importance of being able to combine their funds in that way and using the great services at Madison Community Foundation.
But it's a great, again, whatever we can do. I often tell people we do so much more than giving away money. And I often say I give away a lot more advice than I give away money, because in the competitive grant process, you really have to be firing on all cylinders and really hit it to get funding in this climate, especially through grant making. But I love that we have that partnership. I love that we've been working with you guys since the beginning. Personally, I love how easy it is to give. So in the last hour, I went online and did my giving for the Big Share. It's very, very easy to do, and it's very, very painful to have to decide which agencies to fund. And I wish I had a lot more money to give. But I do look forward to that every year. And I'll tell you, some of these are agencies I would not have been supporting them had I not seen them on the list of the Big Share.
Oh, so that's wonderful.
Really always say to people, and I posted it on Facebook, and I know my colleagues in the office are posting it on individual Facebook pages and individual LinkedIn pages, is that part of it is just getting the word out that all of these agencies are trying to make our community thrive. And everybody I talk to, whether it's friends, colleagues, people through work, grantees, etc. this year, everyone keeps saying, what can I do? What can I do? How can I help? And it's one of the things I love about the Big Shares. Well, here are 70 ways that you can help, and what are you interested in?
Exactly.
And if you're interested in 2 or 3 or 5
or 70
different areas in your life, whether it's the environment or childhood education or whatever, jump in. This is literally the least you can do is kind of go to a website, click, and give your money. It's very easy, and then hopefully people get more engaged also with the places that they support and become lifelong supporters.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Tom Linfield from Madison Community Foundation. They were this past hour's Power Hour sponsor. And I do know that we have hit $250,000 officially.
Wow.
Oh, now we're at 253, 317. Woo! We're doing great.
I just say, at 8 o'clock this morning, when I first spoke with you, you were at 190.
Yes. Yay. See, I knew it. I knew it. Thank you. I'm so glad you remembered. All right, thebigshare.org is where you can make your donations. And now we are going to hear an excerpt from a panel discussion that was facilitated by REAP Food Group in December. And they invited a number of local restaurateurs to discuss the impact of COVID on the restaurant industry. So please stay tuned for this excerpt from that panel discussion. Thebigshare.org. Thanks so much, Tom.
So welcome everyone to our panel, COVID and restaurants. Where do we go from here? I'm Anna Landmark, the Farm to Business Manager at REAP Food Group, and I'm a cheesemaker and co-owner of Landmark Creamery. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We're incredibly excited about our group of panelists. I think we're going to have a really interesting conversation. REAP Food Group works to build a resilient local food system that connects and strengthens rural and urban communities. We have established strong relationships on both the supply and demand side of the local food movement in Dane County and southern Wisconsin. Since 2002, REAP's Farm Fresh Atlas has connected consumers to local growers, farmers markets, and food businesses within 15 southern counties. Where does local food fit in right now? And given that everybody's changed their menus, everybody's changed how they're serving, the number of tables you're seating is way down, or meals. Where's the place for local farmers right now, local food?
I think the big thing that chefs are going to have to remember coming out of this is that we are still going to have to be advocates for farmers and for the people that grow our food. I think the farms are what's going to feed, we're in Wisconsin, agriculture is who we are, and how we became this, what we built our foundations on. And I think that a lot of us need to remember that, it's going to be even more important to support local farms going forward. Do that. I think remembering, and educating people on the true cost of food, on an industry that has built its model, and to quote Evan, the archaic model that we had, which was your food cost has to be a certain percentage in order for you to make money, which is still a tiny amount of money at the end of the day. Remembering that how that industry became that was built on the backs of minority and immigrant workers, on people that were basically taken advantage of and almost, put into those type of living situations where they're making a daily wage versus a living one. If you're going to support a restaurant that doesn't buy local food the same as you are a restaurant that does, you should at least be those questions of where is this coming from, and why are you not buying local food when you can be?
Yeah, I know. Well, my cheesemaking business, probably 75 to 80% of our sales were to restaurants, and so when you guys all shut down, our sales completely stopped too. So we also had to pivot and switch to online sales, and we're doing all sorts of things too. Where are some of the other bottlenecks that, farmers, if they don't have outlets to restaurants, what are they doing?
Thank goodness for Second Harvest. They were able to help so many farms in this area manage to not have all of their spring plantings be in vain. There was this moment of panic in March when everything started to go, where I was like, oh God, am I going to lose all my farmers too? I can't buy food right now. Thank thanks to Second Harvest, in terms of like people who produce vegetables in this area, they got a pretty large windfall from that. The generational appeal of continuing the family business has also waned. And so we've seen like a really steep drop off in about the last like 10 or 15 years in terms of the amount of small meat processors that were available. So when COVID happened and the demand all of a sudden went right through the roof, where people are like, I want good product, it immediately exceeded the supply that the food chain has inside of Wisconsin for small meat processors. Because
broken, Evan. I think also I gotta take a political angle on this, is that a lot of folks see, a very broken, dysfunctional government right now, and there's a lot of opportunity and answers in strengthening community food systems as a way for bipartisan work to happen. And I think that if we shorten supply chains, if we amplify the campaigns that, organizations like REAP and what you and Tori and a lot of other restaurant owners who have been doing and been committed to the local food systems, because it's the right thing to do for your entire careers. I mean, we have to continue on that message and really use it as a way to bridge what I see as, the main contributor to our broken system is the rural and urban divide. And we really have an opportunity for folks in the restaurant industry and folks in ag to take lead on this.
Just going to really just piggyback off of what everyone was saying, what Evan had said, what Francesca had said, and I think that it's educating. One of the things that I have found for us personally is that constantly educating our community on why we charge more. We have a $15 living wage pay for our staff too, and why we charge more for our bread and why we charge more for our product. First of all, we use local product too, and very high-end product, because you only get someone to your store once, right? And having a mission as a restaurant and as the restaurant business of, we're standing here, join us. There are those restaurants over there, and there's always going to be the people that want it now, want it fast, and want it cheap. And those aren't going to be all of our customers. So I think that I hope that we don't let this go. I think it's a good learning lesson for everybody. But we also have to get past some governmental issues and cut through some red tape on allowing us to be able to do what we know it's best to do around fair wage, around insurance, around paid time off, around taking care of our staff.
I know, Adrian, you, with your 40 Acres project, you're looking at creating more space within the farming community, even for people of color to be participating in growing food.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the beginning, it was really quite interesting to see what the food chain supply was doing, because one of the first things I thought about was the farmers I used. They were in the middle of, planting or harvesting during that time. And it was very shocking to see, what was happening to restaurants, but where was all that food going to go, and also who was supporting BIPOC farmers. And when you looked at especially Black farmers in the United States, they're less than 2% of all farmers. And in my area, there's none at all. So the question I started really thinking about was, where are they? Especially since we helped lay the foundation of our agricultural system to start with. So there's this losing of tradition and legacy that was really concerning to me. But also when USDA was coming out with COVID grants and money, there were organizations that didn't know about it, especially Black farming organizations that didn't know about it, that were too late to even apply to receive funding because so many farmers were in need. So there is a huge, I thought I was feeling like a little gap, but there's this huge canyon of information and misinformation that's out there that that Black farmers and farmers of color are not receiving, they're not being equitably received on funding grants, things to do with COVID, even on land. So we have some serious issues within our agriculture beyond just the food chain supply, but just the accessibility to allow minorities to be successful farmers across the board. But in the food chain supply itself, in working in owning a restaurant, it was one of my number one concerns. It was when my farmers were my number one concerns, and how were we going to still be able to purchase food for them if we didn't have that customer base. So, I mean, everything is connected. It is by a fine line, but everything is connected. One is trying to be a leader in my area. It is a high education in teaching people what food really is and where our food really does come from. It does come from the ground. It just depends on how many hands it went through to get to your plate, and the process it got to your plate. And so, for us, like pre-COVID, it was about the education of the farmer to the table. So we would ask the farmer to come to events about just their food and about, their beef or about their vegetables. Like, I wanted them to sit with our customers and explain what it takes to make this food and bring it to their plate, so they could really have a true understanding of the process of their food, and but how much care it goes into making their food and to get to that plate. But also, it allowed the farmer to eat our food too, because our farmers never could afford or never came to eat our food. So it was like a two-way street of understanding of where our food comes from. It opened up the eyes of our customers to really see that it does take time, it does take money, it does take patience, and they were willing to pay that price, even to bypass us and to contact the farmer to get that piece of meat or to get that vegetable or to understand where they are at the farmer's market. And, it's just a different way of thinking, and like, it's just turning on the light switch. It's really like clicking that light switch for our community to really understand where food is coming from and what it takes to get this food to that plate.
And Sherry Dubiel here, Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin. We're being joined by Judy Young, Operations and Membership Manager at Community Shares. And want to make one announcement that we are at $200 and almost $66,000. So we keep, the numbers keep going up. Yay! We're going to be joined by Phil Frank from Budget Signs and Specialties in a few minutes, but before we do, I wanted to introduce you more to Judy Young and hear more from Judy about her perspective as the Membership and Operations Manager at Community Shares. So Judy, you've been now working with our member groups for the past couple of years. Can you share what inspires you about their work, or what are things you'd like people to know about our members?
Sure. Well, first of all, we have 71 member organizations, and they are awesome. And so what inspires me to continue to work with them is that they all have a mission that is in line with our mission. And so we really do appreciate all the hard work that they do, also aligning with the pandemic that's going on right now. You know, we usually have something, well, Budget Signs usually sponsors our Backyard Heroes program. So that's a huge thing for our member organizations, to bring in their volunteers that support them with their missions and the work that they do. So Budget Sign comes in as a sponsor for our Backyard Heroes, and yay, we're glad about that. So thank you for doing all that you do. And that's what inspires me, is how Budget Signs helps us, how our member organizations continue to inspire me to do what I do so that they can continue to do what they do.
Awesome.
Yes.
I know a lot of our members really appreciate your support and your efforts to bring people together and ensure that everybody feels like they're welcome and part of Community Shares. So thank you for your great work, Judy.
Thank you.
So we are in our next Power Hour. It's the 10 o'clock Power Hour, sponsored this hour by Budget Signs and Specialties. And here is Phil Frank. Hi, Phil.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. And one thing that we were just talking about as well, in addition to your sponsorship of the Backyard Hero program for many, many, many years, maybe since the beginning, I'm not sure, but you also donate some product to us every year. You just delivered a couple of huge boxes of Big Share t-shirts to us. And what a huge gift that is. And we are so grateful to Budget Signs and Specialties after all these years. And I enjoy coming and picking things up at the office because it's always so nice to see your smiling face, Phil.
Yeah, it's always nice to see you too.
Yay. So tell us, while we have you, why does Budget Signs and Specialties choose to support Community Shares and our Backyard Hero program?
Oh, sure. What we love about Community Shares is that it's an umbrella group that helps truly progressive nonprofits in the Dane County area. So it's our way of, as printers, as you can imagine, we get asked to donate and sponsor quite often to different causes, and anywhere from baseball teams to different stuff like that. And so it's our way of giving back to the community without having to pick and choose, because every group that Community Shares works with is a truly progressive group, and I know that if Community Shares thinks they're good, then I think they're good.
Aw, yay. The Big Share is such a love fest. Okay, so yeah, as a reminder, we are in Power Hour, the 10 o'clock Power Hour, and during every Power Hour, thanks to the sponsorship of one of our great friends out in the business community, we are able to award prizes, cash prizes, to the nonprofits who are currently competing during that hour. We'd like to say we collaborate, but during the Big Share that we actually compete for prizes. But and so donors who are giving right now have the opportunity to ensure that your favorite nonprofit either wins a prize for the most dollars raised, or for the highest number of donors. Wow. And so that is going to be going on for the next hour. And then we'll come back and announce those Power Hour winners a little bit after 11. Looks like, late breaking news, we just hit $270,000. We're doing really well. We're super excited. We have some donors to thank. Judy, do you want to, can you thank some of those donors?
Sure. We'd like to thank Debbie and Dan Meyer. And we also we have an anonymous gift, a couple of anonymous gifts. So thank you.
Yay.
And we just appreciate everyone that continues to give.
Awesome. And so now we're at
yes. Woo!
Oh, almost 272. Keep it going, people. Keep it going. Yay.
Hit that donate button.
All right. And so we want to remind everybody that you should be giving at thebigshare.org. And if you are watching this, you are possibly seeing the live stream from the bigshare.org website, or possibly it's coming into your feed in Facebook or YouTube. And all of the videos that we are showing today are going to be uploaded to our to our YouTube channel. And so you'll be able to watch the rest of those videos later on if you missed them. Speaking of that, our next interview is going to be with WORT, and that's going to start at about 10:30. And so, Judy, in our final moments before we say goodbye to Phil for the next hour or so, what inspiration do you want to send out into the community to inspire people to give?
Well, just remember Community Shares has 71 organizations that you can give to, and they all have great causes, okay? So don't be afraid to hit that donate button. Okay? Because that is so special to them. And we want to encourage you and keep those numbers going up. So don't forget to go to thebigshare.org and give.
Yes. And during this hour, as a reminder, Budget Signs and Specialties is sponsoring our Power Hour for this hour, and your donations during this hour can help them win additional prizes. All right, well, we are going to break, and then we'll welcome back Phil in a little bit and enjoy some of the great programming that we have coming up that is featuring our member organizations. And again, the WORT interview is an interview between myself and Esty Denur. Esty is a very long time host at a public affair on WORT. She's been a host there for over 25 years. And one thing that I thought would be kind of fun is to turn the tables on her and ask her a few questions. And so folks who have been following WORT and listeners on WORT will probably recognize Esty's voice. And so stay tuned. That will start at about 10:30, and then we'll be welcoming back Phil in a little bit as well. Thanks so much. A special interview we're doing with Esty Denur, a very long time host at WORT and one of the most popular and most listened to for 25 years now. I think it's been over 25 years. And WORT is a member nonprofit of Community Shares of Wisconsin. And as part of our programming for our Big Share live stream, we are promoting and highlighting some of the excellent work of the member nonprofits of Community Shares. And I've known Esty for a number of years and felt like it would be really fun to turn the tables on you after the number of interviews that you've done to see what you would be willing to share with us. So hi, Esty.
Hi, thank you. And if your viewers saw me waving crazily, I apologize. That's because when my phone rings, you hear it on the computer.
Oh,
so
no problem.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, Sherry.
Yeah. It's like live radio. Whatever happens, and you just got to roll with it, right?
Nowadays that we do it from home and all kinds of things happen, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm going to ask you a few questions, and wanted to remind folks that we are in the middle of the Big Share, and if you want to make a donation to WORT during the Big Share, you can search for WORT in the search box on thebigshare.org. And they are a very long time member of Community Shares of Wisconsin and have done so much for Community Shares member groups and Community Shares itself over the years. And so we're happy to talk with Esty. So Esty, you have been a host for a public affair for over 25 years. What brought you to that role and why do you continue?
So when I came to Madison, which was 1984, which is a long time ago, my then husband and I had been listening to shortwave radio for quite a while. And remember that this is pre-internet as we know it. And really American people were dependent on American media to know what was going on pretty much. But if you listen to shortwave radio, you heard a lot of stuff that just didn't make it at all to the American public or made it to the American public much later. One example is Gorbachev, when he came up with his perestroika and was proposing that both the Soviet Union and the United States reduce or eliminate their nuclear loads. And that took a long time before American audience heard about it, but we heard about it all the time on Radio Moscow, and we were listening to the rebel radio in El Salvador, and we were listening to Cuba, and even just Australia and France and Germany. You know, you get a lot of stuff that you don't get here. And so when we came to Madison and I discovered WORT, I started calling on a public affair. At the time, it was hosted by one person who was also the news director at the time. And I was offering a lot of that information, and that became very popular, you know, and I don't know exactly why, but at some point he decided that I shouldn't call anymore. And you know, I guess he didn't like, you know, that someone else is, I don't know, I don't want to, you know. But anyway, he decided that I shouldn't call anymore, and at some point he actually banned me from calling, which started a big community struggle, and we had a lot of supporters, and people were calling about it, and so on and so forth. And so that lasted for quite a while. And then eventually, the way I like to think about it anyways, we ran him out of town. He found a job with public radio somewhere in Maine and disappeared. And Margot Raab got the job of news director. And one day, to my amazement, I got a phone call, and it was Margot, and she asked me if I would like to do one show of a public affair, an open line. And I said, of course. And, you know, I was going to do an open line, but as it happens, Yitzhak Rabin, the Prime Minister of Israel, was assassinated just a few days before that show. And so I quickly found someone to talk about that, and the show was about that. And when it was over, I told Margot that I really liked doing it and appreciated it, and if she wanted me to do it again, I would be happy to. And so at first I did just kind of here and there, and then I became a host every other week, and then I became a host every week, and have been doing it pretty much since then. And the reason I continue doing it is that I feel like community radio station has this amazing place in the media landscape, we can talk about everything. We do not have corporations supporting us. And so we don't have to worry about not talking about the things that the big money doesn't want us to talk about. And we also don't have to worry really about being polite and nice or whatever. I think, for example, that Wisconsin Public Radio does amazing job, but there are things they don't touch. And nobody ever told me that I cannot talk about something I want to talk about. And so I'm able to bring guests that I wouldn't say anymore that no one else does, because there is all kinds of alternative media in the United States and, of course, in the world, which is now open to us. But very few people do, and we have it here locally. And one more thing about it is that I might be talking about things that the rest of the media talk about, but I wouldn't be talking to the CEO or I will be talking to the people who are affected by it, which again is so important, I think, and so unique, really. It's not done elsewhere. And so that's why I continue doing it, and that's why I continue having passion for it. And I'm really grateful that I can do it.
That's awesome. And that is the beauty of WORT as well. And so I'm glad to hear you explain that and how the value of independent media and community radio for just those very reasons. Over the years, I don't know if you have any idea how many people you've interviewed over the years, but do any interviews stand out for you? Have you had any memorable ones you'd like to share? Oops, you're on mute, Esty.
There are so many that it's a little hard to say, but as I thinking about it, Professor Noam Chomsky, who is really a light to the world and has been for so many years, he has been on my show 13 times. And of course, each one of these times was phenomenal because he is phenomenal. And again, the reason he has said yes each time we asked him to come is that he knew that I'll ask him questions that he's going to want to answer. I met him when he was here in town years ago for a conference about Colombia, and we chatted. We actually talked for quite a while, and since then he's been, willing to be a guest on my show. So that is, that's a big one, I think. Professor Leo Panich from Canada also was an amazing guest. He died recently of COVID, which is one reason I want to mention him. He was a guest a number of times. Dr. Helen Caldicott in the 80s was a guest, not in the 80s, I started in the 90s, but she was one of my early guests. I'm not sure if she's still alive, but she was an Australian doctor who got very involved in the fight against nuclear weapons, and she wrote a book titled Disparate Passion, and so she was a guest. Gary Webb, who wrote Dark Alliance, about how the CIA basically brought crack cocaine to the United States and flooded Los Angeles, and he ended up committing suicide because there was this tremendous campaign against him. So he was a guest on my show a few times, and then he came to Madison, and we had dinner together again. But then also other people like Melissa Buckles, no one ever heard about her, I don't think, but she's a Native American from up north, and she was saying that the FBI was basically bringing drugs from Canada through her reservation, and she had a lot of proof. And for all I know, besides me, only one more community radio interview her. So, like, she's one example of the people that I think are very important, and another really, or many other such examples are just people, native people from throughout Latin America, for example, especially women, people who sometimes couldn't even read until they were 20-some years, but who, when they got that education, were always absolutely, to me, so amazing in the depth and level of their analysis of why the people were living the way they were and what external forces were causing these terrible situations that they were in. So, this, I think, is so important. Judy Barry, who was an activist against the attempted decimation, really, of the redwoods in Northern California, she was a guest on my show after her car was bombed. And as I learned later, just 3 months before she died, because of the results of that bombing. Alex Coburn, who has died since, amazing journalist, and his brother Andrew Coburn, who's still alive. Poet June Jordan was in 1999. Barbara Ehrenreich a few times. So many accomplished professors. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had Professor Michael Mann, who was one of the first people to talk about climate change, and he was my guest for the first time in 2014 when he wrote his first book, and he just came back again to talk about his latest book. Greg Palast, Naomi Prince, and so on and so forth. So if that's enough.
Well, that's an exciting, impressive list. You've had a great career doing this and are very well respected, not just in the community, but around the country as well. You have mentioned some of the issues that you started off being focused on. Can you tell us what issues have compelled you the most, and what types of topics, and how you choose your topics?
Sorry. So that, again, as I looked at, I have a list of almost all of the shows that I have done, and I saw that things have really changed through the years. So basically, always, right from the beginning and still now, like I said, what I want to talk about are the issues that others are not talking about or are not talking about yet. And so in the early years, for example, I talked a lot about mass incarceration, women in prison, political prisoners. I talked a lot about welfare, which was a big issue at the time. And Pat Gowans, who was the Wisconsin leader of Welfare Warriors, was actually my second guest, and was a guest a number of times after that. I talked then also a lot about the CIA and FBI and drugs, which we mentioned already. International entities like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization. We know more about it now, though we really aren't talking about these again very much. So maybe I should get back to that a bit. But at the time, people weren't aware really of how these entities force all kinds of really bad policies on people that end up on nations, really on countries that end up hurting your everyday person. I talked about climate change for the first time in 1999, which really, I don't remember other people talking about it at that point. And I talked the first time about right-wing militias in 1997. And, you know, as I listen to, as I watch things happening now, I'm thinking, if people will just, you know, I mean, I talked about these things not because I have some amazing powers, but because I had my eyes and my ears open, and I saw that these things were big issues, but the rest of the media, or, you know, most of the rest of the media were ignoring it. And so these things have become major crises. But if others, you know, if there was bigger knowledge and understanding of these things, I think there's a good chance we wouldn't be where we are right now. So I talked about the NRA in 1996, nuclear weapons starting in 96, the Redwood distractions starting in 97, police brutality 97, School of the Americas, which is the school of torturers for people in Latin America. At that time, earlier, I was also talking a lot about organics and fair trade because it was new. I don't really talk much about that anymore. I've been doing the most censored stories of the year, which the University of California does since 1997, biotech since 1998, militarization of the police, global surveillance starting in 2000. I've been talking about racism, fascism, and on the other hand about Marxism, socialism, communism, anarchism, and all of that throughout the years, and kind of investigating whether, and also locally, I think important. I talked about the Crandon mine in 2001, and my show was the first where anyone in our area anyway heard about the proposed mine in the Pinocchis by the Bad River reservations. So we talked about that in March 2011. And I think it was important. And, you know, the media attention was one of the reasons this didn't happen. And I always talk about Israel and Palestine and other issues in the Middle East and a lot of other things throughout the world. And I'll stop here again. I can continue for another 10, 15 minutes.
Well, that's exciting to hear. And, you know, just the perspective that you have developed over the years and talking about these issues at times when nobody else was talking about them. Yeah, it must be in some ways gratifying that people are finally paying attention to issues that you've been talking about for so long. And so I appreciate you being persistent and making sure that these stories are heard. I know that in addition to doing radio, you've done some writing for national level magazines. Are you doing any current writing? And if so, what are you writing about?
So I haven't done much of that recently because I can't travel, one thing. So, for example, for the Progressive, I wrote about El Salvador, and I was in El Salvador, and I wrote about the war on marijuana growers in Northern California, and I was in Northern California, and kind of hard to do stuff like that from home. But mostly the writing I'm doing now is just little snippets for ISMES about you know, just recommending books, films, series, food, which, you know, that's a nice thing about being at home is I have a lot more time to do these things. And I'm also very passionate about food, and I'm a cook, and I'm a gardener, and I cook my food, you know, so that's basically what I've been doing as a way for me to, you know, just send recommendations and also to help ISMES as it is, you know, working to overcome the crisis of the pandemic and to survive and hopefully thrive eventually.
Awesome. Well, you bring up more of your artistic pursuits and interests, and one of the other big roles you've had in the community is organizing music festivals. And it sounds like you have another music festival that you're working on right now. Can you tell us about it and what the plans are for 2021?
Yeah, so I retired from the Wisconsin Union Theater, and with it from being the artistic director and the producer of the Madison World Music Festival. When did I retire? In January. And I think just days after that, this woman who runs the organization called Hot House in Chicago contacted me to see if I wanted to work on a festival for International Women's Day. And so we actually just announced it. It's called Activista. And we have 8 performers from various parts of the world. A couple of them are Indigenous women, one from the United States, one from Canada, and all their art is about issues of great importance to women, and if to women, then to humanity, right? Because what affects women affects families, affects everybody, affects children who grow up to be adults, and so on and so forth. So we have these 8 performers, and we also are collaborating with Haymarket Books, which is a lefty publication, and we have 3 of their women writers doing kind of a round table. So that will be online on March 7th, starting at 4 p.m. our time. And it's, maybe feels a little bit of a strange time, but that's because it really is meant to be an international event. And according to Haymarket, 4 p.m. is a good time to get people from all over the world. So if you want to know more, if you're my friend on Facebook, I just posted it. Otherwise, just look for Activista International Women's Day. It is on Facebook. You can find it on Hot House website, and I'm sending a press release to local media. So hopefully you will be able to hear about it from local publications.
Great. Well, through your years as a host on a public affair, you've had many opportunities to raise money for WORT, many pledge drives, and the hosts and the staff at WORT call it pledge wrapping. And so if you could make a final pitch for why people should give to WORT during the Big Share by going to thebigshare.org and searching for WORT, what would you say are the most compelling reasons that people should be supporting WORT during the Big Share?
Yeah, so I think, what I said earlier, that we are independent. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about. Our news director is a helper. She's not a supervisor. She doesn't tell us what we can and can't talk about. So, when it comes to talk, I think that is so important. A public affair, of course, is a daily show through the week, Monday through Friday. A different host each day. We all are volunteered. We don't make a penny out of it. It's a work of love for all the volunteers. There's 300 some volunteers for the station. And then the music shows are also amazing. It's the same principle again. It's people who are very passionate about something and very knowledgeable about that something, and that's what they do. And so Rockin' John, everybody knows Rockin' John, right? But he's been there from day one of the station, which is...
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, so it's like 41 or 40, I don't know, 40-some years now.
In the same time slot?
I'm not sure about that, but possibly. But there's world music, there's classical, there's jazz, there's folk, there's everything. And again, you won't find that anywhere else, I don't think, you know. So, I mean, for that, and, you know, maybe to show your respect and support for the volunteers who've been doing it for a long time and, you know, are doing it for love and, you know, to help entertain and educate and, you know, just make a community a better community. So, yeah, I mean, I personally can't think of a better place to... I pledge, not to my show. I pledge to other shows, pretty much every pledge drive.
Oh,
There's so many things I love there, you know, and I want to support it.
Unlike you, I wasn't very good at pledge drives, so I always had to pledge during my own show so I'd make some money.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how you became the boss of
yeah, well, that's true. Now I do fundraising as a profession, so luckily I got better at it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, what a pleasure to talk with you. You are such a legend, and I respect so much the work that you've done and the focus you've put on giving voice to people that have not had an opportunity to have their voice heard, and that's exactly the spirit of WORT as well as the Big Share. And so we want to thank you so much. And again, let's encourage one more time for folks who are watching and listening to go to thebigshare.org, search for WORT, and make a donation, because they definitely put your donations to good use. What a amazing crew and just amazing energy and excitement that happens at WORT. Well, I thank you very much, Esty. And
thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it, and good to see you. And thank you, Mitchell. I really appreciate the opportunity.
All righty. Well, thank you. And I guess we will sign off now officially. And thanks, everybody. And continue on with giving at thebigshare.org. Thanks so much.
And here we are yet again.
Show me what democracy looks like.
I am from Wisconsin. I've been in and out of Kenosha. And I know that the people of Kenosha deserve better. They deserve better leaders than those who are blaming protesters for their own deaths.
Had persons not been out involved in violation of that, perhaps the situation that unfolded would not have happened.
Who exactly in Kenosha is he protecting and serving? As the very first step in this process, I want you to pick up the phone and call Governor Tony Evers, and I want you to demand the resignation of Sheriff David Beth. I then want you to call the Kenosha Police and Fire Commission and demand the resignation of Police Chief Daniel Miskinis. And most of all, I hope you stand with Black Lives.
Healthcare.gov, the Affordable Care Act's private health insurance marketplace, is now open for individuals to purchase a private health insurance plan or switch the plan they currently have. This is a special enrollment period, and it runs February 15th through May 15th of 2021. But this is no ordinary special enrollment period. There are at least 3 reasons why this enrollment period is unique, and we'll review those in just a moment. But remember, this opportunity for individuals to get connected connected to health insurance is thanks to an executive order signed by President Biden with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as they determined that the COVID pandemic presents an exceptional circumstance for consumers in accessing health insurance. Now, the first reason this special enrollment period is particularly unique is that consumers can sign up for a health insurance plan without proving a qualifying life event. Now, consumers won't be asked to provide any documentation of a qualifying event, which is usually the trigger for a special enrollment period, like loss of a job and therefore loss of health insurance, the birth of a child. These usually trigger a verification request when you're in a special enrollment period. That does not exist for February 15th through May 15th. The second reason, current enrollees will be able to change plans, even if that means changing plans across metal tiers. You could switch from a silver plan to a platinum plan. You could switch from a gold plan to a bronze plan. You do not have restriction to the level of coverage as your current plan. Now, this may be important for some individuals that maybe signed up for a plan and now find that it's not as affordable as they first thought. Or maybe somebody was auto-renewed into a plan that was the same or similar to what they had in 2020 and found that it is not working for them. They might need better options, either affordability, network, whatever. So you can switch plans inside of this new special enrollment period without regard to level. Number 3, start date. Coverage starts prospectively the first of the month after plan selection. So once you apply for health coverage on healthcare.gov, you typically have 30 days to choose your plan. That is the case here. You must do that quickly because you could have a plan that starts right away. If you purchase insurance on February 28th, for example, and make your plan selection, you could have coverage that starts March 1st, the first of the month following the month of plan selection. So that is a very fast turnaround and helps prevent the gaps in coverage for people moving forward. How to apply? You can go to healthcare.gov. It is now open for individuals to shop for a new plan or switch the plan they have. You can also call the Marketplace call center, and in the description below, we give you the link to healthcare.gov and the phone number you could call if you wanted to speak to the call center directly. You can also find help close to you. We link to the local help, where to find help, right on the healthcare.gov website. If you are in Wisconsin, wiscovered.com is still available to help direct you to an assister close to you. Also in the description below, you can read that executive order, the Strengthening Medicaid and the Affordable Care Executive Order, which is the source of this new special enrollment period. You can also read the fact sheet from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, giving more information on this very special enrollment opportunity.
So I expected to be connected with professionals in the Madison-Dane County area, and with this program too, you get matched up with a mentor who, Saran, is really good at matching people with your interests. Like, I was interested in the nonprofit field and seeing how I can balance my life with my business background along with my strong passion for social justice. So she matched me up with someone who's in that field, and through my mentor, I'm seeing how to find that balance, and that's what I was expecting from this program. So I've gained a whole lot from this program. I not only gained a mentor, I also gained connections with other professionals and also colleagues or peers around my age as well. So we go through this program together and we all mature through it. I not only grow as a character, like in my personality, individual, but also my professional career also grows as well. So I feel like I'm growing as a movement, and not just with one identity, but all my identities are growing and maturing. So with everything that I've learned from this program, I feel like I have a more clear vision of what I want to be doing. So, and I plan on doing, being in the education field, you know, helping out the community, serving the community. And with this program, I feel like I've gained a lot of knowledge where some certain communities don't have that those resources or those skills, such as like financial literacy. So from one of the workshops, which was about credit, you know, I learned a lot from that workshop, and I plan on putting it through the stuff that I'm doing and like talking to my peers about it. My next step as well, what I've learned. So I feel like I'm going to be doing that with my career path, but also just connecting with people in the community, you know, like talking about things that I've learned. And I feel like, so right now I'm mentee, but I plan that I want to continue being a part of Connections, so I may not necessarily be continuing as a mentee when I come to some of the workshops, but I do plan on hopefully one day being on that panel and be like, hey everyone, I was part of this program when I first started, or eventually also becoming a mentor.
This is for the one who knows, has always known, where to go in solitude, but in solidarity are never truly alone. This is for the one who ventures alone into the darkness of uncertainty, with only one voice to set the spark that lights the way. This is for the many who know where to gather, where to be heard, who lend their bodies, their experience, their pain to the thousand-piece tapestry that flows with the pulse of humanity, sewn together with one single golden thread, made strong, made true. How the river rushes, how the crow calls, how fair Wisconsin will always be forward on for justice.
Wisconsin Literacy is leading the way in Wisconsin, and I look at them as our advocacy organization. You know, the organization that really says adult literacy should be at every table, and how do we get there? Because we really can't approach some of the challenges that we're facing as a state without thinking about how literacy is connected to those things.
Because of Wisconsin Literacy, we have a voice. People don't understand the need in the community, the need in the state, and Wisconsin Literacy is the only place that stepped up to have the voice of our students heard. This is a real impact we're making. There's not a better investment that anyone can do than educating individuals that have not succeeded in a high school level.
Hi. Woo. Sherry. Got some feet. It's a loud echo in this room. Hi, I'm Sherry Dubiel, Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin, not a professional TV personality. And we are live. This is Big Share Live. We are joined again by Phil Frank from Budget Signs and Specialties. They have been our Power Hour sponsor during the 10 o'clock hour. And we have some prizes to announce and some folks to introduce you to. Thanks again for being here, Phil. Next thing we're going to do is introduce our Power Hour prize winners. And I'm really excited to announce that our prize for most raised during 10 o'clock Power Hour is Wisconsin Literacy. And our prize for most donors is for Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. I think Judy's going to come out with the giant checks so you can see your giant checks. Oh, not Wisconsin Literacy. Oh, wait, yes, it is. I'm sorry. Sorry. Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Yay, Matt.
Awesome.
And Wisconsin Literacy. Hooray.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Budget Signs and Specialties. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So we just passed over $323,000. So we are doing great today with our overall goal of $500,000. I wanted to start with introducing folks to Michelle Erickson from Wisconsin Literacy. Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Sherry.
Is this the hour that you all usually win? Or
It is. We have been pretty loyal to the 10 a.m. Power Hour for all the years you've been doing it. And our board is so incredibly generous. And we have former board members that have all pitched in and staff. And so it's a real push at 10 a.m.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. So so it sounds like you actively engage your board and you've been raising money for this hour for the past whole time that you've been doing the Big Share. And so that's two great strategies. One of the things we're doing with the Power Hour winners is sharing the strategies that you're using to win for those who are newer to the Big Share. So Michelle, tell us, if you don't mind, a little bit more about Wisconsin Literacy.
Sure. We are a statewide coalition serving 70 local literacy agencies statewide. We help folks, with the materials and resources needed to study for their GED. We help support, purchasing of test vouchers if they're taking their GED test. It's that really important work credential. And we connect job readiness skills and opportunities with our local literacy agencies. We have a health literacy division, and we are working really hard to help people understand health information and help the healthcare providers communicate it in a way that we can all understand. So it's really important right now during COVID, but we do workshops on making health information or finding health information you can trust and understand. And really, we literacy touches everything. It is that foundational skill that you use every single day. And it just allows citizens to really engage to their full potential and create better communities. So, just think of a day without your literacy or computer skills right now, particularly during COVID, would have been pretty crazy. So we're really grateful to Budget Signs and Specialties for this additional prize money to keep our work going.
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. I know that after the pandemic, I was really proud of Wisconsin Literacy, well, when things started, and the plain language materials. You mentioned your health literacy program and the plain language materials that you distributed to help people understand what was going on for those who are, it's a little harder to, a lot of the lingo that's used, and not just people who are lacking literacy or who are not native English speakers, but just the average person. Sometimes it's hard for folks to understand what is going on in the world. So I'm really grateful for that essential work that you are doing to ensure that more people are aware of what healthcare opportunities are available and understanding the science behind COVID-19 as well. Congratulations again, Michelle. It's such a pleasure to see you. Michelle is also one of the executive committee members at Community Shares of Wisconsin, and I really appreciate your leadership and your support of Community Shares. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to introduce you to Matt Rothschild. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Sherry. How are you?
Good. Congratulations.
Whoop, that was my phone.
Yeah.
There we go. You know, I've always wanted one of those big checks, Sherry, so I'm really happy to get it.
Is this the first Power Hour prize that a Democracy Campaign has won?
Yeah, it's the first time we've won one of these suckers, so
Yay.
we're real happy about it. Beverly just called me. I know Beverly's on your executive board, and she
sure
just
is.
called me with the good news. So
Awesome. Well, I am so glad that you are here to join us. Well, I'd love to give you the opportunity as well for folks who are joining us to hear more about what does Wisconsin Democracy Campaign do and how has the COVID crisis been impacting your work?
Well, we've been around for 26 years now, and our primary focus is to track and expose big money in politics and to advocate for a democracy where everyone has an equal voice, if you can imagine that. So we've been doing a lot of work lately on trying to ban gerrymandering, and we've been working with coalition partners on this great grassroots movement across the state. You can see this map over my shoulder that shows all the counties in purple that have passed resolutions or referendums in favor of banning gerrymandering. We're also working right now quite actively to try to oppose some of these voter suppression bills that have just been introduced in the Wisconsin legislature, which are really nasty. During the COVID period, and especially during this election period, with the rise of the far right in this country and the rise of irrationalism and the rise of real ugliness, we've been trying to blow the whistle on all of that as well. So that's just a few of the things that keep us busy day in and day out.
Yeah. And I am so impressed with the work that you're doing to end gerrymandering. It's one of those issues that's hard to kind of get your head wrapped around. But can you tell us a little bit more about the focus on gerrymandering and fair maps for people who may not understand the importance of that issue?
Yeah, it's really important for equal representation in Wisconsin and giving everybody an equal voice. Gerrymandering is the practice by whichever political party is in power when the census comes down to draw maps, district maps, political maps that ensure them a hold on power for the next decade. In 2011, the Republicans did this in a really dreadful way, cramming as many Democrats as possible into as few districts as possible, so the remaining districts would be overwhelmingly Republican and they'd gain more power, regardless of how many, if the same people were voting, they just moved the lines to give themselves more power. So it's a way to rig the system and fix the system, and it's wrong whether Republicans are doing it or whether Democrats are doing it. So we've been opposing that for decades now, and this is a year when the census is going to come down with new numbers and the maps are going to have to be redrawn. We're hoping for a transparent process, a process with a lot of public participation, and ultimately fair maps. We endorse the People's Maps Commission that Governor Evers put in place. We're hoping those maps will be adopted. If they're not, we're hoping we'll manage to get fairer maps this time around through the courts than we did last time around when the maps were drawn in secret, not even in the Capitol, but they were drawn in the glass bank across the street from the Capitol in a locked map room in a Republican law office. And no one was allowed into the locked map room without permission of the speaker. And before they could leave the locked map room, they had to swear an oath of secrecy. Now, that's not how the people's business should be done. We want sunlight in the process. We want fairer maps. We want everyone's voice to be heard and to be counted.
It sounds so foundational to a democratic society, and we're so grateful that groups like Wisconsin Democracy Campaign are out there ensuring access to the process and the system for all voters, regardless of political party. You're right that these issues cross party lines and are important for everyone to be in support of, because it, like you said, depends on who's in charge, who gets to decide the district maps. So thank you so much, Matt. It's such a pleasure to see you, and so grateful for your participation in the Big Share and that you are part of Community Shares of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Well, likewise, Sherry, and thanks for your visionary leadership at Community Shares. It's really, really valuable.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks so much. I think Phil is still with us. Are you still there, Phil?
Yep, I'm here.
Yay! So as we close out our last minute or so, are there any closing words that you wanted to share with folks out there?
I just wanted to say thanks for all the hard work everyone does, and you know, especially these times right now. It's really important to support each other and try to, you know, affect the world in a positive way. And you all, I'm inspired by all of you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We are inspired by you and the great work you do in the community as well. All righty. Well, that closes our Power Hour announcements. Coming up, we have a great related topic. League of Women Voters of Wisconsin will have a video shared by them, and they are summarizing a lot of the action that they took over the past year and a summary of the different legislation that they worked on. League of Women Voters of Wisconsin, you may be aware, is a major advocate in our state to ensure access to voting for everyone. We have passed $325,000. Oh, the numbers are spinning again. We're almost at 326. We have another Power Hour coming up at noon, and that one is sponsored by CUNA Mutual Foundation. A couple more thank yous. Lisa Clay. Sorry, Lisa, I can't see very well. Laura Vu, Rachel, and let's see, Robert as well. Thanks so much to the donors. Thanks again to Phil and Budget Signs and Specialties, and congratulations again to this hour's Power Hour winners, Wisconsin Literacy and Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sherry, for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Likewise.
Preparing for my remarks tonight was the first time I had really been intentional about stopping and thinking through all the things that have happened this year and how much we've all been able to accomplish together. I'm sure that I'm not alone in being the kind of person who, or at least for this year, I had to focus on just one step ahead and just, you know, narrow in on the task ahead. And anytime I looked at the full scope of what was needed, it would give me anxiety. And so I had to focus in. So this was really the first time that I had taken a look at the full scope of what we've accomplished, where we've been throughout the whole year. And honestly, I got emotional thinking through all the things that we've been able to do. We are a collective of people doing really amazing work. And I am just in awe of all the work that everyone has been able to accomplish, voter services wise and otherwise as well. So when I was going through and thinking through this year, for me, it really started at this moment, the lead up to the April election. I think it really changed things for a lot of people and the way that we were going to be conducting our voter services work and voter outreach throughout the whole year. So in March, the pandemic really hit consciousness in Wisconsin. We had that safer at home order, and voters were left scrambling, thinking they, were planning on voting in person on election day. Now there were so many people that wanted to vote absentee for the very first time, and there were a lot of barriers to that. Not many people even knew that in Wisconsin, we're a no excuse state and anyone can vote absentee. Typically in an April election, we would have run our election observation program and had people out in the field to observe what was going on. But because of the pandemic, we decided that it wasn't safe. Here was the experience of a Columbus voter. Working remotely for the past month, I have no family or friends in the immediate area as well. Due to the current health crisis, it was not feasible to have anyone sign as a witness without potentially impacting their health or my own. Next slide, please. This was a Green Bay voter. I stood in the rain in Green Bay for 5 hours. I'm high risk for the virus and I'm scared. Next slide, please. This one is from a Milwaukee voter. I did not receive my absentee ballot, which had been requested more than 2 weeks before the election, and I went to the voting site every 2 hours over the course of the day. But the line was always at least 300 people, and at 81 years old with some lung issues, I could not join the end of the line. So after the April election, it was a new low, and we had been working very closely with league members, our partners, to do what we could to make it have the most safe, fair election as possible. In April, we were even part of an effort to try and postpone the election at a time where we could have enough materials to send people absentee ballots and to just know more about the situation. But so in response to that, we knew that we could not have another election like that here again. So we really got working hard on doubling down our advocacy effort. People on the purge list from being removed from the rolls. This was something that started before the pandemic, but we still were working on it well into November. And I'm really glad to say that I'm part of an organization that stepped up, is monitoring the situation, took legal action. Another thing that I'm happy to report that we advocated for and that happened was the addition of the smart tracking barcodes on the absentee ballot envelopes to voters. So there were issues of ballots getting lost in the mail, and we didn't want that to happen. We were really supportive of the Elections Commission's idea to add this tracker so voters had more transparency of where their ballots were at in the process and in the system, and to make sure that nobody's ballot got lost in the mail. Next slide, please. Also, for the first time, as a result of some of our advocacy, the Elections Commission added early voting information and the location of drop boxes in various in communities in Wisconsin. So voters could go onto the MyVote website, which is, as we all know, is the one-stop shop for election information in Wisconsin. And so voters were able to find that information there. That was a huge win. There's always a gap of information about early voting. And with so many people not trusting the postal system to return their absentee ballots, knowing where your local drop boxes were was key information to make sure that voters felt confident in returning their absentee ballots. We were fortunate to work with partners on various voting days, doing poll worker recruitment, registering voters on National Voter Registration Day, and promoting voting early during early vote day. The League of Women Voters was a premier partner during all of these days. We also really put a lot of emphasis in supporting local leagues in your work doing voter outreach to voters. I'm really happy to say that we were able to support the Dane County Voter ID Coalition in lifting up their helpline in a small way by helping expand the network to be statewide. And it was such a critical resource to all voters in Wisconsin. Here are some of the other projects that we were able to support from local leagues as well: voting signs, postcards, billboards, and then just tons of printed voter services materials as well. For the first time on Vote 411, it was fully accessible in Spanish, and we were able to put early voting and drop box locations information up on Vote 411 as well in both English and in Spanish. We also we're tentative in canceling our observation program in November as well, but it's just such a crucial election. We decided that it needed to go on. Worked with so many partners to make sure that this happened, and it was the election of many firsts. We had observers looking at early voting, central count locations, drop boxes, We used electronic reporting so people could report to us in real time, and had social media monitoring, looking at tracking disinformation and misinformation online. Here's a look at the voter turnout in November. All of this work that we did was leading up to this day of record voter turnout. And I put together these two charts that show the differences in election turnout and types of voting between November 2016 and 2020. You'll see that actually early voting was around the same amount relative to the other methods of voting, and then just the dramatic increase of absentee voting by mail.
Hi everyone, Justin Williams here with Community Shares of Wisconsin. We're doing a live stream all day. We started early at 6 a.m. and we're going until about 9 p.m. tonight. Sherry's been with you most of the day, but we wanted to give her a little break so she could get some lunch in, so I'm joining you here now. We are in our noon power hour. What a power hour is where donors can give through thebigshare.org. If you give during this time to your favorite nonprofit, if that nonprofit raises the most money or has the most donors, they'll win the Power Hour prize, which is $750. I wanted to take the time to introduce you all to my friend Shayla from CUNA Mutual Group. Shayla is representing CUNA, who is the Power Hour sponsor for this hour. Hi, Shayla. How are you doing?
Good. Hi, Justin.
It's so good to see you. So for those that might not know me that well, Shayla and I actually met 10 years ago at a different job. I think pretty much last month or this month. I can't believe it's been that long.
Yep, probably March.
Yeah. So, well, welcome to the Big Share Live. We kicked off the day early this morning. Things are looking great. Last I saw, we just turned over. We're at $336,000 raised with a goal of $500,000 for the day. So we are on track to hopefully blow that out of the water.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've been watching the ticker all morning. I love the Big Share, and I've been following you and donating for years. So I've been watching it creep up all day long.
Yeah, it's been doing great. So, well, thanks for joining us, Shayla. I want to give you the opportunity to just say a few words about CUNA Mutual. CUNA has been a great partner of Community Shares and a lot of nonprofits throughout the community. Just interested to hear more about your philanthropy, of why you support the Big Share, and then also just the broader community as well. So what's your sort of mission there at CUNA Mutual Group?
Yeah, definitely. So CUNA Mutual Group is a financial services company. We're based in Madison, Wisconsin. We actually have a footprint in all 50 states, and our company was founded on the principle of people helping people. And part of our mission is that we believe a brighter financial future should be accessible to everyone. In my day-to-day job working with the corporate social responsibility team and the CUNA Mutual Group Foundation, we take that one step further and really think about how is equity infused in the things that we do out in our communities where we live and work. So our grant making and community partnerships are really based on that principle of people helping people, building a brighter financial future. So we're looking at funding things that sort of focus on equity, focus on economic security, education. Those are all things that we know that help folks achieve a brighter financial future. So that's what the foundation and corporate social responsibility at CUNA Mutual Group are all about.
Great, that's awesome. So I know you guys have been super active in supporting the community through the pandemic. In particular, Community Shares, right at the beginning of the pandemic, we launched the Fund for Just Recovery, and CUNA was instrumental in sort of helping us to execute and fundraise for that cause. Those funds were to supplement our member organizations so that they could, make sure that the funding is guaranteed that Community Shares is providing to them throughout the year. So that was instrumental. So I'm looking to hear just a little bit more about how you guys have been involved in the community throughout the pandemic and your sort of priorities in giving then.
Yeah, definitely. So as we all know, the pandemic has hit everybody in different ways, but it has definitely impacted different members of our community in greater ways. And we love what Community Shares does and how it's a member organization with nonprofits really that are supporting social and economic justice. And so when we heard about the Fund for a Just Recovery, we wanted to support that. We have a lot of employees who are really generous, both with their time and with their resources. So in addition to that, supporting the Fund for a Just Recovery, we looked to different ways to support our community throughout the year. And the pandemic is still going, so it's important for us to support the Big Share this year, to let the community know that this isn't over, and we're sort of staying steadfast and working to help folks just at least stay at a baseline of a little bit more financial security as we navigate this really weird time.
Yeah, that it is. I just want to take the time to point out that we have now surpassed $340,000. As a reminder, we are in a power hour currently. So if you give now, your favorite nonprofits can win that extra $750 if they have the most dollars or the most donors during this hour. If you're not able to give, you can share this video on social media. Just make sure that you're sharing it with the hashtag CSWBigShare. That way we can make sure to know that you shared it and give it a like, and thank you for helping us to promote this time. So again, if you're interested in making a donation, the website is thebigshare.org. Right now, we're going to move over to an interview that I conducted with local rap and hip-hop artist Rob Dees. He's also a Bubblerian at the Madison Public Library, a new word that I learned through this interview. So we're going to take it over to the interview with Rob, and then we're going to come back with Shayla slightly after 1 o'clock, where we're going to award these prizes, these Power Hour prizes. So stay tuned, and we hope to see you then. Thanks. Hi everyone, Justin Williams here. I'm the Community Partnership Director at Community Shares of Wisconsin. We're celebrating the Big Share today, so if you haven't had an opportunity yet, definitely go on to www.thebigshare.org and make a donation to one or many nonprofits. There are 70 local nonprofits participating this year. The minimum donation is $5, so just you can use the search bar and type for an organization that you're interested in, either by name or by keyword, and find some groups that anyone could be interested in participating with. But today, I just wanted to introduce you. I'm here with Rob Dees. Rob, as many of you probably know in Madison, is involved in a lot of community activity, and part of that is at the Bubbler here at the Madison Public Library. So I wanted to just have a chat with Rob about some of the work that they've been doing. I know Community Shares and many of our nonprofits have actually benefited from this program of the library. We partnered in the past doing a Photoshop training. We've also done video editing. So obviously this video will be edited at some point, and it is from what I learned here at the Bubbler, so that's pretty cool. But Rob, thanks for joining us. So why don't you just tell the folks a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the work that you do here at the Bubbler.
Well, cool. Thanks for having me, first of all. It all started in a one-room shack in Beloit, Wisconsin. No, I'm just kidding. My name is Rob. I perform by the name of Rob Dees as a musician, obviously. My position here at the Public Library is that I am the digital media Bubblerian for the Bubbler program, which means that pretty much I have the opportunity pre-COVID to really work with the community on teaching things like audio engineering, videography, obviously you said photography, graphic design work. That's kind of what we kind of work with, is providing access, technology access, and teaching digital literacy. That's kind of our big thing. So yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed when I first walked in here was the sound booth in the back. That is not something that I've gotten to work with in my experience of working with the Bubbler. But can you tell us a little bit about some of the programming that you offer for the general public, per se, during a non-COVID time? I want to be clear that, you know, the Bubbler has been working digitally during COVID, but there's also opportunities, hopefully when this is all over, said and done, that people can come back into this space and participate. So.
Right, yeah. Well, this is definitely a makerspace. So obviously we have a digital audio workstation where we actually show people how it is to record yourself. You know, like we pretty much put you in the seat and say, hey, we're not going to record an album for you, but we'll show you how to record your own album. And from there, we did things like digital audio time, where people could come in for X amount of hours to use the station to kind of create their own content. We kind of did that. One of the big programs that we work with is called Media Academy, which is more based towards middle school and high school kids, where we kind of do an 8-week boot camp. And we partner with the Urban Community Arts Network, you can. So we were able to actually teach kids through the culture of hip hop, not necessarily just teaching kids how to be rappers, but like I said, how to use content for social change, and it comes in a myriad of different ways. I mean, we've done documentaries, we've done music videos, we've done albums, you know. So it's the same idea of giving access to people that don't actually have the access, and to kind of teach them how to dream for themselves and kind of set themselves up in that way. So that's basically what we do.
Awesome. And going into that sort of social change aspect of this, as you know, a lot of the nonprofits, most of the nonprofits that participate in the Big Share are focused on social justice in the community. And I know you've been super active in the community. You've ran for county board at one point. So I'm just curious to hear what your thoughts on the Madison community are, the nonprofit community, and then also, how your work ties into supporting that community.
Man, I think that overall, I feel like Madison is a good community. I think that there is room for growth, and I think that at least the point that we are at socially right now, from what I'm seeing, is that Madison is starting to make the effort to make that progress and to grow and to get even better. That's part of the reason why I've been here so long, because I've enjoyed the community. The community's been good to me, so I try to be good to it. So, but yeah, I definitely embrace and am thankful to have a place like Madison to really work for social change. Like seeing and be able to identify the things that are going on and at least try to offer in a way that we feel is something that can be beneficial for the greater community at large. We've been able to do that with the work that we do, not only with the Bubbler, with the work that we do in the hip hop community with, different things, the Task Force on Equity and Entertainment. So, like I said, I think that Madison is a great place to have the ideas and to launch, and it can be used for that. Like I said, it's a cool place, and there's room to grow, and I see that Madison will continue to grow.
Yeah, and on that sort of frame of community, while we've all sort of moved into this digital realm, I know that you've been helping out with different things throughout the community. One of those in particular was Cafe Coda's event that they had recently, raising funds for them. Can you talk a little bit about how you personally have been supporting community through COVID, through different digital sort of things that you've been involved with?
I mean, I try to just offer help where I can. Like, for example, the event at Coda. It was part of the Black History Month celebration. So the event was called More Than 28 Days, where it's actually being able to talk about, Black history is more than just a month. It happens every day. So I think that's kind of cool. Some of the other things that we've been able to do is work with the Urban League on their cabaret this year, being able to host that. The Greater Madison Music City Project, which is kind of the next wave of what was the Task Force on Equity and Entertainment. We are now actually at the point where we're trying to get more communal involvement and going out and spreading the idea of having a place where everyone can have a voice. So that's kind of been one of the bigger things that we've worked on as well. Yeah. I'm trying to think offhand, but yeah.
Yeah, let's chat a little bit about sort of the hip hop history in Madison, because the committee that you're talking about has sort of been, at the forefront of, for lack of a better word, acceptance of hip hop in the community. Because I know when I first moved here, they were trying to do shows at Majestic, and that, there was rules that were put in by the city council that sort of tried to stop this type of music. And obviously from an equity standpoint, that is just not really acceptable. So just talk a little bit about the work that you've done with that committee, and how it seems the city has sort of come maybe almost full circle, or maybe they still have some room to go in understanding. But just curious about that a little bit.
Yeah, man. Like I said, the Greater Madison Music City Project was something that evolved from the work that had been done with the Task Force for Equity and Entertainment, which was actually the work started 10 plus years ago. And I have to give a big shout out to Karen Reese, Karen Wolf from Madison Arts Commission, Mark Frere from Dane Arts, Walter Janikowski, Carol Schaefer, so many other people that have helped kind of put the work in. But the whole premise of that project is to really make sure that all voices are heard, and even in things, and like even some of the things that we did from the task force report was like, you know, even if voices being heard doesn't necessarily mean the people on stage. It's just like simple things like we were talking about implementing, you know, cultural bias training for venues. So the venues can be able to deal with crowds that they're not used to, and totally not do the things that make them look like, dude, why are you not booking? You know, like, so like to be able to work with that, to talk about transportation, you know, and effects on the city. You know, this is citywide stuff that's kind of based from the idea of hip hop, but it kind of spreads out. So there's about 31 suggestions that we made from the task force report, and now the Greater Madison Music City Project is really taking those ideas and kind of implementing an ecosystem or a plan to have a more inclusive arts and cultural community. So things like making sure that, you know, festivals at least try to make it sense to have all representation of different genres. You know, things like that, making sure that there's proper booking and things like that. Teaching artists how to be more entrepreneurial in their efforts to be able to go and talk to venues, you know. Education, you know, how we have teaching artists, you know, you look at all the budget cuts that are happening in schools, well, you know, kind of one of the things that we have is this kind of database of teaching artists that we want to be able to be able to come in and maybe help out filling the void that is now in there. So,
and that's really important because, you know, it's not like sports are always so funded so well in a lot of education realms, and it's like, you know, as we're cutting more things, it's like to arts and, you know, music, like this is sort of that filler essentially that's missing, that is, you know, desperately needed. So
definitely, man. I mean, even in the thought of, you know, and when we talk about all voices, for example, the teaching artists that we implement, like, in some cases in schools, some of these teaching artists may be the only faces of color that any kids see.
Yeah.
But, you know, the inspiration that comes from that, you know, or the motivation for a kid, you know, that the sky's the limit when they see that. So you know, I mean, it's really about providing that opportunity and really kind of creating this system where everybody is getting a chance to be heard. Like at Madison, at least in my opinion, is like we're talking about being a truly progressive community. It has to be progression for everybody. So and that's kind of what the work of GMMC is on the arts and cultural side of it.
Cool. Awesome. Well, for our viewers that might not know who you are, I mean, they should at this point, but if you don't, so talk a little bit about, you know, your history and what you've done. So you're a hip hop or rap sort of artist. I'm curious, what do you think is the highest moment of your career so far? What's the coolest like venue or like event that you've done? And then in your more professional career, I know you've met Michelle Obama, so we want to hear about that. And how is she? How cool is she? I mean, that's like the most awesome thing to be able to meet the First Lady of the United States.
Yeah, man. Probably one of the coolest things that I would say, it wasn't necessarily the largest, but it was one of the coolest, was I actually got a chance to perform in the Field House. This is a couple years back, but I opened up for Common at the Field House, and it was kind of cool.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, man. Well, it was cool because, you know, like as a kid, you watch stuff on TV and it's like live from the Field House, and then as an adult, you get a chance to kind of play, and you're like, dude, I'm in the Field House. Like, this is kind of cool. So,
well, it's in your like home area. Like it's, you know, it's not just traveling around like venues. Like it is, you feel it in your heart because it's local too, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely, man. And that was definitely a big thing. Like, you know, to be a Madison-based artist and to play at the Field House, it definitely was a very warming moment for me. So.
That's awesome. That's so cool. I actually did not know that about you yet.
Yes.
So. That's awesome. So tell us about Michelle Obama. What was that experience like going to the White House, accepting that award? Well, first tell people what the award was that you were accepting and then how that experience was.
Okay. So I was actually the community recipient for the National Medal of Honor for Library and Museum Services. So really, technically, I always have to clarify, it was the library's award. Sure. I was just a community person that got chosen to go. So it was a very cool experience. We got to go to the White House during the Obama administration towards the tail end of it. And it was just a super cool experience to really, you know, for me, I always say the same thing. Like, I met history, like meeting the First Lady. I'm meeting Michelle Obama. Right. So, and she was a very cool person. I try to be very straight-laced and serious, and I'm a hip-hop artist. I can't smile, and finally she just kind of gave me a nudge, and I just broke out in this like big Kool-Aid grin.
Oh, that's
so, but it was just, you know, you're meeting Michelle Obama, you can't really be like, nah, man, I'm not gonna.
No, right.
You know, so yeah.
You got to show up in the tie and everything, anyways, and then you're like trying to keep it cool. Yeah,
right.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
So anything else you want to share with the audience before we sort of cut things off here, like to share about the Bubbler? I know you said you've been doing some stuff digitally for the public, so maybe a little bit about that, just what sort of services you're currently offering digitally through the Bubbler.
Well, right now, a lot of the stuff that we're doing is based in schools, like, so we're doing like virtual songwriting classes and things like that. I'm also finishing up with an intern that I had for this past semester who is actually doing a multimedia art exhibit that he's going to be premiering tonight as we speak. Well, it'll be coming out later, but it's still like, so it's just that kind of thing. But like I said, most of the activities that we're doing right now are basically songwriting experiences and teaching kids kind of how to properly express themselves. Obviously, not being in classrooms, we're not able to give kids a lot of the access to the equipment that we have right now.
Sure.
But like I said, the biggest thing has been just the interaction and being able to do, hey, let's just get you to share your truth. Mm-hmm. You know, we'll get to all the bells and whistles later, but right now we just want to get you to that point, and it's been a blast. So.
Yeah, because there's an artistry to the writing, but then there's also the artistry of producing as well.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So one of my last questions then, so what's next for you? Do you have any highlights coming up, you know, in music or anything that you have going on? Or is there anything you can talk about that you might be working on that we can share with our audience?
Okay.
I didn't tell him that I was going to ask this question, so.
Okay, well, I guess I can finally say that I am approaching finishing a new project that I plan on releasing. The target date is to release it in May.
All right.
So it's coming.
Well, you heard it here first, people.
Yes, it's called "He Speaks So Well."
All right.
I'll let you internalize that yourself.
This is breaking news, so you heard it here first on the Big Share Live. I want to thank you all for tuning in. As I mentioned at the beginning, you can give now to any nonprofit participating in the Big Share. We have 70 nonprofits participating. Go to www.thebigshare.org. A minimum donation of $5. If you're not able to give, you can share this video right now on your own social media. Include the hashtag CSWBigShare in that, and then we'll be sure to give you a like and a thumbs up for all the support that you're showing us. So yes, if you can give now, share on social, that's great. Rob, I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with us, and I really appreciate your time.
Cool. Sharing is caring.
There we go. All right, thanks everyone. Bye-bye.
Well, here we go. It simply has to be more than 28 days. For we are history in our everyday ways. Now, let it be known that our existence just to be here needs more mentioning than 28 or 29 in a leap year. We need more than 28 days. See, this goes from being brought here against our will, piled up in the bottom of ships until we reach the land not ours with a fight uphill, with efforts to break us with each lash we had to feel. That's why it's got to be more than 28 days. A push for us to use the creations that we made, being put in a context where we were enslaved, delegated to a system where we had to behave. Now I bear the weight of ancestors sent to an early grave because freedom from bogus circumstances is what they crave. That's why it's got to be more than 28 days. From the Emancipation Proclamation to the Pride of Civil Rights, all we've ever wanted is to be seen in equal sight. From A. Phillip, Carter G., Angela to the Panthers. The only thing we've ever asked for is some answers. We bear our soul through every step of the game we master, like the autobiographicals of Richard portraying JoJo Dancer, showing our pain because of love that we are after. Generations before me taught me how to write this chapter. I am inspired for those that fought for a better day. Within the heat of the night, Sidney Poitier. I read about the sit-ins to get in where we fit in We took the hoses and the dog attacks that left us bitten with hopes of changing the system that's been based in hate. But with love, we fight to change this mission. I'm cut from that cloth. That's why we need more than 28 days. See, I was born shortly after Malcolm and Martin were assassinated, before Jesse, John, and Al were elevated. I was raised in the era of the crack hit, and the mainstream threw us in jail real quick. Some shit they held us down so slick, plus having us focus on things like clothes, chains, and kicks, writing us off in certain situations. Like whoever told us to devalue a quality education? Who was the author of that type of narration that told us a story that we were limited to limitations? That became the case. Now we are facing the case. These are burdens we carry in the scenarios we face. Actions that ensure our stagnation, not too distant from the grasp of a plantation. This has got to change. So today, we change the narrative. Just surviving is not enough. It's time to live. Therefore, these are the days to get it straight. That's why I know it's got to be more than 28.
Joining us are Hong Tran, the principal of Badger Rock Middle School, and Nancy Vu from Freedom Inc. And they are both very deeply connected, dear parts of our Badger Rock family. So we want to invite y'all on to talk about your work and what you do and how it intersects with the Badger Rock Neighborhood Center. Tell us about yourself and your work.
What's up? How's it going, Sarah? Hey, Hetty.
Hey.
Okay. My name is Hong Tran. I am the principal of Badger Rock Middle School. This is my 5th year of being principal of Badger Rock. And each year it keeps getting better. You know, I still remember the first year, Sarah. That's when we first met, right? That's when we first met that summer.
Yep.
I looked at someone who called me with a 510 area code. I was like, what? Is someone calling me from a Bay Area area code? Because I have the 510. We both have 510 still. And I still remember that summer, the gardens were not gardens. They were just weeds, you know? And the first step we had to do was pull the weeds and start tending to the soil. So, and that's been 5 years, and it's been super, super fast. I kind of measure my time at Badger Rock with Quinn. Because when we had her, she was a year, you know, so I kind of see the growth of Badger Rock as analogous to her growth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was like Sarah came in like a green, she waved her little magic green wand and just turned everything green. It was like, wait, where'd that come from?
You know, right? Yeah, it wasn't that easy.
It wasn't that easy. It's the whole Badger Rock team, the kids, the students, the community. But yeah, and then Hetty started that same year, right? So we were
a little while. A little before you guys came on. It was me and Miss Cora holding it down here.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. And then, then the 3 of us kind of took it from there. It's been a journey.
Yeah, like each year it gets better and the soil gets richer, you know, and I think for me, I've always wanted to do something connected to gardening and farming and sustenance. I did my student teaching at King Middle School in Berkeley, and that was with Alice Waters and her edible school garden. So that was way back in 1999, I think. You remember that? Yeah. So ever since, it kind of stuck with me as this model of education that can be both like academically fulfilling, but also community-based, and fulfilling the needs, the health and wellness of our students and families, along with the academic growth too.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about how you have kind of taken that vision with Badger Rock Middle School and what you all have been up to in this.
Wow. Yeah. So
a lot to ask. You could probably write a book about it.
Yeah, we've been up to quite a bit. I know this year we're doubling down on kind of the way we teach. Given that we're virtual, we're more committed to project-based learning. And we're all more committed to making sure that students learn to understand how systems are connected. This year especially is around food systems, right? So they're reading maps around food distribution, and they're trying to understand it. They're trying to figure out a problem, an inequity that they see in Madison, and then come up with a solution. So that's what we're up to in the big scheme of things. Day to day, we're just trying to keep our students connected to us, and keep them going through this virtual learning phase.
Hey, Hong, I'm on the Madison Food Policy Council, and if you have some good suggestions from the youth, can you let me know? Because maybe we can share some of those with the Food Policy Council as we come up, because we're crafting, things that we can do to change the way that food is distributed in the inequities in the system as well. So that would be really fun. Let me know.
Yeah. Hey, and if you want several students to actually talk to,
I would.
I think that's what we want. Like, we want them out there impacting policy, even at the middle school level.
Yeah, maybe I can join one of your classes, and of course, that would be fun.
Every day at 9:45 we party. So all the students get on the Zoom, we have music, we have raffles, and we just party. So yeah, and let me know any day at 9:45.
Thank you.
So Hong, for people who might not know about project-based learning, could you talk a little bit about that and what that is?
Yeah, so essentially it is, there are different elements of project-based learning, the framework. So one is this idea that students are learning academic skills, but also success skills like creativity, like problem solving, like collaboration, so those kind of everlasting skills beyond the academic skills. So within that core kind of part of the PBL, we call it project-based learning PBL framework, there's also elements like making sure kids are learning something that's authentic, something that's real life, that they have voice and choice in the matter too. So, the next layer for us is really getting into gardening and farming, what that means, so I think our staff, our teachers are getting PBL down, and next up is going to be PBL in concert with farming and urban agriculture.
Yeah, I know y'all have been checking out Leah Penniman and Soul Fire Farm and her work on dismantling racism in the food system too in your classes. And that's that's awesome to get that.
Well, Sarah, I thank you for all those resources, because it's been our tech set for this year. So we're going through those videos, those concepts. When the teachers came back this August, we delved into a couple of their videos. One that struck us was this idea around connecting the food justice movement with the racial justice movement. My staff saw that connection quite strongly. So really appreciate those resources.
Yeah. Well, I'm down to work with you all any way and always. So let's keep it going.
Yeah.
That makes me excited from the neighborhood center side, and also from our parent nonprofit Rooted, because that's a lot of the work that we're doing. And one thing I want to talk about that I was excited about is this summer when COVID hit, we obviously we weren't working together collaboratively in the building, but our kids, your kids, from the middle school were working with us this summer. And like when we think about our successes and we think about what those long-term successes are, collaboratively thinking about those young men that were in their hoodies. One of them was my grandson, working outside in the heat, you know, doing their farming. You know, on my side, on the Rooted nonprofit side, we're looking forward to seeing those young people one day come work with us and be trainees at the farm. You know, to show that there's other ways of advancement and other employment opportunities and other, not even just employment, the opportunity to own your own land, to collaboratively own land with other people. So yeah. You know, what do you think, what was it like for you to see those young men that had just graduated from middle school and are now high schoolers, you know, back on the farm?
Yeah, our young woman, she wasn't a bad job. Yes. Let's not forget the women farmers too.
Yeah, it just made me really proud of the fact that we were able to invest in these young men and continue to invest in them beyond middle school. Yeah. You know, we see them for only 3 years, and that's just too short. But the fact that each and every year there are students who come back to our community dinners to be interns, to earn money, right, to farm, right? That's why I got into education, right? To make this a longer lasting impact in the community. So to see that come to fruition and to see the opportunity it just blows me away.
And it's amazing to me how many kids, you know, that they wanted to come do that, and that more kids wanted to do that than we had the ability to accommodate this summer. That is amazing. So yeah. And that speaks to Badger Rock Middle School, and that it really does feel like family to at least to a lot of kids. So and their families.
Yeah.
Speaking of families, your whole family is involved in Badger Rock.
Yes.
Yeah. So Nancy, how are you doing?
Good. I love listening to you guys talk about your passion for Badger Rock, because it's the same kind of passion that I feel working with Freedom Inc. And, you know, I think most people probably know Hong and I, but we are, you know, we're both Californian transplants. We've both been here for a very long time. And I've been with Freedom Inc. for, at least 15 years, from the very beginning that we moved to Wisconsin. And I currently, you know, run their development and grants department. But, you know, hearing you guys talk about the investment in your community, I think is something that it really aligns with the way Freedom Inc. works, right? Like, we're all about, you know, people come through our doors, but we aren't just like a revolving door, right? We hope that we find places and homes for them in our organizations so that they can continue to keep staying invested. And so that's why you'll see like all of our campaigns are run by, you know, youth who started out with us when they were like 8 or 9 years old. And this past summer, several of them actually won a campaign to have police-free schools, to end the contract with police. And now that, you know, now they're like 14, right? So like they've been with us for a long time. And I think that, you know, the great thing about your Badger Rock Neighborhood Center is, you know, you guys are able to make sure that you continue to invest in the people that come through your doors. And I think what's been really exciting this year that I've seen being part of the garden, is how you all like pivoted to meet the needs of the community, which is something that's hard for a lot of groups to do like immediately. And you guys started your like weekly food distribution process, you know, making sure you opened up more garden plots to families. And that's really important to meet the needs of the time. And I'm so happy that Hong and I get to be part of that. And yeah, I do remember that first summer we started those gardens.
Yeah.
I was like, this is not big enough. And then like we could hardly maintain it. So anyone who's like, this little, you know, raised bed isn't big, it's a lot of food. And it's so great that you're all able to offer people, you know, the space at Badger Rock.
Yeah, so Nancy is a community gardener. Nancy and Hong, too, their family has a community garden plot. And Nancy is like it's you can just see her thumbs turning green every time she like she's an amazing.
But you know what's funny is Hong's mom she's a wonderful green thumb. Like if we can ever do a tour from her garden, her backyard, you'll see it's inspirational. And then my parents, you know, when they first came to the U.S., they started, you know, one of the industries that they could enter right away was agriculture, right? Like they knew how to farm. So both Hong and I have a very strong like gardening, farming background. Like I went to farmers markets, you know, for most of my childhood. So when we became adults, well, Hong not so much because he was like, I don't want to touch dirt. Because he grew up in like in Oakland and they had like concrete. But I started raising chickens and I had a garden and yeah, Hong knows. So yeah, I've already started. I'm a show and tell person, so I already got all my seeds. These are all my microgreens. I have a couple variety of my pepper seeds. Yeah, so I'm getting ready to like start my indoor seedlings and can't wait to share it with everyone. Hong's about to see the greenhouse come up in the living room.
Like
we're really active.
So you have a little thing on the side that you're doing with plants and soaps, right?
Yeah. So the reason come winter, I go a little overboard because my mental wellness relies on me, on me finding ways to keep my sanity. And I do a lot of crafts. So besides the gardening, this year I started going into like succulents. So one whole corner of our living room is like a succulent. It's like a succulent corner. Because it's another way to touch dirt, right? During the winter, you can't go outside. You know, you need to touch dirt and just feel connected to the earth. And then the other thing I started doing was because everybody was getting maskne, you know, like you got to wear like masks and then your skin was getting messed up. I started exploring ways to keep my skin clean. And then I started going back into soap making. So I'm making, you know, my own soaps, and then people asked if they could buy the soap. So it became this whole process. So our kitchen is like a soap making factory plus plant greenhouse. It's a lot, but it keeps us sane. And I really want to stress that we do this in our home because it's for our mental wellness. Yeah. You know, and it's really important to be part of a, you know, like the garden and to be part of a community that cares about just wellness. And I think that's why Badger Rock, you know, I love coming on here and you guys inspire me because you're always finding ways to make sure people have ways to be mentally well.
Yeah, that's
we could put a link to your Nancy joined us for a workshop on succulents. Was it a couple months ago?
Yeah,
yeah, we can pop that link in the chat if anyone wants to check that out later. It was really fun. So thank you for doing that.
And I'm not the only one. I mean, it sounds like I'm the only one that makes all these messes, but Hong has his own thing. He doesn't talk about it, but he's really into watches.
I know about the watch thing.
You guys don't know about the watch thing. But if anybody wants to talk about watches and, you know, I don't even know what else to say about
my
watches.
grandson Kali likes watches because my son DeMarcus got him into it. So that's like their thing now, watches.
Yeah.
I can talk about watches
He's
all
really
day.
passionate about it.
And I was like, where did it come from? And I was thinking about my first job was with my sister. We sold watches at the San Jose flea market in California.
Watch
hustling, you know. Like, where did that come from? I was like, oh yeah, I just kind of grew up, you know, connected to that. I used to sell watches, fix wristbands, change batteries and whatnot. So it just allows me a way to escape.
Yeah, but I think it's all part of this, like stepping back from this technological, digital sound of our current landscape and just stepping back into a moment where things are like really mechanical and well made, and time watches where, you know, people actually wore watches and people grew their own food and they made their own soap and they were sustainable. You know, like that time is still really relevant now, right? Like especially now when people have COVID and they can't leave the house the way they used to, and you know, you have to like do your own things.
Yeah. People crave that. I think people crave the connection. Our students love to tinker, right? So we bring stuff in for them to take apart, put together, right? So then they really start to understand how things work and how systems work together, both mechanically, but also within our society. So that's really our push for our students, systems thinking, starting in middle school.
Yeah.
Well, and just like you all were talking about, your passion started when you were kids with the growing and the watches. That's where it starts for a lot of people. So getting our youth introduced to things that they might carry forward with them into their lives. That's
your passion. I interviewed you, Sarah, from Love Wisconsin, with gardening started as a kid because of your family dad's work. I know for me, my passion is Madison and community and race relations and race and equity, just because of the things that happened to me as a young person living here. I got involved, and that's why I love Freedom Inc. and the work that you guys are doing, because you're giving young people that platform to find their voice. I think one of your young people got recognized as the MLK young person, inspiring young person this year. So that's
Adams. Yes. And Shira has been with us, for so long, and she is a part of our family. Her parents are M. Adams and Gajwa Vang, and she, she's really led the police free school movement along with other young queer folks. And we're so proud of our youth at Freedom Inc. And this year especially, I think people really wanted a place to call their political home and a place to engage with all the racial rebellions happening and all the issues that came with COVID around like racial disparities in health and whatnot. And I think Freedom Inc. was really a good place for a lot of folks to engage.
You guys came by this during the fall, I believe it was, with food, and we did Joy to the Polls.
Yes, we did. Awesome. Yeah, besides all the things I just talked about, yes, it was an election year and census year, and so we brought Joy to the Polls because we didn't want people to be afraid of going to the polls, and we wanted to just say it's a joyful thing. Use your voice. Come out here, listen to some music, come get some food, grab some dinner. Yeah, so I of course picked the Badger Rock site because I wanted to be there, and and we had several sites throughout the city, and everyone really appreciated it. They felt safe coming out to vote, right?
Yeah.
It's powerful in countering voter suppression.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, and it looks like what I'm hearing nationally is that that there's a push to hopefully get schools started back within the next 100 days. Whether that happens or not, I will just say I'm looking forward to the time when we are all back together again.
Yes.
I have been trying really hard in the last probably 2 weeks to just remember to pick up the phone and reconnect with people, or pick up however I need to connect with people, because I was realizing how much I miss that. Those things would normally happen spontaneously at a dinner or at a coffee shop or what have you. But to be able to connect, I think what really did it for me, and what does it for me every year, is the MLK Day. Because usually that would be my first kickoff event of the year, and I'd see everybody. So I'd get to check in to see, what was going on, what's the plan for this year, what are we focusing on, and so to do the MLK City County event where they were honoring Sheila Stubbs and Luleda and Shira, to be in a space where I could put a message out and see friends, posting, to see, some of the faces and people who make my year. That really meant a lot. So I'm looking forward to, when we're done with these boxes and looking at each other on a screen and we can see each other again. I'm really just keeping my fingers crossed. But until then, I'll take what I can get.
I do. One thing I do miss, and it is a very apparent absence from our life, is your photography. I miss seeing, Hetty's at this event and she's posted these photos, and it was kind of like the way that we saw Madison right through your eyes. And that was really absent this last year. And so I am definitely looking forward to all the events happening again, so that we can see it through Hetty's cameras, through your lens.
Perspective.
Believe me.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I kind of take it for granted, but like I kind of see you, like I know you take photos of us at the events, but it's kind of like our own personal family photographer. Because even the photo in the Facebook event, I was like, oh my goodness, that was when Quinn was so itty bitty, and then I go back and look at all the ones with like Brock, and yeah, and it's like, whoa, this is like our personal family photographer. It captures all these moments, not just of our family, but like so many families in Madison, right? And all those amazing events that you just talked about. So
sometimes I go back through pictures, I realize like, sometimes I don't know who I'm taking a picture of in the moment. And then I go back later. Like I've gone back through some pictures and seen some Badger Rock Middle School kids pictures that I took when they were littler. Yeah. And I'm like, oh wait, that's a Badger Rock. I didn't even know. Like I took that little kid's picture. So I love that, because I do feel like, you know, at some point, that young woman or young man whose picture I took is going to grow up, and I can hopefully come back to them and say, hey, here's some pictures. I'll be old like Malele, and I'll be like, pictures I took of you when you were little, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think about that. It's an honor and it's a privilege to be able to do that. I know. I was telling people the other day in a meeting, and I was in about the pictures we hung of the kids. You know, I think that was like one of the community dinners right before COVID. And like, I feel bad because like now I got to look at these pictures all the time and there's no kids. Like, I want you guys back.
It's nice to have them up though.
Yeah, it is.
You know, these boxes we're all communicating through here, they are real, but like the garden, this I wanted to talk a little bit about our Freedom Inc. partnership with the community gardens this year, because that was something new this year we were able to collaborate on since we expanded our community garden so much.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think most people know Freedom Inc. and we run several culturally specific groups with our Black elder women, our Khmer women, and our Hmong women. And they usually meet once a week and they hang out, and it's part of our programming. But because of COVID, we couldn't do anything in person. So we thought, well, you know, why not allow them to garden and then, you know, do it safely. We have like a staggered schedule and whatnot, and then they can come and still have community and then grow food, right, to help them. And so, yeah, I know Jessica was a part of that. Bernice helped some of the Black women with that. Sam and Jeanette helped some of the Khmer women, and Manya with her Hmong women's group. And I know that it was tough because we also, at some point we're like, well, we also can't transport you anymore, so you have to find your own way there. But the ones that could find their way there, you know, they were all able to at least get outside, right, and get some fresh air, and then still build community with each other. So it was so important to have that as a part of our programming last year. Otherwise, they would have, like you said, they would have just all been on Zoom. And for many of our elders, you know, this kind of technology is not user friendly. You know, they first have to like figure out even how to like upload a Facebook app or whatever, and then try to get into the Facebook room. So, you know, it's hard to do things. We knew we had to shift a lot of things, but the garden was one thing they all understood, and they could get out and just grow their own food. So it was really fun.
Yeah, I was checking out their stuff. I kept walking over there going, dang, what is that? Yeah. It was looking good. We got Mia Flores' mom we have to say hi to. She's in the chat. How are you doing?
I'm Mia Flores' mom. I want to say hi to my cousin my cousin David in London.
Yeah,
well done.
David, if you all don't know, you should follow him. He's a wonderful yoga instructor.
Yes.
And he's been hosting like Tran Family Morning Yoga, but he also does, you know, yoga on Facebook. So
is an inspiration to us. My nephew, Preston, congratulations. He's now a nurse in Sacramento area. How's it going? And I see Miss Malik. Hey, Miss Malik.
So awesome. Ron is on here. Hi, Sir.
Hi,
I miss you in Connections.
I miss her too.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Yeah,
I think we're getting close to the time where there's something happening after this thing. I think it's
something with like football.
Football, huh? Go Pack, go.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Big Share Live. I'm Justin Williams with Community Shares of Wisconsin. As I mentioned, we gave Sherry a little break. She'll be coming back after we announce this Power Hour. We've just ended the noon Power Hour, which is sponsored generously by CUNA Mutual Group. So thank you so much, CUNA. I know we raised a ton of money since we were last talking to you guys. We're currently at $397,000. So congratulations. Thank you so much to the Madison and Greater Wisconsin community for making your donations. This is way ahead of where we've been in previous Big Shares, so we're really pumped with where we're at. So first, thank you so much. Now I just want to invite Shayla back, Shayla from CUNA Mutual Group. Shayla, we have an announcement to make, is that right?
That's true. That's correct. I'm so excited.
Yeah. So we're announcing the Power Hour winners right now. So again, Power Hours are given to nonprofits that have the most dollars and the most donors during a specific hour. And this hour, this past hour, was generously sponsored by CUNA Mutual Group. So I'm excited to announce that the most raised was for Clean Wisconsin, and the most donors was from the Wisconsin Women's Network. So Judy's coming on stage with us, and we have some fun checks here to deliver for everyone. So congratulations to both Clean Wisconsin and Wisconsin Women's Network on your great work of raising funds to win Power Hour prizes. So congratulations. And we're actually fortunate enough that we have some of the staff here through Zoom to talk about sort of the strategy behind their giving and to say a few words. So first, I want to bring in from Clean Wisconsin, Luke, if you want to say a few words about, you know, how you guys did this. What did you do?
Yeah, absolutely. Our campaign this year was around unleashing the energy around real, bold, and comprehensive climate solutions. So for decades, Clean Wisconsin has been leading the way in advocating for climate policy, and even when it wasn't getting the sort of attention that it's getting today. So really a big thank you to everyone that contributed, and a big thank you to CUNA Mutual as well.
Yeah, Luke, and I know you guys have won Power Hours throughout the years. I can't remember which hours it were, and I'm not sure if you were there at the time, but I know that I have actually delivered a check to your office with people on roller skates. One year we had a drag queen. So unfortunately, we can't do those sort of fun presentations this year, but we definitely appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing through your fundraising efforts for the Big Share, and then all you're doing for the community and the environment as well.
Thank you.
And next, I want to bring on from Wisconsin Women's Network, Ellen Merker. Ellen, are you there?
I am. Hi.
Hi, Ellen. Welcome to the Big Share Live. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's so exciting.
Yeah, so tell the folks a little bit about Wisconsin Women's Network and what your organization does.
Yeah, so we work to really empower women across the entire state of Wisconsin by providing things like policy training advocacy so that women feel confident and have the skills to advocate for legislation that really affects them, as well as we have mentoring programs and networking events to help support women both personally and professionally.
Yeah, and Ellen, your organization, I think, is for winning a prize is super particular in the fact that you guys don't have a lot of staff, right? You're a more volunteer-run organization, is that correct?
We are 100% volunteer-run, yes.
Yeah, so it just shows the impact that collectively a group of people can have that, you know, that want to really advocate for a cause. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. A lot of women across Wisconsin have been positively impacted by the work that we do, and I think that really shows by the donations that we received today.
Yeah, and it's just amazing, like I said, you know, collectively together, all these individuals are making these donations, right? We don't have a lot of foundations that are making support. We do have some foundations like the Madison Community Foundation, but a lot of these gifts are, you know, small $5 gifts. If you are on the Big Share Live at thebigshare.org, you can see a ticker of individuals making donations, and it's just really an amazing to see. And right now we're at $399,000. So if you're seeing this now, please give and help us get us over that $400,000 mark during this hour. Our goal is $500,000 for the day. Like I said at the beginning of this, we're way ahead of where we normally are at this time, and we're so excited from the support we're seeing from the Madison and Wisconsin communities. So thank you both for all of the work that you're doing. Thank you, Shayla, for and CUNA Mutual Group for donating and sponsoring this Power Hour. These prizes really help amplify the message, that these individual donations can mean even more for these organizations. So Shayla, do you have a few final words for the folks?
It's just really great to see how you all engaged your donor base this last hour. I've been watching the ticker count up to that $400,000 mark. So congratulations, and let's help the Big Share get to their goal today.
Yeah, thank you so much. We definitely appreciate your support. And like I said, you can go to thebigshare.org and donate now. If you don't have the means to donate, that doesn't mean that you can't be involved. You can get involved by sharing on social media and using the hashtag CSWBigShare. Share that out to your networks. There may be individuals that you're connected with that can make donations, and their donation could push us over that $400,000 mark. I want to announce that next up, we have a Power Hour that will be launching again from 2 to 3 p.m., and that is with Wegner CPAs. So again, groups that have the most dollars raised and groups that have the most donors between 2 and 3 p.m. Will receive an additional $750 prize for that hour. On top of that, we have also our second match minute for the day. So that'll be happening at 3 p.m. and that's generously sponsored by an individual who also works at Wegner CPAs, Scott Homerson. And Scott's actually going to be joining us in studio because the fun and excitement that is in that match minute is just amazing. We're going to be matching up to $3,000 in 1 minute. So you want to be joining us live at 3:30. We're going to be announcing the match minute. We're going to be here. We might have some noisemakers. We might have some fun going on to try and drum up support to, make sure that we get that total $3,000 matched. And if you're supporting your favorite organization, if you donate $5, you can match that and make that 10. So making sure that you're tuning into that time is going to be important. Go to thebigshare.org, get it lined up, get your information entered. So as soon as you're ready during that minute, you hit enter and get that gift processed. So again, I want to congratulate our winners from Clean Wisconsin and the Wisconsin Women's Network. Thank you so much to Shayla and CUNA Mutual Group for joining us and for their sponsorship. And we will be back live at 2 p.m. with Scott Homerson from Wegner CPAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Community Shares of Wisconsin, for choosing me as the recipient of the 2020 Sally Sunday Family Advocate Award, and Zendesk for sponsoring this award. I am honored to receive it. I'm privileged to join the ranks of the amazing awardees from years past, including Cora White, who was instrumental in launching Badger Rock Neighborhood Center. I am so fortunate to work collaboratively in and with communities as they seek not just to survive, but thrive. Community members' determined pursuit of racial justice and an end to systemic oppression, their push for healthy neighborhoods, affordable housing, educational opportunity, abundant food, family-supporting jobs, youth leadership and voice, all of this has shaped the work that I have done since coming to Wisconsin in 1998 and will continue to guide me for the rest of my career. I thank the people of Madison's South Side, North Side, and Milwaukee's Lindsay Heights for the opportunity to work in partnership, for checking me when I've gone astray, and for affording me the grace to pick myself up and keep on in our shared endeavors. What I've been able to do would be nothing without you. I want to thank some folks in particular. The late Jerry Kaufman of the UW-Madison and Dale Birch of The Ohio State University, two city planning professors dedicated to progressive planning and advocacy, who shared my values and encouraged me to express them in the way that I work. Heather Mann, founder of Center for Resilient Cities, now Rooted, who hired me as Milwaukee project manager way back in 2006. Rooted's board of directors, and especially Joe and Mary Ellen Sensenbrenner, for their thoughtful guidance, sound advice, trust in my determination to have our organization directed by community vision, and patience with the years that it takes us to deliver results. It's a rare thing for a board of directors to trust in the process to the degree that our board does. Our former CRC staff and our partner organizations in Milwaukee and Madison, who have spent years in the trenches with me, pushing some very large rocks uphill in the service of community-based visions for change in the Lindsay Heights and Badger Rock neighborhoods. I want to thank my parents, sister, and brothers for being the best family of origin I could hope for, my husband, Alan, and my daughters, Catherine and Elizabeth, and their partners, whose enthusiasm and support feed me, take care of me, and cheer me on, sustaining me every day, and Rooted's passionate and incredibly talented staff, community connectors and capacity builders, farmers, farm trainees, educators and communicators, and support staff. They are the ones who deserve this award because they do the real work of growing community together every single day at Badger Rock and Troy Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you to Community Shares of Wisconsin for the Liesl Blockstein Community Leadership Award. A special thank you to Sustain Dane, Claire and her team for the nomination. And a big thank you to my wife, Natalie, for allowing me to spend the kind of time that I do at board meetings and at community events. And so without her, I don't have the capacity to do the work. I'm humbled tonight to receive this honor and to be in the company of the women who are also receiving this award. It really is something that I did not expect, and I'm honored. You know, I sit on a lot of boards and committees in town and invest in time and in causes that really further diversity, equity, and inclusion, because these are the things that most closely align with my mission and with who I am as a person. And I'm a business owner. I'm a board member a couple times over. I'm a big brother, big brothers, big sisters. And so some people who know me ask, you know, how is it that you do a million things? And I said, I really don't do a million things. I actually do one thing in a million places. And the fact that each one of them gives me energy and informs the other allows me to take all the things that I learn from one side and bring it over to another side and take networks and kind of smash networks together. So that's kind of my personal brand. That's my personal mission. And that's what keeps me going. And so there's some people with us tonight at the event, and there's people that I want to thank that aren't with us at the event. And some of these names you will recognize, and some of these names won't. I'm going to list them off, starting with Ed Swingle, Audrey Grodebor, Sherry Dostal, Rick Lang, Kathy Shelb, Dave Mothershed, Jennifer Alexander, Governor Jim Doyle, and Colleen Kerr. And like I said, some of those names you recognize. These are all people who gave me a chance to lead and gave me an opportunity to impact a company or a community or an organization. And so I want to make sure you know, without those people, I'm not in front of you tonight. And I wonder if somebody else were to list names of people who impacted their careers and their trajectory, I wonder if your name would be on that list. And maybe it will. Thanks again for the award, and have a great evening.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for sharing this very important experience with me. I am so pleased and so honored to be able to accept this award on behalf of my family and the people who have had the most influence on my life. I feel as though I have been gifted with the opportunity to work for an organization that has such strong values and principles that they live by, that they work by, and I'm thrilled to be a part of that organization, Wisconsin Conservation Voices. I also want to recognize that the people that make up this organization have had a tremendous influence on me. They've taught me the values of the organization, which are based on very strong principles, and the kinds of lessons and life ways that I like to follow in my own life. I know that each and every one of the members of our organization, of our team at Wisconsin Native Vote in particular, have taught me some very special lessons of how to move together as an organization. I feel as though there is such dedication and such motivation and exuberance by my fellow team members that I bask in the grace of the kind of examples that they provide for me. I also want to recognize the people that provide direction in the various divisions of our organization. Those folks have tremendous responsibility in government affairs, in communications, in advancement of our organization through donations and fundraising, as well as the executive director of Wisconsin Conservation Voters, Wisconsin Conservation Voices. She took a special interest in Wisconsin Native Vote and has kept that initiative growing strong and growing with integrity and with consultation of the tribes in Wisconsin. And Carrie Schumann, I can't say enough good things about her as our executive director. I feel as though that initiative has benefited the tribes of Wisconsin in so many important ways. To be able to have our voices heard through Wisconsin Native Vote, to have the issues that we care about and that we place such essential value on, stewardship of the earth, for example, water quality as examples, representation that in the political realms that we interact with, both at the state, federal, in the local levels, as well as in tribal governance. So those values that we hold very dearly as our birthright as tribal people are also shared by Wisconsin Conservation Voices. That's appreciated, that's valued, and that's recognized by my organization, and I can't say enough good things about it. I have a background as a writer and as an academic. I'm a retired educator with UW System. So I know the different kinds of workspaces that I have shared in the past. This organization is a profound gift for me to be involved with, and I'm proud to be a part of Wisconsin Conservation Voices. I also want to recognize Angela Westblank, who actually offered up my name for this distinguished award. And I want to recognize that she appreciates Wisconsin Native Vote and the work that we do. She's an important facet of raising funds for the various programs that we embark upon. So we rely on her to sort of keep the trains running and the lights on. So I appreciate Angela. Last of all, I appreciate the history of my family that continues to inspire me. Thank you very much.
Nothing's more difficult than navigating adolescence. Talk to me in the 6th grade, but we can't have time for that right now. Except for doing so in an atmosphere that forces one to hide or feel shame about their identity. Pioneering California educator Virginia Uribe Her mission was to eradicate the shame, developing Project 10, the nation's first school-based dropout prevention program for LGBTQ students. This year's Virginia Uribe Award for Creative Leadership in Human Rights goes to an organization that carries the torch and leads the way out of the darkness of intolerance towards the light of understanding, the Wisconsin-based G-Safe. G-Safe creates safe spaces for LGBTQ students to live in their truth and achieve academic excellence. 50 years ago, the Stonewall Uprising jump-started a revolution of equality. G-Safe's bringing that same revolutionary activism to our schools' hallways. Here's their story.
G-Safe is a statewide organization here in Wisconsin. We do work with educators, we do work with students as well as families with the goal of creating schools that are places where our LGBTQ youth aren't just surviving, but also thriving and actually having successful school careers. We're really focused on student leadership development, which often takes the form of working with GSAs, Gay Straight Alliances. We also do work here in Madison with primarily students of color who are LGBT through our Foundations of Leadership class. We want to really provide a chance for our students to see themselves in the classroom, both through the curriculum, and then also give them a chance to actually have a teacher who's a person of color, who's LGBT.
This is kind of your opportunity to reflect about, like, what are your strengths and what are your areas of growth?
We do professional training across the state, and we actually partner with our State Department of Public Instruction as well as our statewide teachers union and provide that professional development. Some of the work that we've been doing since about 2005 is working with local school districts to actually modernize their non-discrimination policy to particularly include protections for transgender and non-binary students. So when we started in 2005, there were 0 school districts in Wisconsin that had local protections. Now we have over half of Wisconsin's students attending school districts where they're actually protected on the basis of gender identity and gender expression. My co-director, Ollie Muldrow, is actually running for the Madison School Board, and like today is actually election day, and all signs point towards a victory, so not jinxing it. Having Ollie on the school board really advances G-Safe's focus, particularly on thinking about what are the needs of students of color, LGBT students of color.
I really like to think of myself as a little old lady who can look back and tell folks, like, there was a time in my community where it was really hard to go to school and be a kid of color, be a member of the LGBTQ community, or be a person with disabilities, and me and the people I love got together and we did something to change that.
Ollie has 70% of the vote.
Thank you for fighting for every single child's right to learn.
Accepting this year's Virginia Uribe Award for Creative Leadership in Human Rights, welcome the co-director of G-Safe, Brian Jukums.
Hello and good evening. My name is Brian J., also known as Mama J, if you feel warmth and affection towards me. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I'd like to take just 5 seconds for you to introduce yourself and your pronouns to somebody next to you. Go ahead and do that right now. Thank you. That was beautiful. So I think people are still doing it. But so on behalf of my G-Safe board and colleagues, thank you, NEA, for this recognition. Thanks also to the Wisconsin Education Association Council President Duff Martin and member Eben Grisby for championing our nomination and for your leadership. This past year, WEAC called upon all Wisconsin school districts to finally adopt policies that protect our non-binary and transgender students and educators, essentially telling them that it was time to get with the program. I also want to say special thanks to the students and educators who have partnered with GSAFE for nearly 25 years to move Wisconsin forward for queer and transgender youth. Really, this award is for you. I became aware of Virginia Uribe's work through Project 10 when I was just out of undergrad in rural Iowa in the early to mid-90s. Because I had not seen my identity as a gay man positively reflected in the school setting up until that point, I had opted to forego a career in education, thinking there was no place for me. Having learned of her pioneering work, however, and having caught just the smallest glimpse of what was possible, I could not unsee it. It helped spark a lifelong passion to work alongside education, helping all members of the school community feel and use their power to create safer, more inclusive environments. Like you, I was saddened to learn of Dr. Uribe's recent passing. I am deeply honored to be accepting this award in her name, this year especially. Let's make sure her legacy shines brightly by renewing our commitment to make the unseen seen, and to ensure all students see themselves reflected in each and every one of our classrooms every day. Let's inspire the next generation to say yes to careers in public education. And for the future of our queer and transgender students and colleagues, let's always move forward, never backwards. Thank you so much.
My vision literally was to change the culture of wellness in the Black community. I completed my first Ironman with diabetes, and looking at what diabetes was doing in the community, that's why I started this. That really opened the doors to a lot of different conversations about other chronic health conditions. I wanted to open my men's center in a barbershop. Barbershops, it's where Black men go. They trust, they respect, and they feel safe. We needed to get our African American men comfortable with not only talking about health, but comfortable investing in their own health. So we help these men get sleep studies. We help them get diabetes testing. We do daily blood pressure screenings. But then we got to the point where we were having all of this success with our preventative health screenings. And so guys said, well, we want more. Well, what is it that you want? The survey said they want a place where they can come, get on a computer, maybe apply for a job, maybe learn to read. And so this is how this place was born. 7 years writing grants, not getting funded, and all of a sudden SSM Health comes and said, we're going to take a chance on you guys. They saw our vision. No others did. They wanted to support what we were doing, and the rest has been history.
There is a segment of the population that just because of where they live, the zip code in which they reside in, the disparities in health outcomes are just far too great. We saw somebody who had passion to really want to make a difference. And I looked at his passion and I said, this could really work and this could make a difference. We're only as good as our community is at the end of the day.
4,400 men have come through the doors. And when you're getting 4,400 men, whether you're getting them diabetes tested, you're helping them lose weight, you're getting them involved with a counselor, whether it's substance abuse or mental health, we know that we're making a difference in the lives of these men.
Madison Sustaining Fund was organized in 1971. Came out of the anti-war movement. The initial money was from leftover bail bonds money, and we had this chunk of change. And a group of us came together to try to decide what we were going to do with it. And we thought, well, we should start supporting the organizations that helped support the students and other community members who had demonstrated against the Vietnam War. So that's where it started. I think that's where I felt our power was. I think there was a lot of sense of powerlessness, which I think is being felt again today. And we saw what we could do on a local level to make things change. So the notion of raising money locally and supporting local organizations who were progressive and looking for social justice and social change made a lot of sense. It just made a lot of sense. It still makes a lot of sense to me. Not that I think people shouldn't be doing national work and national organizing, but from my perspective, I feel most powerful when the money I give goes to organizations whose names I know, whose work I know. I may know some of their staff. I certainly know some of their volunteers. So all of that is very important to me. Well, I think as an adult, so back in the day when we were just kind of feeling our way through and not really knowing how we were going to keep it all together, there were many, many long meetings. There were lots of internal arguments. There were many staff changes. We had very limited staff. In fact, I was one of the first staff people for Madison Sustaining Fund. I think we got paid $100 a month and split it 3 ways. We could live on a lot less back then. But I think that we went through a lot of our adolescence and finally came out the other end as an adult organization, which takes seriously the notion that you have to do the work to get the results. So what I like about where Community Shares has gone is that it has not given up on this whole notion of each organization participating fully and representing their staff, their volunteers, their members fully with their full vote. And also being able to set for the future what the goals are going to be. I think that that's critical. And I think that that's one of the things that for me makes it very easy to continue to want to put my money there. That's always a tricky question, right? Because everybody's values are a little bit different. But I think primarily we recognize that every organization is working towards social justice in some fashion. So people have a different take on what that means or what the important issue is to them. But I think everybody understands that each little brick of an organization helps build the house. And so if you don't have each brick representing who they are, and you don't give them equal opportunity to be strong within the organization, then you've built a house of cards. And I think that that has been really what's so critical about bringing new organizations in, giving the new organizations the mentorship that they require, helping support them financially. All of those things are really important, and it builds for a better community. I think we want a house that's got a lot of good, solid strength, that was built from the ground up, that continues to allow people to participate fully, that encourages everybody to walk in the door, and that offers a window into a way of life which might be better, more sustainable, and more egalitarian.
Getting involved with Community Shares was fairly life-changing for me. I've been able to be a part of a group that I think is doing great good for so many people. We're approaching the 50th birthday, and I've been involved for 28 years. I became more and more impressed and started out probably donating smaller, and it grew over time. When I first got involved with Community Shares, so much emphasis was on social justice. They provide funding and a certain amount of guidance for their member organizations so that those organizations who have the talent and the skills to do that can help make this a better world.
I think it's important to give during the Big Share because it really shows a mobilization of support, supporting Community Shares. We realized we can have an impact on a really broad scale because there's so many different types of member organizations that are addressing issues that we're passionate about. By giving to Community Shares, it allows us to kind of support it all with, one donation. I think giving during the Big Share is important because of the collective impact that we can all have.
You get to be part of this group effort. You get to see the dollar amount combined with what the donations that other folks in the community are giving. Remember to donate. Go ahead and do it right now. It'll be fun, and if it's the Big Share, today is a great day to do it.
Preparing for my remarks tonight was the first time I had really been intentional about stopping and thinking through all the things that have happened this year and how much we've all been able to accomplish together. I'm sure that I'm not alone in being the kind of person who, or at least for this year, I had to focus on just one step ahead and just, narrow in on the task ahead. And anytime I looked at the full scope of what was needed, it would give me anxiety. And so I had to focus in. So this was really the first time that I had taken a look at the full scope of what we've accomplished, where we've been throughout the whole year. And honestly, I got emotional thinking through all the things that we've been able to do. We are a collective of people doing really amazing work. And I am just in awe of all the work that everyone has been able to accomplish, voter services wise and otherwise as well. So when I was going through and thinking through this year, for me, it really started at this moment, the lead up to the April election. I think it really changed things for a lot of people and the way that we were going to be conducting our voter services work and voter outreach throughout the whole year. So in March, the pandemic really hit consciousness in Wisconsin. We had that safer at home order, and voters were left scrambling, thinking they were planning on voting in person on election day. Now there were so many people that wanted to vote absentee for the very first time, and there were a lot of barriers to that. Not many people even knew that in Wisconsin, we're a no excuse state and anyone can vote absentee. Typically in an April election, we would have run our election observation program and had people out in the field to observe what was going on. But because of the pandemic, we decided that it wasn't safe. Here was the experience of a Columbus voter. Working remotely for the past month, I have no family or friends in the immediate area as well. Due to the current health crisis, it was not feasible to have anyone sign as a witness without potentially impacting their health or my own. Next slide, please. This was a Green Bay voter. I stood in the rain in Green Bay for 5 hours. I'm high risk for the virus and I'm scared. Next slide, please. This one is from a Milwaukee voter. I did not receive my absentee ballot, which had been requested more than 2 weeks before the election, and I went to the voting site every 2 hours over the course of the day. But the line was always at least 300 people, and at 81 years old with some lung issues, I could not join the end of the line. So after the April election, it was a new low, and we had been working very closely with the members, our partners, to do what we could to make it have the most safe, fair election as possible. In April, we were even part of an effort to try and postpone the election at a time where we could have enough materials to send people absentee ballots and to just know more about the situation. But so in response to that, we knew that we could not have another election like that here again. So we really got working hard on doubling down our advocacy effort. People on the purge list from being removed from the rolls. This was something that started before the pandemic, but we still were working on it well into November. And I'm really glad to say that I'm part of an organization that stepped up, is monitoring the situation, took legal action. Another thing that I'm happy to report that we advocated for and that happened was the addition of the smart tracking barcodes on the absentee ballot envelopes to voters. So there were issues of ballots getting lost in the mail, and we didn't want that to happen. We were really supportive of the Elections Commission's idea to add this tracker so voters had more transparency of where their ballots were at in the process and in the system, and to make sure that nobody's ballot got lost in the mail. Next slide, please. Also, for the first time, as a result of some of our advocacy, the Elections Commission added early voting information and the location of drop boxes in various in communities in Wisconsin. So voters could go onto the MyVote website, which is, as we all know, is the one-stop shop for election information in Wisconsin. And so voters were able to find that information there. That was a huge win. There's always a gap of information about early voting. And with so many people not trusting the postal system to return their absentee ballots, knowing where your local drop boxes were was key information to make sure that voters felt confident in returning their absentee ballots. We were fortunate to work with partners on various voting days, doing poll worker recruitment, registering voters on National Voter Registration Day, and promoting voting early during early vote day. The League of Women Voters was a premier partner during all these days. We also really put a lot of emphasis in supporting local leagues in your work doing voter outreach to voters. I'm really happy to say that we were able to support the Dane County Voter ID Coalition in lifting up their helpline in a small way by helping expand the network to be statewide. And it was such a critical resource to all voters in Wisconsin. Here are some of the other projects that we were able to support from local leagues as well: voting signs, postcards, billboards, and then just tons of printed voter services materials as well. For the first time on Vote 411, it was fully accessible in Spanish, and we were able to put early voting and drop box locations information up on Vote 411 as well in both English and in Spanish. We also we're tentative in canceling our observation program in November as well, but it's just such a crucial election. We decided that it needed to go on. Worked with so many partners to make sure that this happened, and it was the election of many firsts. We had observers looking at early voting, central count locations, drop boxes. We used electronic reporting so people could report to us in real time, and had social media monitoring, looking at tracking disinformation and misinformation online. Here's a look at the voter turnout in November. All of this work that we did was leading up to this day of record voter turnout. And I put together these two charts that show the differences in election turnout and types of voting between November 2016 and 2020. You'll see that actually early voting was around the same amount relative to the other methods of voting, and then just the dramatic increase of absentee voting by mail.
Hi there, I'm Sherry Dubiel, Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin, and you are watching the Big Share Live. This is our annual Big Share online giving day, and we are taking it all virtual this year and bringing you all of our events and Power Hour prize announcements, etc., all here on this live stream. And so we really appreciate you tuning in. And we wanted to announce that we just hit over $417,000. Yay! Thank you to all the donors and to all the sponsors. And remember that if you want to contribute, you can give at thebigshare.org. And 2 o'clock hour is a sponsored Power Hour, and we are being joined with Scott Hummerson from Wegner CPAs, who is this year's Power Hour, well, every year I think you guys are sponsors at the 2 o'clock Power Hour. Yay!
We've been sponsors since the beginning, Sherry.
You have?
Yeah.
Yes. One of our early believers. So during the Power Hour, for folks who are just tuning in, your gifts are making your favorite nonprofits eligible for some cash prizes. And there are 2 different prizes available. One is for the nonprofit that raises the most, and there's another cash prize available for the nonprofit with the most donors. And again, those prizes are available thanks to the generosity of Wegner CPAs. Thanks again. And then we also wanted to give you a preview of what else is to come. Scott is back again this year, not only as a sponsor from Wegner, but also as a Match Minute donor. And so at 3:30, Scott will be matching all donations for 1 minute up to $3,000.
Sounds wonderful.
It does.
Yeah,
it sounds fantastic.
I'm ready.
All right.
I have all my friends calling in.
Yay! That is the beauty of the Big Share. Everybody engaging with their friends, getting people involved in the community, sharing out, and getting people excited to give and to support social and environmental justice. So we are going to take some time here during the this Power Hour as folks are making their donations. You're going to hear a couple of special pieces. First, we will share with you a poetry piece from Madison's Poet Laureate, Angela Trudell Vasquez, who also happens to be the operations manager at End Domestic Abuse, one of our member groups at Community Shares of Wisconsin. So we're so happy to hear that. After that, we'll hear an excerpt from a video between Sustain Dane and MG&E related to electric vehicles and empowering our future by using electric vehicles. So Scott, thanks for being here. Any final pleas to your friends who might be listening to make a gift?
Well, they certainly should give during the Power Hour because this,
this is super important.
This is really important, and we're not going to get to drive around in a car this year
right.
and deliver checks like we have in the past, which was super fun, Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there, I've been out on Facebook and encouraging people to get on board. I know Wagner have a lot of friends out there, and we're on our own social media right now, Sherry, pushing this out. So,
all right.
But then I'm excited about 3:30 today when we'll see how much we can raise, and maybe we'll do more than 3,000.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, stay tuned, and please give at thebigshare.org. And remember that your donations during this hour are making your favorite nonprofits eligible to win a prize for most donors or most dollars raised. And remember that when you are sharing about the Big Share on social media, use the hashtag CSW Big Share so that we can all be part of the fun together. Thanks so much, and we'll be back in about an hour to make our announcements on the prize winners. Thanks.
Everybody, happy Big Share Day. I am thrilled to be with you all today with Angela Trudell Vasquez, who is the City of Madison's Poet Laureate. She's the 7th person to hold this role and brings rich experience to the role with over 3 decades of publishing poetry. And she believes that poetry is accessible to anybody and that we can break down barriers with poetry and create empathy and understanding with healing. I am incredibly moved by that statement and think that you will be moved by her work. She's been connected to Community Shares and our member groups for nearly 20 years with roles at both the ACLU of Wisconsin and End Domestic Abuse Wisconsin. Social justice, advocacy, and art are all woven into the values of Community Shares, and we are so grateful for Angela's impact and her willingness to use her words to inspire all of us today. Angela, thank you for being here with me and for your support of the Big Share today.
Absolutely. And I'm going to start with one of my favorite poems for the children of Madison on the east side called Wheel Kids. Wheel Kids. Chocolate children race down the cul-de-sac, tight curls bounce, jeans, t-shirts rise with air, clenched fist tape bars, tennis shoe breaks, no breaks, a shout. They cruise out of sight of the window. Bikes, scooters shake, quake, skinny kid, arms, legs, torsos, skin flattens. Neighbors, straight arrows, shooting stars, flesh flies, bodies grow wings. That is Wheel Kids from In Light, Always Light. Going to read Space Time from the same collection. Space Time. 1. We are magic dying. Pink peonies gasp tight. Ants assist open petals. No peony exists without ministrations of light. Brick wall frames space between drive. A garden of red clay pots brightens balcony, all balconies lit with green light caress eyes. Eyes, mystery, upset images, transform in skull. How we got here is fought over in courtrooms. People pretend to be God, brandish fire sticks, hands, tools, nails, weapons. A newborn is a garden of early potatoes. An angel reads minds from her high chair, babbles. Mother feeds child smashed orange skin sweet potatoes with tiny spoon. We are most vulnerable when we sit at the table with fork and knife. 2. Early rose-light calls from window, jackrabbits bound, flight occurs on ground. Where are my crow friends? Hawk, brown circle, school bathe in blue light. Students descend, stairs fade into brilliance, talks done, talk begins, black pen scratches white paper, mind waxes, sheds peacock feathers. How do you begin to think mired in thought and self-doubt? Walk clears canvas, blank sheets beg, pull feet to mountain, ascend. That was space-time. And I'm going to read what we call a prose poem. And I travel in the Midwest quite often, and this is on a train. The train cuts the prairie in two. Makeupless, I ride with coffee and dead poets. I put on lipstick at first light, rearrange my papers. Who am I writing for? Cars roll by, small town country kids, graffiti, rural children, color bridges, just like in big cities. Do they dream of escape, MBA career, or being a CPA? How to avoid parenting? Moving to the city? These prairies before railroads breathe cold. What rough hands laid track, raised the pickaxe, cleared fields, dug trenches, signed evacuation orders. An unshaven man across from me drinks a tall boy. It is not quite noon. He falls asleep. 3 Budweiser cans slip, roll between his laced boots. His body hugs his pack. Union Pacific, what backs built you? Who lived on your doors, slept in your boxcars, hobos, families of 4, railroad worker families who carved windows and hung hammocks to sleep as they rolled under the stars, or children who grew up to travel to foreign countries where high-speed bullet trains never stop moving, where you can drink champagne on some veranda overlooking water. Any body of water will do in a parched parcel. This is cruel, eat gruel land. People ask for money at highway intersections, scramble for coins when lights change. Icy winds saunter, shake the windows, blow the sleeping man's hair from its skull base. His shirt ruffles, his duffel bag seeps socks, magazines. The bag may implode in his grip. Cats look out from sliding glass windows when we stop for more passengers. The felines make eye contact with the metal beasts, stare into the windows. That is, the train cuts the prairie in two. And I'm going to read an immigration, and as we say in yoga, get a comfortable seat, because this is going to take a little while. But this covers 300 years of history, and it's called Arboretum. And this is for my family, and I am 2nd and 3rd generation Mexican-American from Iowa. Arboretum frames Mexican bones, bodies who built railroads with broken backs, raw hands. An 1880 census conceals us, carving holes in steel cars for light, night air, hanging hammocks for sleeping wives to rock under galaxies. One woman rides the continent, follows her man from Zacatecas, thighs astride her clacking motorbike, belly swings on a swing, sways on the rails until, where they lived in boxcars until kids were grown, where postpartum was unknown and unbalanced women got sent back, where my grandma, her cousins hid on the school hill to eat quesadillas. Neighbors claim the old man rode with Pancho Villa when men in suits leap off skyscrapers in New York, where my mom and Tia pretend not to speak English, teasing shop on the square, where my dad ran cross country to escape those fences, farmland until he broke, a mahogany streak on burnt clay tracks, where my uncle strove through bullets in Vietnam, dragging his buddy to the helicopter, and grandmothers trade apples for pears, fingertips and ashy wrists dig out change at the market, dole out tortillas during meals, one hand on the open flame, one hand flutters, holds the blue house dress, where peony roots divide on their own, sparking an arboretum of sweet pink light, whose perfume carries itself uptown to the courthouse and drafts with garlic and chile, where my sister came, the day my grandfather was buried, water gushing graveside, and summers meant bolting between family houses, rhubarb sticks dipped in bone-white sugar, rope swing thigh burns, treasure hunts in the gully, where I visit now, water their parched Easter lilies as they lie beneath the grass, thank them for surviving Midwest winters, wars, and lynchings, for firewood split, mole recipes on parchment, for raising people who love so much it hurts to swallow, for lessons on how small Carmel women united overcome great sorrow, for sharing their one red lipstick and rose hand lotion when I was a girl flowering. I'm going to move to a winter poem because it's winter. And this is called After the First Snow. After the first snow. Bushes shake white gifts, flecks, earth quakes, pine, oak, maple trees dance, lift limbs, bow. Burning bush trembles with each footstep, droplets thunder. Icicles on my birthday sparkle, clear candles, icy breath of pine cones, each branch breathes out clean. Dust off flakes, give thanks to the trunks who let me linger in their froth, a child again beneath the skin package. Winter's tongue landscapes the morning, silver palette. Sleds come out of storing, children shriek, flock to the hill, carve runs all afternoon, sweaty kid brows shine. I hope you are all staying warm, but if you can, go sledding. It doesn't matter how old or young, it's still a really good time. I'm going to read one called Everybody is Somebody's Child. Everybody is somebody's child. For the woman who swims on her back, baby floating on her breasts, eyelashes facing the stars. For the girl who walks 3 miles for fresh water, gourd atop of her head, bare feet on earth. For the mother who shields her child with board games and hot chocolate from falling cluster bombs, whose fingers read coins and saute red peppers, onions, gifts bought at the open-air market, who quarters tomatoes from the stand along the road, roasts sweet corn from the back of a pickup truck on a lost country highway from a woman folded in half. The widow who hiked for days, holding on with both hands, 2 smaller than her own, another one strapped on her back with a bottle stopped at a border due to the wrong stamp, and offices closed for the holiday. The strangers who found her crying on a side road, a couple who crossed the Rio Grande with her later when the moon shone, though they had papers. Toddler perched on the man's shoulders, fingertips dangling bags for precious lives, snacks, water for the journey. The grandmother who watches her grandchildren while their parents work outside the home, teaches them to share building blocks, how to read, walks them to the park to see the squirrels and ducks on the pond scatter at their joyful cries, short legs scrambling down the bank. The woman who rides the waves and prays the rickety boat will reach Lesbos shores, and on the other side waits warm bread, lentil soup, tea with honey, coffee, a bed to sleep, people who will throw open their doors and let them in. Let them in. So that is Everybody is Somebody's Child. And I'm going to close with a couple poems back from In Light, Always Light, because no matter what, I choose to travel in the light. And I hope you do too, because we have such a brief time. And I live by the words of Mary Oliver, Tell me what it is you will do with your one wild and precious life. So I'm going to read Wild Prayer. And this is a poem for a dance that I do on occasion. Wild Prayer. Brown earth floors, breathe feet, sweaty bodies. We glow, glisten, neat, leaping in mid-flight, the swivel in the mirror. We are magic dying, blooming in our bodies. Bare souls touch dead trees, arms raise, carry, twist. Praise all that sings. Praise goddess monkey teacher from up north who left to dance on hallowed ground on the edge of blue sky lakes with sisters round and round. There's a woman who teaches dance in Milwaukee, and we dance on the water and we dance along the river. And even in the pandemic, we danced in the snow. So I'm going to close with In Light, Always Light, which is the title of this book. And it's how I live. In light, always light. Grass strands gleam, weave, undulate from the window. The vendor screams, build the wall, lifts his hand, works the crowd, looks at me, sells more t-shirts. My mind waxes, brilliant wet glass winks, waves shine back my reflection. I am dazzled by the sun glinting off my cat's whiskers. He lays on his back, flank splayed by the deck, half shade, half light. First graders play football on marigold carpet in our shared backyard. The smile on their faces when they catch it warms us, childless apartment dwellers behind glass walls. The poet reads a book of poems, then walks to the park to think. She does not know what she is going to do, hike the sled hill or swing on the swing. If no children are present, she will swing until her stomach says no, then descend from her height among the treetops and head home. She circles the preserve full of earth thoughts, falling leaf music, crashing, crushing sounds, and auburn smells float up from her footsteps. She thinks we spin on Earth's axis, half blinks of history. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Angela. That was an incredible note to end on as we think about how we can all find joy right now and find light in the midst of winter, in the midst of the pandemic, as we're all trying to think about how we exist among one another as well. So thank you. Mm-hmm. If people want to find more of your work, where's the best way to do that?
I have my book available at some of the local bookstores, A Room of One's Own. I edited a collection recently of Wisconsin poets, and that's, I believe, still available at Mystery to Me, but people can also contact me on Facebook under Angela C. Trudell Vasquez, and I'm happy to point them in the right direction. It is available online at Finishing Line Press if they search for my name, and Finishing Line Press also accepted another book, and that's My People Redux. So that'll be coming out at some point in time. So I can also be Googled and people can find my work online.
Excellent. Congrats on the upcoming additional book as well. That's huge. Mm-hmm. Thank you once again for sharing your art with us today. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in and supporting the Big Share. Everybody's contributions are incredibly appreciated, and we so help all that you all are doing to help us support these 70 member nonprofits and helping us try to reach our goal of $500,000 raised in one day. Thank you.
Dave Benferrato here from Madison Gas and Electric. We're here to talk about Sustain Dane and electric vehicles. We're joined by Robin Lasuski from Slipstream. Robin also serves as president of the Sustain Dane board. Welcome, Robin.
Good morning, Dave. It's great to be here.
Wonderful. Well, tell us a little bit about Sustain Dane.
I'd love to. Sustain Dane is a sustainability nonprofit organization located in Madison, Wisconsin. We believe that change happens when inspired people take action. We've got a vision of a thriving and connected community with a sustainable environment and economy that we're proud to pass on to future generations, to our children. Our mission is to inspire, connect, and support people to accelerate sustainable actions for community well-being. And that's really my favorite aspect of the organization. Sustain Dane creates the connectivity and the space for our community to come together to be sustainable together.
Oh, wonderful. Now, I know the Sustain Dane Summit is coming up December 3, I believe. I've been attending those for years. Immeasurable value, networking opportunities, wonderful speakers, wonderful discussions. Tell us a little bit about the upcoming Sustain Dane Summit.
Absolutely. I'm really excited about the Sustain Dane Summit. It is our 12th annual Sustain Dane Summit, and it will be held on December 3rd. The theme of the event this year is A Decade to Deliver. We've got a great lineup, including keynote Crystal Chazelle from Project Drawdown, and a great panelist lineup too. The day will run from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and just has a fantastic agenda, a great panel. It will include networking opportunities, Accelerate Sustainability Showcase. We'll announce the Live Forward Awards in the afternoon, and you can find out, view the agenda and register online at sustaindane.org/summit.
Oh, wonderful. Look forward to seeing you there. Let's turn to EVs. Now, I know that you own an all-electric Nissan Leaf, but let's start at a high level. Could you tell us a little bit about the changing electric vehicle market?
Absolutely. Electric vehicles are really transportation of the future, right? Bloomberg forecasts that all new car sales, the majority of new car sales will be electric by about 2040. And we know that in Wisconsin, we've got about 6,000 electric vehicles registered currently. Approximately 30% of those vehicles are in Dane County. So we're seeing electric vehicle adoption pick up. Certainly we want to accelerate that further, but we're seeing EV driving grow.
Oh, wonderful. So, and again, I know you have owned an all-electric Nissan Leaf. What drew you to the all-electric Nissan Leaf, and what's the driving experience been like?
Absolutely. I am drawn to electric vehicles for the climate benefits. I work in sustainability and energy efficiency and study and look to promote the benefits of electrification of end uses in all ways. We know that transportation in the United States is the largest source of end use greenhouse gas emissions, and in Wisconsin, it's the second largest source. So reducing emissions by driving electric is really what brought me to the vehicle. There are lots of great co-benefits, though, too. An electric vehicle is really fun to drive. The pickup is fast, so it's just an incredibly fun vehicle to drive. I also happen to really dislike putting in gasoline. For my entire adult life, I've very much disliked seeing the needle go to E and having to pull over, usually running late on a Monday morning to put gas in, and then to have a smelly hand. And so I don't have to do that ever anymore. And I also don't have to have oil changes. I don't need to schedule them or take a lunch period to run in and have an oil change. I've had my Leaf for about 1.5 years, and I've had zero maintenance performed on the vehicle.
Wonderful.
Drive it and just bring it back home with no gas stops.
Wonderful. Well, that sounds like that was a perfect fit for you. I know there's a lot of information about EVs out on the internet. I know, for example, that MGE has a a portion of its website, mge.com/loveev. It's loaded with videos, information about commonly asked questions, and so on. Do you know of any other good websites folks could dial up?
There are many. In addition to the MGE website that has a lot of great information, the U.S. Department of Energy has a good amount of objective, basic information about electric vehicles. There are Atlas EV Hub is another great source for this. Some free information there, and there's a subscription option too, all kinds of information about electric vehicles. Depending on what you're looking for, EVAdopt.com can tell you about adoption patterns. Electric.com is a source that is kind of a driver's source. It's pretty Tesla focused, but provides a lot of good information about vehicles coming to the market and their features. InsideEVs.com is another source, and coming soon will be Drive Electric Wisconsin. It's a project I'm involved in that will provide Wisconsin tailored information about the driving experience, charging, and a range of other options available to Wisconsin drivers.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Robin, I've really appreciated this chat today about Sustaindain and EVs. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dave.
Hi there, Sherry Dubiel here, back at Big Share Live. We're joined again by Scott Homerson, a partner at Wegner CPAs, and Wegner is the current Power Hour sponsor that we are in the middle of, and we're doing great. I think Wegner brought the Midas touch today because we went from 424, I think, at the beginning, and now we're at almost 440, so we're doing really great.
I'll do the math for you, Sherry.
Okay, please.
16,000.
Yes, all right. Got to have a CPA in the house every night.
I'd be glad to. Well, you know, I'm actually been at Wegner for 40 years.
Wow.
And right off the start, I knew I wanted to work with nonprofit organizations. In fact, I remember working, and some of your viewers here might remember, Aid to Wisconsin organizations merged with Madison Sustaining Fund.
Exactly, yeah.
And so I was part of all that, which became now, of course, Community Shares. So we've been around for a long time, long time, serving nonprofit organizations, and I think probably about half of your member groups use our services. So part of all this for me really is a whole bunch of giving back, because we, of course, really appreciate working with this sector. And of course, Community Shares, and it's a mission to promote social change.
Yeah, yeah, awesome. And okay, we're being joined by Scott Homerson from Wegner CPAs, and Scott was just giving us a little history of his connection to Wegner and to Community Shares of Wisconsin. And so, yeah, Wegner is an auditor of nonprofits. Do you serve other industries as well as nonprofits?
Yeah, so that is sort of an interesting thing. Certainly in this market, most people think that that's all we do are nonprofits, but it's about a third of our business. So we have about 3,000 individual clients. So those of you out there that are working on your taxes, I have people back at our office doing your tax returns right now.
Yay, thank
and then about 1,500 small businesses, and we're very, very connected in the community with small, locally owned businesses, and some larger ones too.
Yeah, and I know that you've also done some work in the faith community as well. Is that focus of Wegner's as well?
Yep, we have, so part of our nonprofit niche are religious organizations, and so we serve about 100 church and parachurch organizations with, not all the time, not every organization needs an audit, so Often it's just helping them be more accountable, more transparent, having good controls, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I just love community shares.
Aw.
Can we talk about you a little bit more?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
sure. Yeah, let's talk about community shares.
Yeah.
And let's talk more about your involvement with community shares. You've served on, I'm sure, the finance committee and been on you've served in an advisory role in a number of different situations. And you've been a very generous donor for a number of years as well. And so tell me, what is it about community shares that you feel personally connected to?
Well, I think it's actually how Community Shares is organized. It's member-driven, which is really wonderful. How the organization operates with volunteers through the members. This big share would not happen without being a member-driven event. I think really it's how inclusive too Community Shares has been. It really finds a way to support and embrace so many different organizations with such a wide variety of missions. It doesn't seem like you exclude some. It's sort of a really very large group of very diverse people. But I think with the common belief that we can be better and we can do better.
Yeah.
I don't know what your tagline is, but it's probably something along those lines.
Yeah, well, it's currently one day, excuse me.
Yeah.
No, that's the tagline for the big share. One day, one community, many ways to share.
Yeah. Which really embraces so much what you do.
Right. And to me too, which knowing you personally know that you also value, is how the effort we take to democratize philanthropy and ensure that so many people in the community can be engaged and feel like their contributions are important and valuable. And one of the great things about community shares and the strategies we use for fundraising is it is that idea of bringing thousands of people together, because between the community chip program, workplace giving, the big share, there are thousands of people every year who support community shares in our member nonprofits. And so we can thank Scott and Wegner for the partnership for so many years. And you believed in us from a very long time ago. And so we really value that and really respect you a lot. And we're so glad you're here. And so then again, the Power Hour is going on right now. We're up to $442,483. We want to thank some donors here: Amanda Schlitz, Jessica, I can't pronounce that, Lance Green, Malik. Thank you, all of you, for donating. I have to apologize. I'm not wearing my greatest glasses right now, so it's not your names, it's my vision. So we are up to $442,483. And we want to remind folks that this is the 2 p.m. Wegner CPA's Power Hour. Keep giving at thebigshare.org. And if you also want to share this video, share any of the other posts you're seeing on social media, we ask you to share those out with the hashtag CSWBigShare. Thebigshare.org. Okay, thanks so much. And we will come back and announce the Power Hour winners. And then we're going to do the Match Minute at 3:30. Thanks so much.
So welcome everyone to our panel, COVID and Restaurants. Where do we go from here? I'm Anna Landmark, the Farm to Business Manager at Reap Food Group, and I'm a cheesemaker and co-owner of Landmark Creamery. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We're incredibly excited about our group of panelists. I think we're going to have a really interesting conversation. Reap Food Group works to build a resilient local food system that connects and strengthens rural and urban communities. We have established strong relationships on both the supply and demand side of the local food movement in Dane County and southern Wisconsin. Since 2002, Reap's Farm Fresh Atlas has connected consumers to local growers, farmers markets, and food businesses within 15 southern counties. Where does local food fit in right now? And given that everybody's changed their menus, everybody's changed how they're serving, the number of tables you're seating is way down, or meals. Where's the place for local farmers right now, local food?
I think the big thing that chefs are going to have to remember coming out of this is that we are still going to have to be advocates for farmers and for the people that grow our food. I think the farms are what's going to feed, like, we're in Wisconsin, like agriculture is who we are, and how we became, like, this, what we built our foundations on. And I think that a lot of us need to remember that, it's going to be even more important to support local farms going forward. Do that. I think remembering, and educating people on the true cost of food, on an industry that has built its model, and to quote Evan, the archaic model that we had, which was your food cost has to be a certain percentage in order for you to make money, which is still a tiny amount of money at the end of the day. Remembering that how that industry became that was built on the backs of minority and immigrant workers, on people that were basically taken advantage of and almost, put into those type of living situations where they're making a daily wage versus a living one. If you're going to support a restaurant that doesn't buy local food the same as you are a restaurant that does, you should at least be asking yourself those questions of, like, where is this coming from, and why are you not buying local food when you can be?
Yeah, I know. Well, my cheesemaking business, probably 75 to 80% of our sales were to restaurants. And so when you guys all shut down, our sales completely stopped too. So we also had to pivot and switch to online sales, and we're doing all sorts of things too. Where are some of the other bottlenecks that, farmers, if they don't have outlets to restaurants, what are they doing?
Thank goodness for Second Harvest. They were able to help so many farms in this area manage to not have all of their spring plantings be in vain. There was this moment of panic in March when everything started to go, where I was like, oh God, am I going to lose all my farmers too? I can't buy food right now. Thanks to Second Harvest, in terms of, like, people who produce vegetables in this area, they got a pretty large windfall from that. The generational appeal of continuing the family business has also waned. And so we've seen, like, a really steep drop off in about the last, 10 or 15 years in terms of the amount of small meat processors that were available. So when COVID happened and the demand all of a sudden went right through the roof, where people are like, I want good product, it immediately exceeded the supply that the food chain has inside of Wisconsin for small meat processors, because
broken, Evan. I think also I gotta take a political angle on this, is that a lot of folks see, a very broken, dysfunctional government right now, and there's a lot of opportunity and answers in strengthening community food systems as a way for bipartisan work to happen. And I think that if we shorten supply chains, if we amplify the campaigns that, organizations like Reap and what you and Tori and a lot of other restaurant owners who have been doing and been committed to the local food systems, because it's the right thing to do for your entire careers. I mean, we have to continue on that message and really use it as a way to bridge what I see as, the main contributor to our broken system is the rural and urban divide. And we really have an opportunity for folks in the restaurant industry and folks in ag to take lead on this.
Just going to really just piggyback off of what everyone was saying, what Evan had said, what Francesca had said, and I think that it's educating. One of the things that I have found for us personally is that constantly educating our community on why we charge more. We have a $15 living wage pay for our staff too, and why we charge more for our bread and why we charge more for our product. First of all, we use local product too, and very high-end product, because you only get someone to your store once, right? And having a mission as a restaurant and as the restaurant business of, we're standing here, join us. There are those restaurants over there, and there's always going to be the people that want it now, want it fast, and want it cheap. And those aren't going to be all of our customers. So I think that I hope that we don't let this go. I think it's a good learning lesson for everybody. But we also have to get past some governmental issues and cut through some red tape on allowing us to be able to do what we know it's best to do around wage, fair wage, around insurance, around paid time off, around taking care of our staff. I know, Adrian, you, with your 40 Acres project, you're looking at creating more space within the farming community, even for people of color to be participating in growing food.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the beginning, it was really quite interesting to see what the food chain supply was doing, because one of the first things I thought about was the farmers I used. They were in the middle of, planting or harvesting during that time. And it was very shocking to see, what was happening to restaurants, but where was all that food going to go, and also who was supporting BIPOC farmers. And when you looked at especially Black farmers in the United States, they're less than 2% of all farmers. And in my area, there's none at all. So the question I started really thinking about was, where are they? Especially since we helped lay the foundation of our agricultural system to start with. So there's this losing of tradition and legacy that was really concerning to me. But also when USDA was coming out with COVID grants and money, there were organizations that didn't know about it, especially Black farming organizations that didn't know about it, that were too late to even apply to receive funding because so many farmers were in need. So there is a huge, I thought I was feeling like a little gap, but there's this huge canyon of information and misinformation that's out there that that Black farmers and farmers of color are not receiving. They're not being equitably received on funding, grants, things to do with COVID, even on land. So we have some serious issues within our agriculture beyond just the food chain supply, but just the accessibility to allow minorities to be successful farmers across the board. But in the food chain supply itself, in working in owning a restaurant, it was one of my number one concerns. It was when my farmers were my number one concerns, and how were we going to still be able to purchase food for them if we didn't have that customer base? So, I mean, everything is connected. It is by a fine line, but everything is connected. One is trying to be a leader in my area. It is a high education in teaching people what food really is and where our food really does come from. It does come from the ground. It just depends on how many hands it went through to get to your plate, and in the process it got to your plate. And so, for us, like pre-COVID, it was about the education of the farmer to the table. So we would ask the farmer to come to events about just their food and about, their beef or about their vegetables. Like, I wanted them to sit with our customers and explain what it takes to make this food and bring it to their plate, so they can really have a true understanding of the process of their food, but how much care it goes into making their food and to get to that plate. But also it allowed the farmer to eat our food too, because our farmers never could afford or never came to eat our food. So it was like a two-way street of understanding of where our food comes from. It opened up the eyes of our customers to really see that it does take time, it does take money, it does take patience, and they were willing to pay that price, even to bypass us and to contact the farmer to get that piece of meat or to get that vegetable or to understand where they are at the farmer's market. And, it's just a different way of thinking, and like, it's just turning on the light switch. It's really like clicking that light switch for our community to really understand where food is coming from and what it takes to get this food to that plate.
Everyone should have a meaningful life. The ADA.
And here we are yet again.
Show me what democracy looks like.
I am from Wisconsin. I've been in and out of Kenosha. And I know that the people of Kenosha deserve better. They deserve better leaders than those who are blaming protesters for their own deaths.
Had persons not been out involved in violation of that, perhaps the situation that unfolded would not have happened.
Who exactly in Kenosha is he protecting and serving? As the very first step in this process, I want you to pick up the phone and call Governor Tony Evers, and I want you to demand the resignation of Sheriff David Beth. I then want you to call the Kenosha Police and Fire Commission and demand the resignation of Police Chief Daniel Niskinis. And most of all, I hope you stand with Black Lives.
Healthcare.gov, the Affordable Care Act's private health insurance marketplace, is now open for individuals to purchase a private health insurance plan or switch the plan they currently have. This is a special enrollment period, and it runs February 15th through May 15th of 2021. But this is no ordinary special enrollment period. There are at least 3 reasons why this enrollment period is unique, and we'll review those in just a moment. But remember, this opportunity for individuals to get connected to health insurance is thanks to an executive order signed by President Biden with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as they determined that the COVID pandemic presents an exceptional circumstance for consumers in accessing health insurance. Now, the first reason this special enrollment period is particularly unique is that consumers can sign up for a health insurance plan without proving a qualifying life event. Now, consumers won't be asked to provide any documentation of a qualifying event, which is usually the trigger for a special enrollment period, like loss of a job and therefore loss of health insurance, the birth of a child. These usually trigger a verification request when you're in a special enrollment period. That does not exist for February 15th through May 15th. The second reason, current enrollees will be able to change plans, even if that means changing plans across metal tiers. You could switch from a silver plan to a platinum plan. You could switch from a gold plan to a bronze plan. You do not have restriction to the level of coverage as your current plan. Now, this may be important for some individuals that maybe signed up for a plan and now find that it's not as affordable as they first thought. Or maybe somebody was auto-renewed into a plan that was the same or similar to what they had in 2020 and found that it is not working for them. They might need better options, either affordability, network, whatever. So you can switch plans inside of this new special enrollment period without regard to level. Number 3, start date. Coverage starts prospectively the first of the month after plan selection. So once you apply for health coverage on healthcare.gov, you typically have 30 days to choose your plan. That is the case here. You must do that quickly because you could have a plan that starts right away. If you purchase insurance on February 28th, for example, and make your plan selection, you could have coverage that starts March 1st, the first of the month following the month of plan selection. So that is a very fast turnaround and helps prevent big gaps in coverage for people moving forward. How to apply? You can go to healthcare.gov. It is now open for individuals to shop for a new plan or switch the plan they have. You can also call the Marketplace call center, and in the description below, we give you the link to healthcare.gov and the phone number you could call if you wanted to speak to the call center directly. You can also find help close to you. We link to the local help, where to find help, right on the healthcare.gov website. If you are in Wisconsin, wiscovered.com is still available to help direct you to an assister close to you. Also in the description below, you can read that executive order, the Strengthening Medicaid and the Affordable Care Executive Order, which is the source of this new special enrollment period. You can also read the fact sheet from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, giving more information on this very special enrollment opportunity.
So I expected to be connected with professionals in the Madison-Dane County area, and with this program too, you get matched up with a mentor who Saran is really good at matching people with your interests. Like, I was interested in the nonprofit field and seeing how I can balance my life with my business background along with my strong passion for social justice. So she matched me up with someone who's in that field, and through my mentor, I'm seeing how to find that balance, and that's what I was expecting from this program. So I've gained a whole lot from this program. I not only gained a mentor, I also gained connections with other professionals and also colleagues or peers around my age as well. So we go through this program together and we all mature through it. I not only grow as a character, like in my personality, individual, but also my professional career also grows as well. So I feel like I'm growing as a movement, and not just with one identity, but all my identities are growing and maturing. So with everything that I learned from this program, I feel like I have a more clear vision of what I want to be doing. So, and I plan on doing, being in the education field, helping out the community, serving the community. And with this program, I feel like I've gained a lot of knowledge where certain communities don't have those resources or those skills, such as like financial literacy. So from one of the workshops, which was about credit, I learned a lot from that workshop, and I plan on putting it through the stuff that I'm doing and like talking to my peers about it. My next step as well, what I've learned. So I feel like I'm going to be doing that with my career path, but also just connecting with people in the community, like talking about things that I've learned And I feel like, so right now I'm mentee, but I plan that I want to continue being a part of Connections, so I may not necessarily be continuing as a mentee or may come to some of the workshops, but I do plan on hopefully one day being on that panel and be like, hey, everyone else part of this program when it first started, or eventually also becoming a mentor.
This is for the one who knows, has always known, where to go in solitude, but in solidarity are never truly alone. This is for the one who ventures alone into the darkness of uncertainty, with only one voice to set the spark that lights the way. This is for the many who know where to gather, where to be heard, who lend their bodies, their experience, their pain to the 1,000-piece tapestry that flows with the pulse of humanity, sewn together with one single golden thread, made strong, made true. How the river rushes, how the crow calls, how fair Wisconsin will always be forward on for justice.
Wisconsin Literacy is leading the way in Wisconsin, and I look at them as our advocacy organization. The organization that really says adult literacy should be at every table, and how do we get there? Because we really can't approach some of the challenges that we're facing as a state without thinking about how literacy is connected to those things.
Because of Wisconsin Literacy, we have a voice. People don't understand the need in the community, the need in the state, and Wisconsin Literacy is the only place that stepped up to have the voice of our students heard. This is a real impact we're making. There's not a better investment that anyone can do than educating individuals that have not succeeded in a high school level.
Hi, we are back. We are here to announce the winners of the Wegner CPA's Power Hour. We are still joined by our good friend Scott Hummerson from Wegner CPAs, and we are here to announce the winners. Scott, would you like to announce the winners?
I would love to.
Yay!
Yeah, since I know
right.
both of these people very well. So, congratulations, Hetty. Good to see you there. This is Scott Hummerson. I don't know if you can see me at all, but we have a check here that you're going to bring in. Are we going to bring in the checks?
Here we
okay,
go.
let's stand up maybe. For your organization, Rooted, you were the most raised. I don't know how much they raised. Do we know how much they raised?
Do you know how much you raised?
Not off the top of my head.
But you raised the most. Yeah. Fantastic. Good for
Hetty,
you.
is this your first time winning a Power Hour?
I think we won one another year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Well, congratulations virtually, Hetty. Good to see you.
I have my friend Bernie here.
I know, it's so cute, and I love the hand sticking out of your head.
And then the most donors, another favorite organization of mine and Wegner and all of you out there, Tenant Resource Center. Yay. And we have Andrea Singletary on the line here. Andrea, congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
What's the secret to your success with so many donors this hour?
We set up a match, and I had a number of my coworkers pool our resources, and we managed to raise a $1,000 matching fund. And then we each hit up a bunch of friends and colleagues and family and let them know about the opportunity. And they really came through for us. They really came through for our neighbors on the importance of making sure that they're housed. Preventing evictions directly prevents COVID deaths. And I think that is really important to everybody right now.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations virtually.
Thank you.
And you can add $750 to that total.
Yay.
Sherry and I were talking during the break, and during the Wegner CPA's Power Hour from 2 to 3, you raised $30,000,
yes.
which I don't know if that's the most that you have raised
during an hour?
During a Power Hour, but I'm pretty excited
close.
about that.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Before you gals leave, we'd love to ask you a few more questions about your organizations. Andrea, I think this might be the first. Is this the first time Tenant Resource Center has won a Power Hour? You may not know.
I don't know, but it's definitely my first time winning a Power Hour, so I'm very excited.
Well, congratulations. I think what your message about preventing evictions related to COVID and essentially preventing death and other terrible circumstances is exactly the message that we all need to hear from our great nonprofits that are part of Community Shares. So if you don't mind giving us a quick little summary of who Tenant Resource Center is outside of that, and more about what you all do in the community, I think there's a lot of people who would love to hear it.
Sure. The Tenant Resource Center is just celebrated our 40th birthday. We were founded in 1980, so we turned 40 last year. I don't want to think about what that means for my birthday this year, but anyway, we were started in 1980, and our mission is to work for housing justice in Wisconsin, and we work to achieve that mission by supporting landlords and tenants and making them aware of their rights and responsibilities under the law. And my cat is here as well.
Your cat's happy you won.
She is. And we have a number of programs that support folks. The bread and butter of our services is what we call housing counseling, which is when tenants and landlords can call in or walk in, back in the days when we could walk into places, or come in and talk to our housing counselors, talk to our volunteers and our staff with various situations about problems that they're having with their landlords, or questions that they have about interactions with tenants and what to do, how to handle certain situations, and we help them understand what their responsibilities are and how that they can advocate for themselves. We have mediation programs that will work with landlords and tenants before an eviction order has to be filed, even to try to work out an arrangement to avoid an eviction order being filed. Or we will work once an eviction order has been filed mediate with the landlords and tenants to set up a payment plan and some sort of settlement. That way the eviction can be dismissed, and that saves money for everybody and keeps people in their homes. We have programs with the UW where we partner with them to help support various health and housing related programs. We also work with the Associated Students of Madison to provide direct support, like housing counseling for students. And we do rental assistance and eviction prevention, which I think is what we've made the most news for recently, by helping distribute funds from the CARES Act and the various relief funds. We distributed $11 million almost last year to 10,000 households across Dane County. And like I said, we have data that every 60 evictions prevents one COVID death. So that's a lot of COVID deaths that we prevented by keeping people in their homes. And we are going to be coming up with another round of eviction prevention funding here. We just started issuing checks for that round of stimulus and that round of funding. And we help people cover application fees, security deposits. Our mission is just to keep people housed.
Wow. So have you had to adapt the way you meet with clients? Are you meeting all virtually now when people are seeking services?
Yep, everything's virtual. When COVID started back in March of last year, we moved out of the offices almost overnight and converted to virtual. And we had to set up new programs, new ways of people gaining access to us. It has made it even more challenging for us to help the folks who need it most, because the very same people who are most in need are the folks who are least likely to have computers, internet access, cell phones, etc. So we also, a big shout out to a lot of our staff who went out into the community, and our volunteers and our community partners who went out into the communities with iPads to help people sign up for programs and file applications and gather all the documents that they needed. So yeah, we are really looking forward to, in the coming years, making it so that people don't have to come to us. We want to put our housing counselors out into the communities so that people can engage with us where they live and not have to come downtown or call and, deal on the phone, that they can go into a place that they're used to going and access our services right there.
Right. Well, what a privilege to talk with you, Andrea, and congratulations to you and Tenant Resource Center on winning one of this hour's Power Hour prizes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we're going to welcome back Hetty Rudd if she's still there. Hi, Hetty. Yay. One of the things I wanted to make sure we check in with you about is this exciting initiative that Rooted took on this year by not only working to raise money for yourselves, but to provide matching gifts to other Community Shares nonprofits. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we just really felt it was important to recognize that we don't do our work alone. The work that the folks that we are working with, this year's Inspiring Voices, for example, Connections. Connections was here at Badger Rock during normal times. They would actually do a lot of their trainings and events here from Badger Rock. So we really felt like we needed to give them some support, because they were not able to do a lot of that programming this year. And then Urban Triage and Natural Circles of Support are two groups that we've been working with recently on issues. One, Urban Triage is looking at starting their own youth garden program. And so we've been there to support them. And we feel like they're doing that work, might not be our work, but us helping them is exactly who we are. Collaborations rooted in land, learning, and food. And so, and the same goes with Natural Circles of Support. We've been collaborating with Jeffrey Lewis, who's a longtime friend of Troy Farms. And we're looking forward to maybe doing some future collaborations with them. But we've spent countless hours recently on the phone with Jeffrey, and he's been such a great circle of support for us that it just seemed the natural thing for us to do, to be able to raise money and to give back to them as well. So it's just a really important part of our year this year, is recognizing that the work that we do, we don't do without those other groups and the connections that they have to the community.
Awesome. That is some big share magic right there. And I think Rooted, you all have been doing some really wonderful work, and you've been leading the way within the Community Shares membership and within the community on your anti-racism work. And you've just been a fantastic resource for the community during the COVID crisis by being a site for food distribution. So any final thoughts you want to share before we close out and say goodbye?
No, this has been an exciting, fun day. I got the chance to hang out here at Bedrock with my newest co-worker, Renisha, who's going to be working here at Bedrock with me, and Renata, who works with Wisconsin School Gardens Network. So we got the chance to hang out, and we listened to the live show, which was so fun. It was a really special way to do the big share this year. And we had our shirts, and we had pizza.
Yay.
And we got Bernie here. I mean, if anybody can teach you how to raise money for food, like, feel the burn, right?
That's right.
We are here for it. So we're just having a great day. I loved the drag bingo last night. Thank you. That was like the best day of my week. So
yay.
Really
awesome.
Great job. And we really appreciate how you bring all of us together. And we were happy to do our part to continue to support the other nonprofits that make up Community Shares. So
thank you, Hetty. And I also want to acknowledge that Hetty is also on our executive committee, and she's also the chair of our membership committee. So Hetty is one of our leaders within Community Shares. Thanks again, Hetty, and congratulations to Rooted, and congratulations to Tenant Resource Center.
Oh, and can I say one more shout out to Renata? Thank you, Renata, for all your hard work.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Thanks so much. Congratulations. All right. Well, now we're transitioning to some exciting times here. We're about to do the match minute. And
yay!
Yay! And Scott is going to match $3,000 in the next minute. So we've been busy promoting it, sending out emails. Scott's been sending out Facebook posts. He hasn't been on Facebook for a year, but he got on today just so he could share about this. And we're going to add a little more drama and excitement inside the studio as well. We're going to get everybody pumped up. If you're watching, and this is a perfect time, even if you've given already, give again. And you'll have the opportunity to have your donations matched by Scott. Scott, while we're leading up to this, tell us again why you're doing this.
Well, you know, as we heard from the Power Hour, Wagner has been supporting this, but I just felt so strongly about Community Shares that I wanted to support this as well. So I've been sending emails out to friends. I've been sending Facebook posts out to people, and you know, I'm hoping that those of you out there who know me, or even if you don't know me, know that I will be so excited to match 100% of your gift to your favorite cause in the next minute. I don't know when that countdown, where that countdown clock is. If that's
Stacy is our countdown clock.
Stacy's the countdown clock, and we're going to watch the money raised, right? So. Last year we went a little bit over, and I think
you rounded up.
I rounded to the overage, so I'm hoping that we go over again.
Yeah.
So that would be great. We're at 469,000 right now.
Wow. We are officially the most we've ever raised in any big share, and we still have hours to go. So this is a big, exciting time. Okay, Stacy. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. All right, crew, are you going to come on in and join us for this? All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Match minute begins.
Match those gifts.
So we're
thebigshare.org.
Come on, people, start.
Come
there
on,
we
Justin.
go. I see it going.
Look at that money. Ah!
4, 69, 130. We're going now.
Yes.
So we're at almost $1,000 just pledged. We're up to like $1,500, $1,600, $1,800.
Come on, everybody!
Already.
More gifts, more gifts. Scott.
We're at $2,000 right now, halfway through $2,000. Oh my goodness! I don't know if I have enough money in the bank.
Oh,
I'll find
well,
it.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
He's an accountant. He knows how to track.
So
his
we're
money
at
well.
2,300. We're moving up. We got to.
Oh, we got to squeeze in.
Where's our social distancing mask?
Oh, social distancing mask. All right.
10 seconds. We're at 2,800. We're at 2,900. We're at 2,910. $2,910. Thank you, all of you. I appreciate it. I
Yes.
appreciate community shares.
Thank you, and we appreciate you. All right. So, the money's still coming in.
Another $150. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
And
All
we
right.
really appreciate all that.
Okay, so another big exciting match minute. That was our last match minute of the 2021 Big Share. We had 3 this year. And so we are so grateful to those who just gave. And again, thank you so much to you, Scott, and to Wegner CPAs.
Yep.
Thanks to all the donors. And as a reminder, we have our happy hour event coming up at 5 p.m. We'll be talking with Harmony Bar and Grill with Brennan Nardi. She's going to give us a little update on how business has been going, and also they will be doing a couple of drink demonstrations. And then at 6 p.m., we're having a cooking class with Huma Siddiqui. Scott knows Huma, White Jasmine Everyday Cooking. That will be coming up at 6 o'clock. And then at 7 o'clock, we will have a live concert from Lords of the Trident, and we'll have a line dance demonstration by our lovely Judy. So up until then, we have a few things coming up here that you get to enjoy. First of all, I want everyone to pay attention to the next panel discussion that's going to be played for you. This is a discussion with 3 local Black women leaders. One, Dana Pelaban, who is the co-director at the Rape Crisis Center. Nestic Morris works at the Wisconsin Coalition Against Sexual Assault. And Leleda G works with Leleda's Living Room here in Madison. And Leleda's Living Room is a past Inspiring Voices group of community shares. And they have come together for a very important discussion that I think we all need to pay attention to and let sink in. And that is how we can center the voices of Black women in the anti-sexual violence movement. And so that's an excerpt of an hour-and-a-half long panel discussion that they had, that you can see the whole thing on our YouTube page. And also following that, we'll have a couple of more videos from other members, and we'll include a montage of a few of our environmental groups that you all can learn more about. So before we go, let's say thank you again to Scott and Wegner CPAs.
All right, thank you.
And thank you to all the wonderful donors, and let's keep giving, because we have a number of hours to go and there's still a lot more fun to be had. We're at $475,000. Amazing. Thank you so much, Scott. I know a lot of that is because of you and your friends and connections. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you back here soon.
My name is Shakula Johnson. I work at the Dane County Rape Crisis Center as the multicultural outreach advocate and specialist. We're here today with these lovely, phenomenal Black women here to discuss kind of what they do, how they do it, and drop some knowledge on just like some of the Black women who've been doing such amazing work here in the Dane County community surrounding anti-sexual violence and supporting young Black women and girls on just getting the support and love that they need. So I will have these 3 women introduce themselves. If they can just if you guys can just say your name, pronouns if you feel so inclined to, and just like what you do with us for people who may not know it. I don't know who wants to start first. So I'm looking at you.
So my name is Nestic Morris. I use she, her pronouns, and I do outreach at the Wisconsin Coalition Against Sexual Assault. So we don't provide direct service, but we have 60-something member programs around the state that I provide outreach for. And I also do trainings around Black women, sexual assault, Black girls.
They're really good trainings.
I am Laleda G, and I'm the founder and president of Defending Black Girlhood.
My name is Dana Pelabon. My pronouns are she and her. I am the co-executive director of the Rape Crisis Center, and I also manage the direct service to the clients in Dane County.
She manages me.
Yes.
As well. So I brought you guys here just because I really wanted to, for Black History Month, focus on some of this activism that you guys have been doing. I think a lot of times when people think of social justice work, they don't immediately think of women's issues and they don't immediately think of Black women's issues, and then also sexual violence. And you guys are existing in all three of those arenas. So I just really wanted to take time to just highlight all of those things and highlight that work and have a really good conversation on what brought you to doing this difficult work and just kind of things that you guys have learned along the way. I also realized I did not invite people to post questions. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, ideas, feel free to put them in the chat. I will be checking them throughout this conversation as well. I forgot to say that. But along with the first thing, what brought you guys to doing this work? Because I feel like it's hard. It's hard work. And kind of what made you want to do this specific work in this arena? I don't know who wants to start first. Or we can keep the same order.
So is that me first?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Nestic.
So I came to the coalition from a career change. I was in youth development, AYOTA, in criminal justice, and I was just over it. I had done all of the work that there could be done at the Boys and Girls Club. I legit started from a teenager working there to the executive director. And so it was just time for a change. But no matter what arena I was in, I was always concerned about the safety and well-being of Black girls and Black women. And so being at the coalition, I'm at a more macro level and policy level, and we're not there. And so being a part of the coalition, I get to be a part of the safety and well-being of Black women and girls at a more policy level. So that's kind of how I got there.
Thank you.
And I kind of feel like I fell into this work. I'm a survivor of childhood sexual abuse. And in 2006, I released my book, I Can't Live Like This Anymore, that talked about my life experience surviving and my healing journey. And after the book came out, it just kind of started creating a life of its own. I wasn't writing it to create a platform or to usher myself into this work. It kind of pulled me in. And I think just in general, just the whole foundation of my wanting to do healing work, period, really was inspired by my children. Just realizing that I had done all that I could do to protect my children from reliving my experience and the experience that my mother had, etc. But unless I healed, they were still going to be getting the residuals of my pain. And they really sparked me on going on a healing journey before I could love myself enough to do it.
Well, that's beautiful. I find that's true for a lot of people in this work, right? So, yeah, ooh, that just really touched me.
Thank you.
Dana, did you want to?
Yeah, and similarly to Laleda, I'm a survivor of childhood sexual assault and intimate partner violence and adult sexual violence. So when you are a survivor, it becomes a part of you, and so you learn to talk to people, you learn to share with people kind of what you're going through. You have friends that come to you. There are whisper networks of women across the world to keep each other safe. And so I was a part of whisper networks in the 90s, where we were saying, hey, this is where you go. This is where you're not safe. These are people who we've run across that are okay and not okay. I worked for many years in housing, and intimate partner violence and sexual violence were very prominent in dealing with those issues with, for me, with Black women in particular, because that was a good portion of the clientele that I was working with. So I got the opportunity to come and work at the Rape Crisis Center to put the grassroots work that I had already been doing to more of a organizational standpoint. And I appreciate that opportunity because it gives me a platform that I did not have to be able to do work more concentrated for women and for Black women in particular.
I think you guys, both you, Dana and Leda, like really highlighted, I think, something that is really important of like how we get into this work. It's not something we probably typically plan. And you too, Nestic, of like, we don't really, when I started this job, right, I didn't really realize what I was going to be doing here, right? And I think similar to the Leda, like why I did this work and why Dana also is because of my own personal experience of sexual violence and intimate partner violence, and wanting to really support my community and have those conversations that we just don't have in general, but especially in the Black community, we don't talk about the abuse that happens. So how have you guys, I don't know if Dana or Leda, you feel comfortable talking about that? Have you guys managed feelings, emotions, your mental health, your mental well-being as being survivors while also helping other people through their healing journey?
So I can actually talk about something that happened a couple of days ago. So I posted a picture on Facebook of me as a middle schooler. And it was a picture I hadn't seen in years, and people were commenting on it, and I was like, oh, haha, this is great. Because I had this crazy asymmetrical haircut, and I was like, look at me back in the day. And then as people started commenting on my age and how young I looked and how innocent I was, I started remembering where I was at that moment. Mm-hmm. And where I was at that moment was weekly being assaulted by a neighbor. And I was triggered, and I had no idea that was what was going to put me there. And we talk a lot about healing is not a straight line. It's a continuum. So it has taken me two days just to be able to get back into my body. So I haven't been able to sleep. I've been jittery. I've been triggered, essentially. So the healing journey, as I experience it, goes up and down all the time. And being able to know what it is that I need to do to take care of myself. And that's a lot of what it is that we talk to people about, especially at RCC. It's not, we're here to heal you, because healing looks different for every person. It's, we're here to give you skills to be able to manage when out of the blue, something happens, right? And something catches you off guard. So I'm lucky in that, honestly, I have an amazing staff where, I actually contacted Shaquila because we were supposed to have a meeting yesterday at noon. And I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I can't. And she said, thank you very much. Please take care of yourself. I appreciate you. And that's what I needed at that moment. So, part of that healing journey is knowing what it is that you need in the moment, knowing what it is that you can do to keep yourself safe, because a lot of what sexual violence is and creates is a feeling of not being safe and not being protected and not being cared for. And I can't count on other people to do that for me. So I have to learn skills to be able to do that for myself. So I left my house and spent many hours by myself. in an office, just me, myself, and I. And I was able to get myself together after literally 2 days. And that's okay. That's the other thing, is that it's okay. These things happen. This is all a part of that continuum in healing. There's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing that I'm doing that is wrong. It is literally just, this is how trauma works. And being able to respect that place for yourself and reach out for what you need and take care of yourself as best as you can. Yeah, I think those are all the words I have on that right now.
Those were good words. Really good words. I don't know, Leda, do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I think it is all about the perspective and being in tune when you know something is off, and I think for me, one of the things was redefining triggers. I used to feel like there was a weakness if I was triggered, and I've kind of turned that around to really say that triggers help me see what is yet to be done on my healing journey. And so I've learned to kind of lean into triggers as opposed to lean away from them. And I think one of the things that helped me greatly has been my art. And that's really how art came back into my life in this season, was I was working with some young survivors. I'm talking about kindergarten, first grade girls. And I couldn't pass that pain through. And art was the only thing, and art for my own sake, was the only thing that became a healing balm for me. Drawing in the morning, drawing in the evening after doing the work really became my daily prayer. And that has really helped me to pass through the pain and help to grow, but like Dana said, being in tune with yourself, not being thrown off when those things happen, and not being judgmental of yourself, but really saying, now that this is coming to me like this, it's saying that I'm ready to deal with the emotions. I'm ready to deal with that trauma now, and then doing the things in that moment that you need.
Nessa, did you have anything to add on to that?
I think they covered everything. Just there are days where you are riding the healing wave, and then there are other days when the healing wave is riding you, and it's important to honor both of those spaces. So.
I love the wave. I think something when I first got into this work as a little young buck, not that I'm not young still, skipping over that, about 2.5 years ago, I was not prepared for how much healing I have not yet had, and how much I was going to be consistently tested and triggered throughout the advocacy work that I've been doing. So something that comes to mind for me is just like, and I had a question for you guys about, as far as like tips or things that you guys feel like would be helpful for young people who are getting into this work, is like, how do you stay motivated? I think, right? Like, I got in, and it's hard to be the advocate of a Black woman while you are systemically being oppressed for being their advocate, and then they're being systemically oppressed for being a Black woman in this world that does not want Black women to exist.
Mm-hmm. I think you have to go into this with eyes wide open, because the caution is that if you're not where you need to be in your healing journey to do this work, you're going to bleed over the troops. And so being really clear, if this is something that I can do right now, and even if it's something you've done, can I continue to do this? And I think I never get to the point where I feel like I might not need a booster shot of some type. And I've done everything. I've done therapy, medication, all of those things. And I remain open that I might need any of those things at any time. So I think if you ever get to the point where you feel like I've arrived and you believe your own hype, then you're in danger of being hurtful to other people.
That's a word, Leleda.
Pastor Leleda.
Coming through. I really do like that idea of just like consistently checking in with yourself. Like you have not always arrived, right? And you're not always going to be right. And I do think as a person who got into this work probably before I should have, to be transparent, right? I was not in a good space. Like I was fresh off of a recent assault. And I remember just like using work as a distraction, which is I think something that a lot of people do, especially in this work where it's always something to do. There's always something to fix. There's always somebody who needs help. So I think it's really great that you guys are bringing it back to making sure that you're taking care of yourself consistently, and like ways to make sure you're checking in with yourself to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Because if you are not healthy or well or centering yourself, you can't then center in a community or help in doing that. So I think that was really, really helpful. The other question I had for you guys, maybe you can speak on, like, has there been, I guess, like lessons you guys have taken from this work or obstacles that you guys have had that has really informed how you guys navigate your career now, in your journeys now? I don't know, Mystic, do you have any thoughts?
You just gotta show up. I just feel like in the obstacles that I faced in like the last 2 or 3 years have been simply anti-Blackness from my colleagues, not in my building colleagues, but like these people that I'm supposed to be in the fight with, you know, that kind of thing. And I still just have to show up Black, right? I don't know how to be anything other than Black, right? And so being able to be like, this is just who I am, and I know that that's just a part of my personality, like you're gonna take this Blackness whether you want it or not. But the anti-Blackness I have had to learn to navigate from both white women and non-Black women of color has just been, it's been eye-opening, and it's been, I don't want to say it's mind-blowing because I don't put anything past people, but it's mind-blowing that I have to learn to navigate this from women who are supposed to be, you know, supposed to be in this fight with me. And I think learning how to navigate that, I have to lean on Black women. For example, there have been white women in our field who have had entire meetings around what needs to be done, essentially what needs to be done for me, right? Like I was on, I did my training, some white colleagues went back to their assistant directors and directors and supervisors and tell them that I made them uncomfortable, and that I made, one quote was, I made them feel like shit for being white, and just a bunch of other foolishness. And so there was a meeting, a regional meeting behind like, what can we do to make Nestic not make us white women feel uncomfortable? And so I had to have a conversation with my executive director and assistant executive director, like, this is the scope of my life, right? And so I need y'all to have, now I'm gonna say something, be clear. I'm gonna say something to her, but you need to step in and say something, because we're talking about white allyship, white co-conspirators or whatever. And so I wanted to ride down on her, right? But I had to have a conversation with her and like explain to her, you don't get to do that, right? Like you don't get to have a whole meeting, put me on the agenda and tell me what, you know, how that works. And so she backtracked and, you know, all of those things, but it's just anti-Blackness because my white colleagues, they don't have these kinds of issues when they're talking about prevention or intervention, things like that. And if I was talking about something else, it would be a whole different thing. And so I've learned to just lean on Black women. I've called Shaquila, I've called you, I've called the executive director of you know, culturally specific programs. and I've called the Black women on my board, right? Like, hey, I just want you to know that this happened. I know that you know that this happened, but I'm in a training. I just got tried. And if they said that I said it, I said it. Right? Like there was a Black woman in one of my trainings who came to me and was like, I know that because I was livid. She's like, I know that you're mad, but I need you to let me carry that energy for you. And you need to be able to go back and finish this training. And so I'm just learning to lean on other Black women. Now, I don't know this woman from a can of paint. Shout out to Verlika in Milwaukee for literally saving my job because I was about to go ham. And so I just learned to lean on other Black women.
Oh, that's really good. And I remember us talking about that before, because when I first started RCC, I leaned on you a lot, girl.
Yes.
I leaned on you quite a bit. And I think that's something that we don't talk about as far as like that being really important, I guess, in any field that you are in, but specifically in the sexual violence field, which is primarily filled with white women. And there are culturally specific programming that's happening more and more and more, but it's still primarily dominated by white women. I think it's really important for Black women to know that they can lean on their colleagues, Black women who are there to support them, to aid them, to respite them, to vent, just when things are happening. I don't know, Dana, Leleda, did you guys have anything to add?
Well, I'd like to just say thank you to all the white women in the field of sexual assault prevention and work. Because of them, they really inspired me to start my own work, because I could not work for white women no more. I had to start my own thing because, as Nestic said, I want to just add that other level on it. It's not just anti-Blackness, it's anti-Black womanness, very clearly and very specifically. And it got so oppressive, even from folks just lying and just a lot of things that Nestic is saying, I experienced those types of things. And I just had to get to the point where I said, I will no longer work for a white woman. I'm going to have my own power to be able to make my own decisions about what I do, what I won't do, so that I could stay in this work. Because with some of my time, my tenure of doing statewide work within Wisconsin specifically, there were times where there were absolutely no Black women sexual assault advocates and no train stopped behind that. If there was a time when other groups, and sometimes people don't want to accept that anti-Blackness is a thing. They just want to say, oh, we're just racist. No, it's anti-Black because throughout that time, there was other, ethnicities that were covered. And as a matter of fact, if there were some that were not covered, the world would have shook. But there was no concern about the fact that Black women weren't. And the truth is, we don't last long in this field because it is so oppressive. And part of the reason it's so oppressive is, one, white women, white privilege. But the other part is back to what we said before. We all enter this work with some level of healing and some level of unhealing. And when you work in the domestic violence field, the badge of honor really is that you're a survivor of domestic violence. Conversely, when you work in the sexual assault field, most people do not talk about that. And as a matter of fact, there's a lot of shame from people who work in this field over even identifying as a survivor of sexual abuse. And so you have a lot of survivors who have been through some things. And because they haven't healed, everything they do comes through that lens, and it's just amplified. So, again, I have to thank white women because you pushed me to where I needed to be.
I love that. Thank you, white women, for pushing Leleda to where she needed to be, because if it wasn't for her, Lord knows where some of these Black girls would be without her phenomenal work in Dane County doing the things that needs to be done. Dana, did you have anything to add to that?
So, I am in a unique position in that I'm a Black woman that is now co-leading a traditionally white agency. And I find myself being the only Black face in a lot of meetings when I am representing this agency and when I am representing what it is that we're doing and when I am doing trainings and when I am leading teams and pushing those persons to recognize and understand that they have created a space that it's actually unwelcoming to me, to anyone that I would bring in. And I don't want to bring people in to spaces that are unwelcoming. And so I am having to, on a regular basis, educate at every meeting that I'm at, push the narrative that you can't just expect Black folks to just walk into a space that you have purposely kept them out of, and then on top of that made unwelcoming once they come in, and then disregard the words that are coming from their mouth because that's not how you see it. And I get that pushback from white women, from non-Black women of color, and it's exhausting. I really want people to hear it is exhausting because this is every single day. This isn't just every once in a while I have this experience. It is every day I have this experience. So every day I have to unpack the trauma that comes to me. I have to unpack the hostility that comes to me, because let me tell you something. When you stand up and you say, this is how this needs to be, and this is how this needs to go, people are hostile. People who all the way through all of a sudden are now all of a sudden going, well, yes, I agree with this, but there's the thing and there's the this, and all it is anti-Blackness and the unwillingness to change and the unwillingness to be able to look at yourself and say, here are the things that I need to be at inquiry with. And one of the things that I do routinely is I go and I listen, especially to the youngins. I'm on Twitter a lot, not really to talk because I don't really have much to say on Twitter, but I listen to the young activists that are out there because I need to learn and I need to be at inquiry with myself. And I need to make sure that I am pushing forward the things that will very clearly not contribute to anti-Blackness. I need to make sure that my language is correct. I need to make sure that the people that I am advocating for, the ones that are most marginalized, the ones that are most impacted, that I am not advocating incorrectly. And the only way that I can do that is to listen. I just don't know these things. I have to go out and I've got to study. I've got to read. And I've got to listen. And if I, as a Black person, have to do that, think about what you got to do as double as not a Black person. And put yourself in that space of always having to learn, because I always have to learn. I always have to learn as a light-skinned Black person that has that light-skinned privilege. I always have to make sure that I am not overstepping my bounds. So the one thing that I want everybody to know is that we don't know it all. We don't know that much. We are always learning. We are always getting better. We are always dismantling the yokes of oppression that have been put onto us for generations. So take yourself out of the picture, decenter yourself, and center the persons that need to be centered.
Yes. Ooh, all of that. I feel like one reason why I was pushed into this movement, similar to the latest, like I was tired of whenever people hear about sexual violence, people automatically think about just like the cute little white girl who was abused, and it was never about the numerous Black and brown women who are being abused, assaulted, harmed, killed, forgotten, kicked out consistently. And I think that's something that I don't think a lot of people realize, is like how difficult it is to navigate in a space that consistently decenters you and decenters your experiences, and not even decenter it, but kick it to the curb and don't care about it. So I really, all of that. And I guess, I don't know if you guys can probably speak on, for people who are wondering why, because some people may be curious why you need to center Black women in this conversation. Because I feel like a lot of pushback is like, why Black women? Why do we need to center their experiences? Answer that question for people who may be.
Sure, I'll jump in on that because I've been really Black forward with my work. And a lot of that came out with the work I started doing in the state of Wisconsin and seeing the lack of Black women advocates and the perspective that Black women needed to heal and Black girls needed to be protected. And it made me think, okay, there's not many of us doing this work. So while I'm doing it, I'm going to be very Black specific. And everybody is fine, because I grew up in Madison. I can deal with any kind of person, which I think is a positive thing. But once I started being very specific about working with Black women, there was an issue. About 6 years ago, I started Black Women Heal Day, and I would hear, well, what about white women? What about other women? And I was like, as long as we were in the corner, in the back, in the dark, no one had a problem with it. But then when you bring forward the conversation about Black women and Black girls, now all of a sudden people get quite uncomfortable. And I even get that sometimes from Black men, so I think seeing the lack of it, understanding throughout my own personal healing journey and being able to understand that, I started doing my family tree of sexual abuse, and I realized that my daughter was the only woman in my direct lineage on my mother's side that had not been sexually assaulted since they stole us from Africa. And as I continue to do more work and more research, I realized that this wasn't my personal story. This is the story of every single Black woman in America, in Puerto Rico, in the Dominican Republic, in Brazil, in Cuba, all of us, that once you get to slavery are from that lineage of sexual assault and sexual harm and sexual abuse on every scale. And so when you look at it, and one thing I used to say when I was doing some of the more statewide national work within organizations, I would say, as a matter of fact, not only should we not have a lack of Black-centered programs and advocates, it should be at the top of our list. When we look at the sheer numbers of Black women who are directly and indirectly impacted by sexual assault, we need to be on everybody's agenda, as a matter of fact.
While we are being asked to stay safe at home, we know that home is not safe for everyone.
For some, home includes violence. And many folks in our communities don't even have a place to call home.
Survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence face increased harm.
We know that heightened stress and anxiety associated with the pandemic, along with the isolation of social distancing, can be triggering and dangerous for survivors.
We also know that this pandemic is not happening in a vacuum. It is happening in a social context and is impacting marginalized communities more than others.
It's disturbing, but sadly not surprising, to learn of the desperate impacts the pandemic is having on marginalized folks.
We stand in solidarity with our allies working on issues of racial justice.
We understand that you may fear reaching out because of your immigration status, but know that we do not discriminate. You can count on us.
Queremos que los sobrevivientes sepan que no están solos. Los intercesores de los programas de agresión sexual y abuso doméstico están disponibles para brindar apoyo emocional e información sin importar cuánto tiempo hace que ocurrió el abuso. Nuestros servicios continúan operando. Los vemos y estamos aquí para apoyarle.
There are so many more of us out there across the state. We're here to help.
Comuníquese con los defensores locales, los cuales están listos para ayudarte a buscar seguridad. Solo visite la opción Get Help, Busca Ayuda, en Google Maps ofrecido por las coaliciones estatales en contra de la violencia sexual y violencia doméstica. Si estás pasando por una situación de violencia doméstica y o violencia sexual, por favor, busca ayuda si puedes. La ayuda permanece disponible.
And finally, if you are experiencing sexual or domestic violence, please reach out to us if you can. Help remains available.
Wisconsin Early Childhood Association, better known as WECA, is a nonprofit 501c3 organization dedicated to supporting the well-being of young children and the early care and education workforce. Founded in 1971 as a state affiliate of the National Association for the Education of Young Children, WECA was established to improve the quality of Wisconsin's early childhood programs and provide professional development and advocacy opportunities for the child care workforce. Our members are from family child care programs, group child care centers, Head Start and Early Head Start programs, early childhood advocacy organizations, early childhood governmental bodies, institutions of higher education, and programs and organizations that support parents and providers. WECA has over 40 staff and partnerships across the state with an office location in Fitchburg. WECA strives to advance positive change for children by focusing on the professionals who provide childcare for well over 70% of Wisconsin's youngest children. How do we do it? WECA strengthens the capacities of childcare professionals through professional development for early education and school-age providers through consultation, statewide conferences, and a statewide member network, and more. Advocacy for policies and programs that support the well-being of children and the early childhood education workforce. Communications that convey what early childhood professionals do and how valuable their contributions are to families, businesses, our communities, and the world. Research on childcare workforce that identifies strengths, needs, and strategies for improvement, and critical services provisions, including Teach Scholarships, Reward Stipends, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, Farm to ECE efforts, and the Wisconsin Early Education Shared Services Network. We know that with high-quality care, children do better in school and in life, becoming adults with social and emotional skills that enable them to work, play, and relate well to others. With high-quality care, working parents can feel more confident and productive on the job, knowing that their children are safe and thriving. Now let's dive into the specific programs we offer to benefit early childhood education and its workforce. The Teach Early Childhood Wisconsin program provides scholarship opportunities for early childhood educators who wish to pursue higher education. Currently, Teach covers 90% of tuition for group center staff and 95% for family child care providers. Since its inception in 1999, Teach has provided more than 17,500 scholarships to over 9,700 early childhood educators to 10 credit-based courses. The Reward Stipend program offers stipends that reward educational achievements and commitments to the early care and education field. During the fiscal year of 2020, Reward sent 2,380 stipends to 1,451 individuals. Stipends averaged $273, which was rewarded every 6 months. These early care and education professionals worked at 839 unique child care programs across Wisconsin. The WICA Food Program provides reimbursements to family child care providers who provide healthy foods to children in their care. The WICA Food Program is the only USDA child and adult care food sponsoring program in Wisconsin that serves all 72 counties and all tribes. In 2020, the WICA Food Program has helped family child care providers serve more than 2.2 million meals to more than 5,000 young children in 600 child care programs across the state. As said before, we are the state affiliate of the National Association for the Education of Young Children, or NAEYC. Through our membership organization, WICA supports the early childhood profession with timely and relevant information, resources, and professional development opportunities, and supports the emerging leaders in the field through training and network opportunities. For over 65 years, WICA has been supporting professional development critical to the work the early care and education workforce does in supporting children and families across Wisconsin. We do this through our annual conference and training events. While a typical WICA annual conference is held in person, last year WICA quickly pivoted to a virtual conference as COVID-19 shut down in-person gatherings. The conference theme of Building Connections set out to bring the early childhood work quality trainings on a variety of topics that are so crucial to the field right now. More than 460 people attended the 14 live Zoom sessions and 20-plus pre-recorded workshops. The Wisconsin Early Education and Shared Services Network, otherwise known as WESN, connects individual family child care and center-based programs together to capitalize on efficiencies of resources, staffing, and expertise. With specialized and experienced staff, we offer targeted financial and business coaching that pairs with software systems, bringing the advancements of a technology to the forefront of our work. Programs benefit from seeing real-time data to inform their policies and procedures. Launched in 2019 with just 2 child care programs enrolled, WESN is now proudly serving 135 programs across 11 counties in Wisconsin. New this year, Wisconsin Infant Toddler Policy Project, an initiative that will ensure that low-income families with an infant and/or toddler will have equitable access to affordable, high-quality, culturally and linguistically responsive early care and education that meets their family and employment needs while supporting optimal child development and well-being. Additionally, the early childhood workforce will have the skills, training, and support to deliver high-quality care and education with commensurate compensation. High-quality early care and education sets a foundation for lifelong learning and success. Research suggests many long-term positive outcomes are correlated with high-quality early learning experiences. These include improved social and emotional skills, higher rates of high school graduation, greater probability of post-secondary education, higher rates of employment, higher compensation, decreased reliance on special education and remedial education services, decreased involvement in the juvenile justice system, lower rates of teen pregnancy. WICA is leading the charge for bold change, but there's still much work to be done to ensure that all of Wisconsin's children have access to a high-quality early childhood education, that child care professionals are paid a fair wage, and that child care programs can financially afford to keep their doors open. The benefits of quality early care and education have a ripple effect into our community. What's more, COVID-19 has reinforced that childcare is the backbone of a thriving economy, and it is the workforce behind the workforce. Please consider making a donation to WICA during the Big Share and help us raise $10,000 to accelerate our work to promote early care and education. For more information about WICA, visit us online at wisconsinearlychildhood.org. Wisconsin Early Childhood Association, better known as WICA, is a nonprofit 501c3 organization dedicated to supporting the well-being of young children and the early care and education workforce. Founded in 1971 as a state affiliate of the National Association for the Education of Young Children, WICA was established to improve the quality of Wisconsin's early childhood programs and provide professional development and advocacy opportunities for the child care workforce. Our members are from family child care programs, group child care centers, Head Start and Early Head Start programs, early childhood advocacy organizations, early childhood governmental bodies, institutions of higher education, and programs and organizations that support parents and providers. WICA has over 40 staff and partnerships across the state with an office location in Fitchburg. WICA strives to advance positive change for children by focusing on the professionals who provide childcare for well over 70% of Wisconsin's youngest children. How do we do it? WICA strengthens the capacities of childcare professionals through professional development for early education and school-age providers through consultations, statewide conferences, and a statewide member network, and more. Advocacy for policies and programs that support the well-being of children and the early childhood education workforce. Communications that convey what early childhood professionals do and how valuable their contributions are to families, businesses, our communities, and the world. Research on childcare workforce that identifies strengths, needs, and strategies for improvement, and critical services provisions, including Teach scholarships, reward stipends, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, Farm to ECE efforts, and the Wisconsin Early Education Shared Services Network. We know that with high-quality care, children do better in school and in life, becoming adults with social and emotional skills that enable them to work, play, and relate well to others. With high-quality care, working parents can feel more confident and productive on the job, knowing that their children are safe and thriving. Now let's dive into the specific programs we offer to benefit early childhood education and its workforce. The Teach Early Childhood Wisconsin program provides scholarship opportunities for early childhood educators who wish to pursue higher education. Currently, Teach covers 90% of tuition for group center staff and 95% for family child care providers. Since its inception in 1999, Teach has provided more than 17,500 scholarships to over 9,700 early childhood educators to 10 credit-based courses. The Reward Stipend Program offers stipends that reward educational achievements and commitments to the early care and education field. During the fiscal year of 2020, Rewards sent 2,380 stipends to 1,451 individuals. Stipends averaged $273, which was rewarded every 6 months. These early care and education professionals worked at 839 unique child care programs across Wisconsin. The WICA Food Program provides reimbursements to family child care providers who provide healthy foods to children in their care. The WICA Food Program is the only USDA child and adult care food sponsoring program in Wisconsin that serves all 72 counties and all tribes. In 2020, the WICA Food Program has helped family child care providers serve more than 2.2 million meals to more than 5,000 young children in 600 child care programs across the state. As said before, we are the state affiliate of the National Association for the Education of Young Children, or NAEYC. Through our membership organization, WICA supports the early childhood profession with timely and relevant information, resources, and professional development opportunities, and supports the emerging leaders in the field through training and network opportunities. For over 65 years, WICA has been supporting professional development critical to the work the early care and education workforce does in supporting children and families across Wisconsin. We do this through our annual conference and training events. While a typical WICA annual conference is held in person, last year WICA quickly pivoted to a virtual conference as COVID-19 shut down in-person gatherings. The conference theme of Building Connections set out to bring the early childhood workforce together online for high-quality trainings on a variety of topics that are so crucial to the field right now. More than 460 people attended the 14 live Zoom sessions and 20-plus pre-recorded workshops. The Wisconsin Early Education and Shared Services Network, otherwise known as WESN, connects individual family child care and center-based programs together to capitalize on efficiencies of resources, staffing, and expertise. With specialized and experienced staff, we offer targeted financial and business coaching that pairs with software systems, bringing the advancements of technology to the forefront of our work. Programs benefit from seeing real-time data to inform their policies and procedures. Launched in 2019 with just 2 child care programs enrolled, WESN is now proudly serving 135 programs across 11 counties in Wisconsin. New this year, Wisconsin Infant Toddler Policy Project, an initiative that will ensure that low-income families with an infant and/or toddler will have equitable access to affordable, high-quality, culturally and linguistically responsive early care and education that meets their family and employment needs while supporting optimal child development and well-being. Additionally, the early childhood workforce will have the skills, training, and support to deliver high-quality care and education with commensurate compensation. High-quality early care and education sets a foundation for lifelong learning and success. Research suggests many long-term positive outcomes are correlated with high-quality early learning experiences. These include improved social and emotional skills, higher rates of high school graduation, greater probability of post-secondary education, higher rates of employment, higher compensation, decreased reliance on special education and remedial education services, decreased involvement in the juvenile justice system, lower rates of teen pregnancy. WICA is leading the charge for bold change, but there's still much work to be done to ensure that all of Wisconsin's children have access to a high-quality early childhood education, that child care professionals are paid a fair wage, and that child care programs can financially afford to keep their doors open. The benefits of quality early care and education have a ripple effect into our community. What's more, COVID-19 has reinforced that childcare is the backbone of a thriving economy, and it is the workforce behind the workforce. Please consider making a donation to WICA during the Big Share and help us raise $10,000 to accelerate our work to promote early care and education. For more information about WICA, visit us online at wisconsinearlychildhood.org.
What I love about wetlands is when you see the kids get done with a hike or a field trip out to the marsh, seeing the kids' faces when they come back about all the neat things, the dragonflies or the butterflies or the birds that they've seen. Wetlands are easy to fall in love with.
So, huge fan of wetlands.
Well, wetlands are cool. They're mysterious, they're teeming with life.
I love wetlands because each one is so different and unique.
I love the way they feel and smell.
They're also a great place to recreate.
This is what I like to do, and I like to come here and just see it.
The great thing about working in Wisconsin with wetlands is the wonderful diversity of different wetland types that we have.
We have wetlands that have trees in them, wetlands that have lots of shrubs in them, wetlands that might look more like a prairie.
If you're tired of one type of wetland, just drive a few miles and you'll find some others.
Wetlands are that unique place on the landscape between the places that are always dry and the places that are always wet.
The most important things wetlands do is help regulate the quantity and quality of water that moves across the landscape.
Wetlands are really good at capturing runoff water, whether it's stormwater, whether it's snowmelt, keeping the waters from entering our neighborhoods, covering our roads.
Second, it provides really important area for improving water quality, for removing sediments before they reach our lakes, rivers, and streams.
We're very fortunate here in Door County to have a very large complex of intact wetlands that help buffer some of those impacts that we see from humans into Lake Michigan.
Incredibly important is wildlife habitat. 75% of the state's wildlife use wetlands for some portion of their life cycle.
They're full of life, animals, critters, and I'm going to swat a mosquito because it's going to penetrate my...
I remember one guy said to me, you know, why did God make mosquitoes? And I said, well, that was the first effort to preserve wetlands.
Wisconsin historically was a very wetland-rich state. We estimate there were over 10 million acres of wetlands in Wisconsin.
But it's really important to remember that we've lost half of the wetlands that we once had on our landscape to various kinds of land use changes, agriculture, urban development, roads. And we need those things, but we also need wetlands.
People say that you have to choose between economic prosperity and wetland protection and restoration. That's just simply isn't true.
We see a lot of examples of really successful projects where economic development and wetlands.
We're utilizing nature as a way to help with our water management, and it's just a win-win for everybody.
And one of the key tenets of how we approach our work is really to try to make ourselves useful. So understanding what a community's needs or priorities are and coming in and providing training or technical support to help them integrate the wetland piece to what they do in a way that advances their goals.
They really do a great job of working with citizens of the state, with practitioners, with scientists, with legislators.
When legislators have something that directly impacts them or their constituents, they've got water quality issues, flooding issues. Across the political spectrum, there's really a recognition of how important wetlands are in our communities.
We really emphasize that the most important way for people and communities to protect wetlands is getting them to love the wetlands, getting them out, seeing it, smelling it, feeling it, all the things that wetlands provide.
I love the way they look. I love all of the different flowering forbs.
When they love the wetlands, they will care for the wetlands and they will help promote it into their communities.
We feel a groundswell of excitement for the work that we want to do.
It takes collaboration, it takes trust, it's kind of long haul work.
And it makes me so excited and hopeful to meet with people all around the state of Wisconsin who also love wetlands and care about them.
I am more excited about the future of wetlands in Wisconsin now than I've ever been.
It gives me hope for the future that we really can protect and restore Wisconsin's wetlands.
I'm fifth generation farmer. We've all got the same name, which is interesting. It gives you some real roots when there's been 5 people before you with the same name doing the same thing on the same land. It goes back to that old adage of it isn't really our land, we just are taking care of it for the next generation. I've had 4 generations do that for me, and I want to do a good job for our generations. You know, producing food is a wonderful, noble profession. I love it. And what we say, we're helping people, helping the world. We're feeding the world. We're feeding the world. But man, the environment has become more and more important to me. As soon as you poke a hole in the earth and drill a hole, you have a chance for contamination no matter what you're doing. Every plant that you see out there, if it's green, it's using nitrogen to some extent. It's a huge part of what we do, and we do need it. The thing is where do we get it? How do we put it on? How much do we put on? Those kinds of things. If you think you need 100 pounds, you might want to put 120 on just in case there's any leaching. Well, my gosh, leaching is exactly what the problem is, but back then nitrogen was cheap, yield was everything, and we didn't know about nitrates in the soil, or in the water, or didn't care, or didn't think they got there, wasn't paying attention. But over time, it has become more important. And so what we want to do as farmers is we want to filter the stuff that we have. We want to make sure it doesn't get down into our water. And so when we don't do it right, and it gets away, then it just keeps heading down, 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 down. Sooner or later it makes it to the groundwater and doesn't hurt much there, but when you pump it up and drink it, it does, obviously. So if you get too much nitrates, it's just not good.
Especially in a crop like potatoes, if we've got nitrogen on and 3 days later we get a 2-inch rain event, some of that nitrogen's gone. There's not much question about that. So it's kind of a put and take system. You have to put in everything you need. Plant takes what it wants, and anything that doesn't get taken up by the plant eventually ends up in the groundwater. We're basically spoon feeding all of our nutrients, trying to put on as target when the plant needs it, put on exactly what they need, looking at the forecast so that we're not putting it on before there's going to be an inch or 2 rain event. But you know, the reality is there are some days where nitrogen has to go on at some point, or the crop's going to die. And if the crop dies or gets so stressed that it's going to have quality issues or yield issues, and you aren't going to be able to make money. So it's constant, daily having to make those choices, and some days there aren't good choices. Typically all of us live on the farm. We drink the water, we eat the food off our farm. None of us are intentionally doing anything harmful to the environment. We're just trying to do as well as we can. Obviously somebody would say, well, why don't we just make them use less nitrogen? Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to reduce leaching. That's obviously the easiest solution. But again, it's all timing. It's not the total amount of nitrogen I use. It's when we put it on and when it rains, that sort of thing. And so just lopping off 10 or 20% doesn't mean you're going to automatically get 10 or 20% less leaching. You might not get any less leaching. And that's one of the real challenges with the problem.
Let's do this properly, and then let's work together to get it fixed. We're all drinking the water, that's for sure. And it's about testing, it's about education, and it's probably going to cost some money. Clean environments cost more than dirty environments. That's why there's dirty environments. In the end, it's about the dollar sometimes, isn't it?
The waters of Wisconsin belong to us, the people of Wisconsin. The state holds them in trust solely for our benefit. Underlying every action of the legislature and the DNR is the fundamental fact that they act not as owners, but as trustees for the true owners, we the people. I am proud of the work that MEA has done over the last 20 years. There was a big hole that needed to be filled when the public intervenor was abolished, and MEA has done that beautifully.
One of the foundations of Midwest Environmental Advocates is to empower people who haven't participated before.
The attorneys at MEA are changing the course of history, really, in Wisconsin.
They work with us. They don't work on behalf of us, they work with us. MEA stood by and took action on our behalf, and that's, for me, the most important thing. Win or lose, we were better off because of our relationship with MEA.
Whenever something new happens, MEA is kind of ready to jump back in and help us out.
MEA really cares. MEA makes us feel like they're passionate about what we're doing, part of the team. MEA isn't just a resource, but they become teammates in the fight.
The heart and soul of MEA, in part, is that we're part of the multi-generational legacy of Wisconsin's conservation history. And Wisconsin has a long, long history of citizens stepping up to protect our air, land, and water, you know, for over 100 years.
And if you stand for something, but you don't take action, then you have to ask yourself, do you really stand for something?
And here we are yet again.
Show me what democracy look like.
I am from Wisconsin. I've been in and out of Kenosha. And I know that the people of Kenosha deserve better. They deserve better leaders than those who are blaming protesters for their own deaths.
Had persons not been out involved in violation of that, perhaps the situation that unfolded would not have happened.
Who exactly in Kenosha is he protecting and serving? As the very first step in this process, I want you to pick up the phone and call Governor Tony Evers, and I want you to demand the resignation of Sheriff David Beth. I then want you to call the Kenosha Police and Fire Commission and demand the resignation of Police Chief Daniel Miskinnis. And most of all, I hope you stand with Black Lives.
Healthcare.gov, the Affordable Care Act's private health insurance marketplace, is now open for individuals to purchase a private health insurance plan or switch the plan they currently have. This is a special enrollment period, and it runs February 15th through May 15th of 2021. But this is no ordinary special enrollment period. There are at least 3 reasons why this enrollment period is unique, and we'll review those in just a moment. But remember, this opportunity for individuals to get connected to health insurance is thanks to an executive order signed by President Biden with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as they determined that the COVID pandemic presents an exceptional circumstance for consumers in accessing health insurance. Now, the first reason this special enrollment period is particularly unique is that consumers can sign up for a health insurance plan without proving a qualifying life event. Now, consumers won't be asked to provide any documentation of a qualifying event, which is usually the trigger for a special enrollment period, like loss of a job and therefore loss of health insurance, the birth of a child. These usually trigger a verification request when you're in a special enrollment period. That does not exist for February 15th through May 15th. The second reason, current enrollees will be able to change plans, even if that means changing plans across metal tiers. You could switch from a silver plan to a platinum plan. You could switch from a gold plan to a bronze plan. You do not have restriction to the level of coverage as your current plan. Now, this may be important for some individuals that maybe signed up for a plan and now find that it's not as affordable as they first thought. Or maybe somebody was auto-renewed into a plan that was the same or similar to what they had in 2020 and found that it is not working for them. They might need better options, either affordability, network, whatever. So you can switch plans inside of this new special enrollment period without regard to level. Number 3, start date. Coverage starts prospectively the first of the month after plan selection. So once you apply for health coverage on healthcare.gov, you typically have 30 days to choose your plan. That is the case here. You must do that quickly because you could have a plan that starts right away. If you purchase insurance on February 28th, for example, and make your plan selection, you could have coverage that starts March 1st, the first of the month following the month of plan selection. So that is a very fast turnaround and helps prevent big gaps in coverage for people moving forward. How to apply? You can go to healthcare.gov. It is now open for individuals to shop for a new plan or switch the plan they have. You can also call the Marketplace call center, and in the description below, we give you the link to healthcare.gov and the phone number you could call if you wanted to speak to the call center directly. You can also find help close to you. We link to the local help, where to find help, right on the healthcare.gov website. If you are in Wisconsin, wiscovered.com is still available to help direct you to an assister close to you. Also in the description below, you can read that executive order, the Strengthening Medicaid and the Affordable Care Executive Order, which is the source of this new special enrollment period. You can also read the fact sheet from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, giving more information on this very special enrollment opportunity.
So I expected to be connected with professionals in the Madison-Dane County area, and with this program too, you get matched up with a mentor who Saran is really good at matching people with your interests. Like, I was interested in the nonprofit field and seeing how I can balance my life with my business background along with my strong passion for social justice. So she matched me up with someone who's in that field, and through my mentor I'm seeing how to find that balance, and that's what I was expecting from this program. So I've gained a whole lot from this program. I not only gained a mentor, I also gained connections with other professionals and also colleagues or peers around my age as well. So we go through this program together and we all mature through it. I not only grow as a character, like in my personality, individual, but also my professional career also grows as well. So I feel like I'm growing as a movement, and not just with one identity, but all my identities are growing and maturing. So with everything that I've learned from this program, I feel like I have a more clear vision of what I want to be doing. So, and I plan on doing, being in the education field, helping out the community, serving the community. And with this program, I feel like I've gained a lot of knowledge where certain communities don't have that those resources or those skills, such as like financial literacy. So from one of the workshops, which was about credit, I learned a lot from that workshop, and I plan on putting it through the stuff that I'm doing and like talking to my peers about it. My next step as well, what I've learned. So I feel like I'm going to be doing that with my career path, but also just connecting with people in the community, like talking about things that I've learned. And I feel like, so right now I'm mentee, but I plan that I want to continue being a part of Connection. So I may not necessarily be continuing as a mentee or when it comes to summer workshops, but I do plan on hopefully one day being on that panel and be like, hey everyone, I was part of this program when it first started, or eventually also becoming a mentor.
This is for the one who knows, has always known, where to go in solitude, but in solidarity are never truly alone. This is for the one who ventures alone into the darkness of uncertainty, with only one voice to set the spark that lights the way. This is for the many who know where to gather, where to be heard, who lend their bodies, their experience, their pain to the 1,000-piece tapestry that flows with the pulse of humanity, sewn together with one single golden thread, made strong, made true. How the river rushes, how the crow calls, how fair Wisconsin will always be, forward on for justice.
Hi, Justin Williams here with Community Shares of Wisconsin. We're so excited, everyone. We have a big announcement. We have officially raised over $500,000 for social justice and environmental justice organizations. So congratulations to everyone who's given. Thank you so much. The day continues, though, so we're still accepting donations for the Big Share until midnight tonight. So if you haven't had the opportunity to give yet, please consider going to thebigshare.org and making a donation now. The minimum donation is $5. There are 71 participating nonprofit organizations, so there's literally something for anyone for any interest to get involved in. If you don't have the means to make a donation, we're asking you to please share this video on social media with the hashtag CSWBigShare. We are now officially in a power hour. We're in the 5 to 6 p.m. power hour, and we are excited to bring in the sponsor for this power hour, which is the Willie Street Co-op. And we have Brendan here from Willie Street to say a few words. Brendan, hello. We just made our big announcement that we've raised $500,000.
Hello, congratulations. That's great news.
Yeah, thank you so much. Community Shares in particular has had a great relationship with the co-op. We have the CHIP program, so why don't we start with having you talk a little bit about Willie Street's commitment to the community and then also about the CHIP program.
Sure. Well, community is a big part of what the co-op is and stands for. There are 7 co-op principles that govern co-ops around the world, and the 7th principle is concern for community. And so our partnership with Community Shares, we think really exemplifies that concern for community.
Yeah.
And you mentioned CHIP. So yes, when you shop at the co-op, cashiers will ask, would you like to chip? So it's a voluntary 1% donation that gets sent to Community Shares to share with their nonprofit organizations.
Yeah, and the shoppers of the co-op are generous year after year after year. I think this past year we were around $300,000 that was donated by shoppers from the co-op, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's right. And since we've started collecting at the co-op, it's been almost $3.5 million.
$3.5 million? Mm-hmm. That's great. That's such an important relationship, and it shows the co-op's commitment to social and environmental justice too, and we value that relationship so much. So if you ever shop at the co-op, and I've heard some of my friends who are like, oh yeah, I chip every time, but I'm not sure where it's going. Now you know it's going to support Community Shares and our 70 member nonprofits. As I mentioned at the top of this program, is that we're in our first power hour. So what that means is that organizations are essentially competing right now to get your donations. So the organizations that have the most dollars will receive a prize, and the organization that has the most donors in this hour will receive a prize, and that's a $750 prize to each organization. So we really want to get you guys to be giving right now. It's at thebigshare.org. You can make your gift. Now we're in this power hour. We're so excited. We're also about to move into some programming where we're going to have a conversation with Brennan Nardi from the Harmony Bar and Grill. We had Victoria from our office went and visited the Harmony Bar with social distance, enjoying some cocktails with Brennan, having a conversation about sort of the Harmony's commitment to community, the impact that the COVID pandemic has had on them, how it's affected the arts community. And my favorite part is that we're going to learn how to make a brandy old-fashioned sweet and a margarita up, which I was a big fan of. So if you have some booze at home and you want to learn how to make some cocktails, this is a great opportunity for that. So Brendan, how are things going with the co-op, and how has the pandemic sort of affected, the grocery store business? I mean, you guys probably are dealing with a lot more deliveries and things like that. How have things sort of affected the Willie Street Co-op?
Sure. Well, yeah, we've really ramped up our online shopping business. We've also started offering curbside pickup of prepared foods through ChowNow, the ChowNow app, or through our website. And it's, it's been challenging. We've really limited capacity to make sure that both our customers and our staff were safe. really increased our cleaning regimens and put up plexiglass at our registers and taken a lot of steps to ensure that everyone was safe. So we're looking forward to the warmer weather and people grilling and hiking and camping and doing things outside again. So we encourage people to come to the co-op, check us out. You don't have to be a member to shop. So stop by and let us know what you think.
Yeah, and so Brendan, if we have some viewers tonight that aren't familiar with where the co-op is, where can they find you guys to shop with your organization?
Great question. We're on the east side, we're on Williamson Street. On the north side, we're on Sherman. And on the west side, we're on University Avenue in Middleton.
Great. So as I mentioned, again, we've raised over $500,000. We're currently at $521,000, almost $522,000. So please consider still giving. As I mentioned, we are currently in a power hour that is lasting from 5 until 6, and then we will be coming back tonight for our celebration event. That'll be another power hour from 7 to 8, and we have some great programming coming up. Like I said, we have the happy hour event that we're about to launch into. At 6 p.m., we're going to be going into a cooking demonstration with Huma Siddiqui of White Jasmine. Then at 7 is when we're going to kick off things for our celebration event, because we have a lot to celebrate right now. And we're going to be joined by Lords of the Trident, who are going to sort of kick things off for us with the slam that they're presenting. And then Judy Young, who's on the staff of Community Shares, has actually got some friends that are going to join us in studio, and we're going to learn the Ooey line dance at 7:30. So it's going to be a tutorial. It's something you can get involved in with at home. And then also the most important piece is you can continue to make donations through the bigshare.org. Thank you so much. We'll be back at 6 p.m. with White Jasmine. And thank you, Brendan, for joining us, and thanks for the Willie Street Co-op for all their support of Community Shares, the Big Share, and the community. Thank you very much.
Brennan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's Big Share Day.
Yay!
How are you?
I'm great. I'm excited for you guys.
Thank you. I know you've been a supporter of the Big Share for such a long time.
Yes.
Starting out at Madison Community Foundation, who's still our presenting sponsor.
It's fantastic. I remember when they first started supporting you all, and the idea of helping with building capacity for the Big Share, and it was really important to the Community Foundation to be able to support a nonprofit working, of course, with other nonprofits to get their sea legs on a new project and really help them understand how to do it and to get good at it and to be able to sustain it year over year. So that was a really important funding project for the Community Foundation, and as I understand, continues to be today, which is really, really great. It's a testament, I think, to the incredible work that Community Shares does with the Big Share, but also, with the work you do, your mission overall. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, we can't believe it's year 7 of the Big Share. We're on our way to raising $500,000 today, which is incredible.
Wow.
So yes, we're very fortunate to have so many supporters, individuals, partner businesses, folks in the community like you who cheerlead behind us and help us do so well in the midst of so much going on for everybody, in the midst of COVID and the impacts of the pandemic. I'm glad to be with you here today at the Harmony Bar. I'd be interested to hear more of just kind of how the business is doing,
sure,
where things are at for you all.
Sure, yeah, and I think a day like today for folks who've been working at home for so long, and to be able to just kind of take that computer break too, and just give yourself that opportunity to kind of watch and have fun and learn and give and all that. So I hope folks are coming out for you today, and we'll continue to for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, your question was how we've been impacted.
Yeah, how's Harmony Bar doing? I see lots of great precautions in place for safety, which is awesome.
Yeah, well, going back to March, we're almost a year, as you know well, but St. Patrick's Day was the day that we closed at 5 o'clock, and every year we do a traditional St. Patrick's Day meal, corned beef and cabbage and Irish stew, and so we were knew that things were different and that there was the pandemic was coming, but really that day was kind of a shock to all of us that it came when it did. And so we ended up closing for 46 days, and just to sort of figure out what to do next, because the Harmony is just this wonderful gathering place for the neighborhood and for the community. And when you can't gather, it's kind of a bit of a identity crisis for a business like ours. So we had to try and figure out what we wanted to do moving forward, how to survive like everybody else. So we regrouped and decided to go full tilt boogie on our takeout business, because obviously that's what everybody in the community was wanting and needing, was to stay at home but still wanting to support local businesses and still wanting to get their favorite food, which in our case we sell a lot of walnut burgers here at the Harmony Bar. So
I'm a fan.
Yeah, me too. So people still wanted their walnut burgers, and so we made the decision to open back up and take precautions when people are inside the building getting their takeout, or doing curbside pickup. So us talking between this sneeze guard is one of the many things that we've done. Like every other business, amp up on your hand sanitizer, and for a restaurant in particular, we had COVID guidelines that we have to adhere to according to Dane County Public Health, and so we've been just keeping up with the guidelines as the weeks and months have worn on. So basically just trying to adapt in the best way we can and to hang on, because we are a business that once everybody gets vaccinated and people feel safe coming out, we're going to be busy again, and probably busier than ever. We opened an outdoor patio last year, thanks to the city, who's just done a terrific job helping local businesses like ours to sort of fast track permitting and things like that, and extend permitting. So we have a great outdoor space that we're going to keep, I hope, long term. And those were sort of the lemonades that you made out of the lemons of what's been going on, was trying to find ways to improve or enhance your product, while you're just trying to hang on and get through it. So
that's so hard, and I'm so glad to see you all hanging on. Your business is a staple in the community, in the neighborhood, and I think the values of community shares, of just folks supporting one another, the arts that happen with the Harmony Bar, the value of food in building community is all so important and critical to people just feeling like they can thrive in our community. So we definitely want to see the Harmony Bar hang on. And if I remember correctly, you all have a GoFundMe page going to help just for folks who are able to support.
We do, and it's, you never would think that you as a business would be fundraising, right? Like a nonprofit. We just would never have imagined that, and now I sort of understand that, from that perspective. And yes, we had a wonderful longtime employee who, this is his only job, and he has been working here forever. He knows everyone knows him. His name is Marcus. There's people out there that probably know Marcus, and he very lovingly came to me and said, hey Brennan, I think we should do this. And it's hard to reach out and ask for help. So we did. He convinced me to do it, and it just is a testament to, I mean, our community is so generous, giving to the Big Share, giving to, you know, all these nonprofits in general. We have fundraisers here for all sorts of organizations, and it doesn't surprise me that people came, you know, stepped up and gave back to us, and just out of goodwill, but also they want to see places like this survive and thrive once this is all over. And you know, it's been incredible. I'm so grateful, and I know your donors are make you all feel really grateful once again, and sort of it's that nice sort of rubber stamping, I think, of your organization to this time of year to say, yep, Big Share, it's important. Community shares is important. All these organizations are really important and do incredible work in the community, and it's just time to step up. So,
I think the pandemic feels to me like it's really shown people the impact that they can have on one another, whether that's through helping to buy groceries for a neighbor, helping to watch somebody else's child, just that kindness that can be extended towards one another, as well as through financial contributions that people make, and knowing, like, yes, I may have $5 and that may not feel like a lot to me, but collectively, when we're all doing what we can, it makes such a big difference. And I think that's what we've seen happen behind the community supporting businesses, nonprofits, individuals, as well as what we're seeing right now today with the Big Share of people who are giving a minimum donation of $5, and seeing that collectively, when thousands of us do that, that means we can raise $500,000 in a day, which is incredible and so needed, as Community Share 70 member nonprofits, as you know, are doing this long-term social justice work that's going to help us be able to weather the next set of chaos, the next pandemic, better, because we're not just going to go back to the way things were before. We're going to have a more just recovery that creates a community and a society that's better for all of us, and I'm so excited for that.
Absolutely. And I think back of my time at the Community Foundation and doing philanthropy, and you know, when you work in the nonprofit world, you really see the impact of all of these organizations and what they're doing. And if you don't work in the nonprofit field, sometimes you don't see the impact. And I think you're right. What the pandemic has done is sort of opened more people's eyes, and it's sort of expanded or enhanced people's understanding of what a small amount of money or a small gesture can do to have such a big impact. And so I really think that, again, lemonades during this time is one of those eye-opening experiences for people that they may not have had before. Even myself, as now just I'm a business owner, and I was in the nonprofit field, but more and more now I think I know how important philanthropy is, because I've been the beneficiary of it now, and I want to give back to others as well. So I'm going to make sure that I continue to do that moving forward, and just a reminder of how important it is.
That was helpful to hear. And speaking of lemonade, I know there's not lemons in it, but I'll take an orange in an old-fashioned, I think, if we want to switch over for a bit and make some cocktails and help everybody think about how they can have cocktails here or at home during our happy hour.
That sounds great.
Awesome. Hi, Kurt. I would love an old-fashioned, and for you to show folks at home how you're making it.
Okay. I would love to. So we start out with the top here, a couple of orange slices, cherries, and then I usually ask people what they like as far as brandy, bourbon, whiskey.
Brandy would be my preference, and sweet.
That is the most common one.
Here I am, being an average person.
Yeah, it's a Korbel old-fashioned sweet would be the state drink, I would say.
Excellent.
So I put a little sugar in there.
I think I got that from my grandpa. I believe that was his go-to drink.
A little bitters. And then a little sweet. And then we start with the muddling. And you can use a lot of different things, but wood is good because it doesn't break in the glass. I've broken a few things off in the glass.
I could see that happening.
And the sturdier the glass, the better. Then ice, and I ask people, like I said, sweet, sour, or press. You want to add the Korbel, top it off with sweet, and then some people like it mixed up a little bit, so you can always dump it out into a glass, mix up the fruit a little bit.
Okay.
Come back. There you go.
Voila.
Give you a little extra on top.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
That looks great. All right, and Kurt, you were going to make us another drink. What are we doing next?
We are going to do a margarita up, my favorite way.
Ooh, okay.
So, what I like to do is chill the glass a little bit for all martinis. Then put a little ice in here.
Was that more water that you added into the glass, or?
This is water, yeah.
Yeah.
Just water to keep the glass cold. I'll dump it out. Pick a tequila that you like. I think for the money, Milagro is my favorite. A little triple sec. And then I like to just use fresh lime juice.
Okay.
So I'll squeeze a couple limes in here. Carbonation is a good thing, but I try to keep it away from my favorite alcohol for the most part. And then we'll put a little salt on the rim. 3 of these. All right. Dump that out. Now I know how difficult it is to do these shows and keep people interested as you're cooking or making things.
People
It's
are
a lot
entranced.
harder. It's a lot harder than you think it is. All right.
Ooh, lime around the edges of the glass.
So, yeah, if you
Awesome.
break the little thing here, a good tip for at home, if you cut a slice right here, open it up and just kind of break one of those off.
Okay.
You'll get a little bit better moisture, which allows you to put a little salt on the rim.
Cool.
I'll probably...
And I hear you are a community share supporter yourself, Kurt.
I am.
What brought you to be supportive of community shares?
Well, I think, like we were talking about earlier, it was something I got in the mail.
Excellent.
And I read up about it, and it's been about 10 or 12 years, I would
Wow.
say.
Longtime donor Kurt, supporting
Yeah.
local nonprofits.
I'll just try to pour it underneath the level of the salt.
Okay.
Just a little, because the salt will fall into the drink.
Okay.
Which isn't the worst thing, but I like to avoid that. Just put a lime on there, and there you have it.
Awesome. Thank you, Kurt.
You're welcome.
These look fantastic. All right, we've got our cocktails. Hopefully all of you have cocktails at home as well. I'm going to keep chatting with Brennan, and I hope that you all consider giving now at thebigshare.org and joining us and following along at the conversation at hashtag CSWBigShare and just helping to build on the momentum. So, Brennan, one thing I'm thinking about from what you said earlier is just the community and values that we have here and all the arts that interact with the Harmony Bar. I'm interested, for me personally, I know I'm a huge fan of concerts and seeing live music. I've come to the Harmony Bar for performances before. Interested to hear what you all have been able to do in the midst of the pandemic to support our local arts community.
Yes. It's been terribly difficult, and having a lot of conversations with musicians and folks who have played here at the Harmony about how they're doing during all of this. But what we were able to do with an outdoor patio that I had mentioned is have a little bit of live music. Solo guitarists don't want to make too much noise because we're in the middle of a neighborhood. Mm-hmm. But the neighborhood has been amazingly supportive, and so we've been able to have a little bit of live music outside, pay the performers. Performers, of course, get tips, and that's been something that on both counts they've really missed in the last year, especially folks who are doing it full time and trying to make a go of it as a career. So we've been able to do a little bit of outside. A couple of weeks ago, we had David Landau. He's our wonderful kids musician, and he used to play every Monday night here, and we'd have the back room be filled with just a gaggle of kids and parents and pizza and walnut burgers and the kids dancing and singing to David's music. Couldn't do that, so he and I cooked up a virtual kids show a couple weeks ago.
Awesome.
and and that was, I think, really fun and kind of a nice break from winter as well. So we did that, and then we've been live streaming some music from the Barrymore. The Barrymore's been putting on some shows, so we've been live streaming, and a few people, you know, have socially distanced in our dining room, just a kind of very small, very, you know, limited crowd, but trying to support live music in any way we can, and we just look forward to being able to bring it back as soon as possible.
Yes, I'm so fascinated to see what happens as more people get vaccines and as the pandemic eases, of just how quickly are concerts going to be selling out, and places are going to be packed as everybody's ready to get going and start embracing life to its fullest after this.
When another bar owner in the neighborhood told me recently, he said, Brennan, when we get back to normal, he said, it's going to be all about live music and hugs. So,
I look forward to that. That works perfectly for me.
Live music, I thought that'd make a great t-shirt.
Definitely.
Live music and hugs.
True. Get that on a Harmony t-shirt. That makes me realize that shortly folks are going to be able to tune in and watch a live concert performance tonight through thebigshare.org on our live stream. Lords of the Trident is a local band that's been doing these virtual shows and benefiting Community Shares the last many months, helping to raise thousands of dollars for us. And they're going to join us tonight, so our audience can tune in and support them, enjoy music and fun, all in support of The Big Share.
Great. Before or after? Give before and give after.
Yes, give as much as you can. Before we wrap up, before I head out, I'm curious, what are the best ways for folks to be able to come interact with the Harmony in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, certainly ordering online, takeout, curbside pickup, and we do have 25% capacity here, so, people who feel it's a safe environment and can come in and have a bite to eat, and then as soon as it gets warm, we can get back outside and open up there. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for all of your support, Brennan. I appreciate it immensely, and am glad to have the Harmony Bar in our community.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Hope you're enjoying cocktails at home, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and that you're ready to continue the rest of the night with us for The Big Share. Please continue to give and tell your friends.
Amy Schulz, and I'm a registered nurse working here at the annual Lanterns for Peace event in Madison, Wisconsin. This event is done to remember the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki that took place in 1945, so it's been 75 years. This event would not be possible with a lot of sponsors. Without a lot of sponsors, our sponsors today were the Friends Meeting of Madison, the Interfaith Peace Working Group, the Linda and Jean Farley Center for Peace, Justice, and Sustainability, Madison Raging Grannies, Nuke Watch, the Outrider Foundation, Safe Skies, Clean Water Wisconsin, United Nations, Association of Dane County, Veterans for Peace, Chapter 25, the Wisconsin Coalition to Ground the Drones and End the Wars, and the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. Physicians for Social Responsibility rejuvenated the group in the late 1970s to bring a voice to the catastrophic calamity that came after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and also to bring light to the dangers of nuclear reactors. In the early 1980s, a chapter was formed here in Madison, Wisconsin, as we wanted to show that there was not a tenable response by the medical community to a nuclear attack. And with that, the only way to solve this is to prevent nuclear war. The two times that nuclear weapons were used were at the close of World War II in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. At that time, between 110 and 210,000 people were killed, and half of those were killed within the first 24 hours, and the other half died over the next 4 months due to injuries, burns, infections, and other problems. And we recognize that nuclear weapons are the greatest threat to life on this planet, whether they're used intentionally or accidentally. We know that just one modern bomb in a major city would overwhelm the medical system, and it would devastate the economy of that city. There are almost 14,000 nuclear weapons to this date on our planet, and 90% of those are owned by the U.S. and Russia. Accidents and misunderstandings have happened in conflicts over scarce resources due to climate change, border disputes, can easily escalate into a nuclear conflict. We've witnessed the spread of radiation and devastation that comes from nuclear weapons detonations and nuclear reactor meltdowns. A limited nuclear war with less than 100 small bombs would cause dust clouds that could cause an agricultural failure and subsequent starvation of 2 billion people. The United Nations has voted to abolish nuclear weapons in 2017. This treaty is being ratified by many countries throughout the world, and unfortunately the 9 countries that own nuclear weapons have not signed on. Our hope is that we can avert nuclear catastrophe by getting these countries to also sign on and get rid of their nuclear weapons. My colleague, Paula Raggi, is going to talk to you about activism that one can do to help reduce the threat of nuclear annihilation. Dr. Raggi?
Hi, I'm Paula Rogge. I'm a physician member of Physicians for Social Responsibility, Wisconsin. And as Amy pointed out, we really are on the edge of a new era, a nuclear weapons-free era. We've already banned chemical weapons, biological weapons, and in 2017, the UN voted to ban nuclear weapons. They had the treaty that they signed or they voted on will be ratified within the next few years, and once ratified, it will become international law. And there will be increasing pressure on the nuclear states like Russia and the US to disarm. Why is this so important? Because as Amy pointed out, nuclear weapons are extraordinarily destructive. One modern nuclear weapon could destroy a city the size of Madison. Half the population would die within 6 months of the attack. And there are 14,000 of these nuclear weapons worldwide. There have been numerous accidents, and there have been several miscommunications between Russia and the US that nearly resulted in a nuclear war. Terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda have been trying to obtain nuclear weapons, and cyber terrorism is on the rise. We now understand that nuclear weapons and nuclear attack is like the COVID pandemic, like climate change, like nuclear reactor meltdowns. The effects will not be contained. We cannot limit the effects of a nuclear attack to one area, one region. Radiation and dust from the detonation will spread downwind, downstream. And for example, as Amy pointed out, a limited nuclear war, say between India and Pakistan involving just 100 small Hiroshima-sized bombs, would result in climate change worldwide due to dust clouds that would block the sun, result in global cooling and a drop in rainfall, and the starvation of up to 2 billion people. We understand now that mutually assured destruction is actually mutually assured suicide. So what can we do? Well, first of all, we need to pressure Congress to renew the New START Treaty in 2021 and to continue arms negotiations with Russia. If the US and Russia can come to an agreement, this will provide leadership to the rest of the nuclear states and bring pressure to bear on them to reduce their arsenals. Secondly, we can pledge to never again launch a first strike, a nuclear first strike, as we did in Japan in 1945. Thirdly, we can take our land-based missiles, the ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, off hair trigger alert. These missiles can be fired within minutes, and once they're fired, they cannot be recalled. Their velocity is too high, they fly. Their altitude is too high for them to accurately be disabled. We need to stop pouring money into modernization and upgrades to our nuclear weapons system, and that means no money for new nuclear weapons testing, as the Senate is now proposing. And finally, we must insist that Congress, not the President, makes a decision to go to war, any war. We're all in this together. Thank you.
Everyone should have a meaningful life. The ADA started me on the path, and I'm very grateful.
The ADA has helped the deaf community to be more closer to equally functioning amongst the rest of us.
And today's legislation brings us closer to that day when no Americans will ever again be deprived of their basic guarantee of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I'm Pete Sainer, the president of the Board of Disability Rights Wisconsin, and I'm so pleased that we're marking this important anniversary. 30 years ago, the Americans with Disabilities Act was enacted, making it possible for people with disabilities participate fully in all aspects of American life. The ADA created a ban on discrimination on the basis of disability in transportation, telecommunications, public accommodation, and in public services. It banned discriminatory practices and segregation and institutionalization of people with disabilities. As a board member of Disability Rights Wisconsin, I'm proud to hear how our staff uses the ADA to protect and enhance the rights of people with disabilities in the state of Wisconsin. Thank you and congratulations on 30 years of the ADA.
And on your behalf, as well as the behalf of this entire country, I now lift my pen to sign this Americans with Disability Act and say, let the shameful wall of exclusion finally come tumbling down. God bless you all.
I'm Leah Kitts, the Executive Director of Disability Rights Wisconsin. The Federal DD Act of the 1970s created the protection and advocacy system, and DRW has been providing individual and systems advocacy since 1977. We are dedicated to protecting the personal and civil rights of people with disabilities. DRW serves Wisconsin's critical role in the nationwide effort to make sure that everyone can live a life free of discrimination. While the DD Act gives DRW our mandate, the Americans with Disabilities Act gives us a vital tool to carry it out. We're fighting for a life where each person can get around, enter buildings, enjoy the fun things in life, work to support themselves, have relationships that are meaningful, and just, have a great life. We're so glad you could join us in the celebration of the signing of the ADA 30 years ago.
My name is Lynn Breedlove. I was the Executive Director of Disability Rights Wisconsin from 1980 to 2011. And I'm going to talk a little bit about DRW's work with institutions. And that's always been a high priority for our agency, preventing people going into institutions, helping people get out of institutions, and when possible, even trying to close institutions. So one of the best examples of this was the closing of Northern Wisconsin Center, which is one of the big 3 state institutions for people with developmental disabilities in Wisconsin until it closed in 2006. So Northern Center started in 1897. It was around a long time before DRW existed. Thousands of people with disabilities lived there before we started doing advocacy for anyone who lived there. And for the first 15 years of our agency, we tried really hard to figure out a way to close one of the state institutions. We did a variety of advocacy strategies, and we did help some individual people get out, but we were never successful in closing one until 2002. And that's when Governor Jim Doyle was elected, and we persuaded him and his staff that he should propose to close Northern Wisconsin Center. And he did put that in his first state budget in early 2003. And not surprisingly, there was lots of backlash. We had opposition from unions representing the workers, opposition from some parents, opposition from local legislators. There was even a lawsuit to stop the governor from moving forward on this plan. But ultimately, we were able to persuade a majority of the legislature that this was a good idea, and we were able to team up with the governor's attorneys to win that lawsuit. And in the summer of 2003, the closing process began. It took 3 whole years to do it, but at the end of the day, over 90% of the residents moved into community settings. And a survey of families after the closing showed that 85% of the families who had originally opposed the idea now said they thought their family members were much better off than being in the institution. So this was a big ADA victory for DRW.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bentley. I'm the Executive Director of People First of Wisconsin. I'm here to talk to you about the ADA. The ADA helped me to get out of the state institution, and I'm a big fan of Justin Dart that signed the ADA bill with President Bush, and the ADA has been a very important thing for people with disabilities. It helped me not only get out of the institution, but it also helped me to become the director of People First of Wisconsin, which I enjoy being the director of People First of Wisconsin, and I have my voice, and other people with disabilities have a voice too. Everyone should have a meaningful life. The ADA started me on the path, and I'm very grateful. We can't change who we are, but we can be the change.
I was working with an organization, and we were not getting the answers or having the questions answered that they wanted, meaning my social worker and the insurance. I then contacted the ADA, and they got the answers that they needed. and it was a quick process. And I'm happily now in my own home living an independent life. I want to make it say they really are a great thing to have for us that need that extra help.
Hi, my name is Monica Murphy. I'm an attorney with Disability Rights Wisconsin. Thanks to the Americans with Disabilities Act, I've been able to help many people with disabilities protect their employment rights over the years. However, by far the most memorable was Don Perkel. Don is a man with a developmental disability who is nonverbal. Don landed his dream job working as a cleaner at Chuck E. Cheese. He was happy in his new job, and his immediate boss was pleased with his work. One day, the regional manager came into the restaurant and saw Don working. He told Don's boss to fire him because we don't want those kind of people working for us. His manager, however, did not fire him, and instead, she reached out to the corporate office Human Resources Department in Texas asking, "Aren't we an equal opportunity employer?" She got no response. Instead, the next time the regional manager came to town, he fired Don himself. Don was heartbroken. According to his caregiver, he withdrew from social activities and stayed in his room. Folks who had helped Don find his job and provided his job coaching were outraged. The job coach provider talked to the CEO of Chuck E. Cheese's about the situation. Still, nothing changed. So he called our agency. We helped Don file a disability discrimination complaint under the Americans with Disabilities Act with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Despite several efforts to resolve the matter, Chuck E. Cheese would not make amends for the wrongs they had done to Don. Eventually, attorneys from the EOC and I took the matter to federal court in Madison. Here in this photo, standing outside the federal courthouse, is Don surrounded by his team. His Chuck E. Cheese manager, 2 attorneys from the EEOC, Don, myself, and his job coaching provider. We had a jury trial over 5 days. While the trial was going on, it got some publicity, and people picketed the Madison Chuck E. Cheese demanding an apology for Don. When the jury came back, they found that Chuck E. Cheese discriminated against Don and awarded him approximately $10,000 in back pay, $70,000 in compensatory damages, and $13 million in punitive damages. Although Don could not talk after the verdict, he pointed to his smiley face communication card, and it told me all I needed to know. Don's actual award was reduced later to the damages caps under the ADA, but he did get that apology letter from the CEO as well. Now, 20 years later, that $13 million verdict remains one of the highest, if not the highest, ADA verdict for a single plaintiff in an employment case. Thank you, Don. Thank you, ADA.
This is Jim Powell, a Deaf Disability Rights of Wisconsin board member and representative of the deaf community here in Wisconsin. ADA has helped increase and improve the communications between deaf and hearing people. ADA has enabled the deaf community to have access to functionally equivalent telecommunications such as video relay service, access to interpreters, such as doctors' offices and seminars, and as well has allowed us to go to things such as movies and watch TV through the services of closed captioning. The deaf community here in Wisconsin is very grateful for the ADA. But understand, there are some areas where we do see there is room for improvement to better have access of communication for all.
Hi, I'm Denise Jeffs, the CEO and Executive Director of the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired, and a member of the Wisconsin Disability Vote Coalition. As we celebrate celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I've been reflecting a lot about the impact of that act on voters with disabilities. Voting is such a cornerstone of our democracy. It's one of the tools that we have for shaping our communities, our states, and our nation. And everybody's voice makes a difference. For far too long, voters with disabilities faced so many barriers that it diminished our voices being heard in those important decisions. The Americans with Disabilities Act and other voter-specific legislation has helped to remove some of those significant barriers. For example, we now have easier access to polling places. Every polling place should have accessible voting equipment. And we're able to also register to vote online. But despite the ADA being around for 30 years, our work of establishing full inclusion is not yet done. As a voter with a disability and someone who is legally blind, for example, I cannot yet cast a private and independent absentee ballot. In the state of Wisconsin, we don't have an ADA online accessible balloting option, so I require assistance in order to be able to complete my ballot. Voters who wish to use the polls still face access barriers for getting into the building and to the polling site, and for many, curbside voting may not be an option. Both curbside voting and accessible absentee balloting at home are just vital to being able to safely vote during this time of pandemic. So I really want to invite you to join me in celebrating our successes with the ADA and at the same time striving to work towards full equity for people with disabilities so that together we can fulfill the promise of the ADA.
As we celebrate the ADA 30th, DRW honors the life and legacy of a Wisconsin champion for disability rights, Cheryl Sensenbrenner, who passed away in June. I had the pleasure to know Cheryl and have tremendous gratitude for her leadership. As a Wisconsinite with a disability, Cheryl was a national leader advocating for disability rights. She served as chair of the American Association of People with Disabilities and testified before Congress many times. She took a leadership role in advocating for the ADA Restoration Act of 2007. I remember meeting with then Representative Tammy Baldwin on the Hill, asking her to sign on as a co-sponsor of the bill. Representative Baldwin told me she had already been lobbied by Cheryl, who would not take no for an answer and was working tirelessly to ensure the bill was passed. In her testimony to Congress, Cheryl spoke about her pride in her husband, Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner, and Majority Leader Steny Hoyer for their bipartisan work introducing this legislation. She stated, "Given that all kinds of disability can enter any person's life at any time, the more accessible the society we can create and the more intact our system of legal protections, the greater benefit we can all reap. The ADA then is a law for all people. It was meant to ensure that whatever the circumstances may be that surround a person's life and encounter with disability, Americans are never to be treated unfairly, excluded unnecessarily, or relegated to second-class citizenship on the basis of disability." Despite all the progress since the passage of the ADA, sadly, we still have a long way to go before the ADA's inclusive vision becomes a reality for America. Cheryl's words still ring true today. In our work at DRW, we see how the ADA has expanded opportunity, accessibility, and inclusion. We also see that the promise of the ADA is a work in progress. In my work as an advocate for voting rights, this year has seen significant barriers, including absentee ballots that are not ADA compliant, polling places that are not accessible, and non-drivers who cannot register to vote because they can't obtain the required photo ID. As DRW celebrates the 30th anniversary of the ADA, we recommit ourselves to advocating for a society in which people with disabilities are valued equally and are empowered to exercise and enjoy the full extent of their rights and to pursue the greatest quality of life. Our nation is stronger when all Americans have the opportunity to succeed.
Hello, Wisconsin. Governor Tony Evers here. On July 26, 1990, Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act, impacting millions of lives by ensuring civil rights and improving access to employment and services for folks with disabilities across our country. For decades, Wisconsinites with disabilities and their partners have taken on hard-fought battles and have had to work tirelessly to overcome interpersonal and institutional barriers. Thanks to their hard work and the passage of the ADA 30 years ago, millions of folks from all corners of our state and the nation and all different abilities are able to better connect with their communities and spaces that are built to be inclusive and accessible for all. But as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the ADA, we recognize that much work still needs to be done to ensure equity and equality for folks with disabilities across our state and our nation. And we reaffirm our commitment to the principles of equality and inclusion for people with disabilities and to partner with the numerous organizations and agencies throughout our state, such as Disability Rights Wisconsin and the Wisconsin Disability Vote Coalition, to realize the full promise of hope, freedom, and equality envisioned by the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act 30 years ago. So here's to 30 years of progress and inclusion, and to many more as we work together to move our state forward. Thank you.
Hi there, welcome back to the Big Share
Hello.
Live. I'm Sherry Dubiel, Executive Director at Community Shares of Wisconsin. And
You
have
look
a
great.
What's that, Huma?
You look great, Sherry.
Oh, great. I think we're live already. You look great too. I was going to say, I like your sweater. We are live with Huma Siddiqui from White Jasmine, and she is going to do a fun cooking demonstration for us. Before we get into that, we have a couple of announcements to make. First of all, we have raised over $552,000 already.
My goodness.
We have far surpassed our goal now and are $100,000 over what we raised last year. So, and
That
there's
is
still
amazing.
many hours, 6 hours left to go. So it's pretty exciting.
Good time.
And also,
Yeah.
we do accept donations a week after as well. So we don't want to discourage anybody from giving after the fact. But Huma,
Let
I'm
me
having trouble hearing
get
you.
the volume a little higher. Sherry.
Can you hear me, Huma? Well, hi.
Hello.
Okay, I'm having trouble hearing Huma, but I'm gonna focus really hard.
Sure.
There we go. Now I hear you better. I think it might be on our end.
Oh.
So Huma, before we get into your cooking demonstration,
Is it better now?
it is. Thank you. Before we get into your cooking demonstration, one more announcement. We have just completed a power hour, and we will announce the winners coming up at 7 o'clock. We're going to save that